Forgotten Heir, Book 1.
Chapter 1. Lysaria, once a land of vibrant colors and thriving magic, had dimmed under the heavy hand of King Eric. Rolling hills and lush forests that had once teemed with life now lay barren, the trees stripped of their vitality and the air heavy with an unnatural stillness. The rivers, once teeming with enchanted fish and shimmering waters, flowed sluggishly as if weighed down by sorrow and neglect. The once clear skies, now perpetually overcast, cast a dreary gloom over the landscape, mirroring the despair that had settled over the land. In the capital city of Eldarhelm, the atmosphere was thick with dread. Cobblestone streets that had echoed with laughter and the hum of magic now stood silent, the joy and energy of the past replaced by a stifling oppression. Banners bearing the king's emblem fluttered from every building, a constant and grim reminder of his omnipresent rule. The marketplace, once a bustling hub of trade and camaraderie, had become a shadow of its former self, with merchants selling their wares in hushed tones and citizens moving quickly, eyes cast downward to avoid the gaze of the ever-watchful guards. Whispers filled shadowy alleyways where small groups huddled close, glancing over their shoulders with anxious eyes. Conversations ceased abruptly whenever a guard approached, fear silencing even the most mundane of exchanges. Magic had once been a part of daily life, used for healing wounds and mending hearts. Now it was forbidden, a relic of a past that felt like a distant, unattainable dream. The king's decree had left the people hollow. Market stalls, once brimming with enchanted goods, now offered only mundane wares. The tantalizing scent of fresh bread lingered in the air, but even that seemed duller, missing the enchantments that once enhanced its flavor and aroma. Fear gnawed at the city's heart like a relentless predator, its grip tightening with each passing day. In broad daylight, people avoided eye contact and hurried about their business, their movements quick and furtive, as if the shadows themselves were watching. Children played in silence, their laughter stifled by the weight of oppression and the ever-present threat of punishment. Even the birds seemed to sing more softly, their melodies a faint echo of a freedom that once was. The very air felt thick, laden with unspoken dread and the bitter taste of a kingdom stripped of its magic and joy. A hush fell over Eldarhelm as a column of armored guards marched through the streets. Their boots struck the cobblestones in unison, a chilling rhythm that echoed through the city like a heartbeat. The citizens shrank back into doorways and alleys, their faces pale and eyes wide with terror. The guards' presence alone was enough to instill fear, but today they moved with a sense of purpose that sent ripples of anxiety through the crowd. Eyes darted nervously towards them as they scanned the throngs of people, tension crackling in the air like a storm about to break. The metallic clink of their armor and the stern expressions on their faces spoke of an unyielding resolve, a mission that brooked no interference. Suddenly, one guard lunged forward and seized a young girl by the arm. The crowd gasped collectively, a wave of shock and dread rippling outward. The girl's face turned ashen, her eyes wide with a mix of fear and defiance. The guard's grip tightened, and without a word, he dragged the captive towards the head of the column. Whispers of King Eric's wrath and another mage taken spread like wildfire among the onlookers, each murmur adding to the oppressive atmosphere that hung over Eldarhelm. "No!" her mother screamed, rushing forward, only to be shoved back roughly by another guard, her desperation turning to helplessness. Tears streamed down the faces of onlookers who dared not intervene. They watched helplessly as the girl was dragged away, her cries piercing through the thick silence that had settled over Eldarhelm like a suffocating shroud. The crowd dispersed quickly after that, each person retreating into their private world of fear and despair. The air seemed to thicken with the weight of collective dread, as if the very atmosphere had absorbed their anguish. The guards continued their patrols, their heavy boots echoing ominously against the cobblestone streets, ensuring that King Eric's reign remained unchallenged and absolute. His tyranny cast a dark shadow over the once bright realm of Lysaria, a land now shrouded in gloom and uncertainty, where hope seemed but a distant memory. As the guards marched away, their iron-clad forms disappearing around the corner, the marketplace slowly began to breathe again. The silence that had gripped the streets started to loosen its hold, though a heavy tension still hung in the air. In the shadow of a crumbling archway, a group of women gathered, their movements subtle and deliberate. Clad in plain garments that blended with the crowd, they exchanged furtive glances before speaking in hushed tones. They were mages in hiding, each bearing the silent burden of their forbidden gifts. "Did you see her?" one woman whispered, her eyes darting to ensure no prying ears were near. "Yes," another replied, her voice tight with emotion. "Lena was taken." The name fell like a stone into a pond, sending ripples through their small circle. Lena had been one of them, a mage who had skillfully hidden her powers from King Eric's watchful eyes until now. A third woman stepped closer, her expression a mix of sorrow and resolve. "We must stay vigilant. If they took Lena, it means they're closing in on us." The group nodded solemnly. Each woman carried her own set of fears and memories of what life had been like before magic was outlawed. Their talents were as diverse as the land of Lysaria itself. Healers, seers, enchanters, but now those gifts were a liability that could lead to imprisonment or worse. "We need to find out where they're taking her," another woman said, her eyes narrowing with determination. "If they're holding mages somewhere." "We can't risk it," interrupted the first speaker. "Not without knowing more. We can't afford to lose anyone else." A murmur of agreement passed through them. The risk was immense. Any wrong move could expose them all. Yet the thought of abandoning Lena gnawed at their hearts. "Let's keep our ears open," suggested an older woman who had remained silent until now. Her face bore the lines of many years and many struggles. "Information is our best weapon right now." The group dispersed as quietly as they had gathered, each woman melting back into the anonymity of the crowd. Their conversation left behind a residue of unease, but also a flicker of defiance that refused to be extinguished. For now, they would wait and watch from the shadows, bound together by their shared secret and their hope for a day when magic could once again flourish openly in Lysaria. The orphanage stood at the edge of Lysaria, its stone walls worn by time and weather. Vines clung to the structure like desperate hands, seeking to cover the signs of neglect. Inside, children moved through the halls with a quiet resignation, their laughter muffled by the weight of their circumstances. Syrala sat by a small window in a cramped dormitory, her eyes fixed on the distant horizon. She had lived in the orphanage for as long as she could remember, and the world beyond its walls seemed like a distant dream. Stories of magic and adventure captivated her imagination. She devoured every tale of heroes and enchanted lands, yearning for a life that felt just out of reach. Marin, her closest friend, plopped down beside her with a huff. "Daydreaming again?" Syrala tore her gaze from the window and smiled weakly. "Can't help it. I keep thinking about those stories Mistress Hargrove tells us." Marin leaned back against the wall, eyes twinkling with mischief. "You mean the ones about brave knights and powerful sorcerers? You know they're just tales to keep us entertained." Syrala's fingers traced an invisible pattern on the windowsill. "Maybe, but sometimes I feel like there's more out there for me. Like I'm meant for something bigger." Marin's expression softened. The sound of footsteps echoed down the hall, growing louder until Mistress Hargrove appeared in the doorway. Her stern face softened as she looked at Syrala and Marin. "Girls, it's time for supper," she said with a hint of warmth. Mistress Hargrove was a complex figure. She ruled the orphanage with an iron fist, but beneath her strict exterior lay a heart fiercely protective of her charges. Syrala often wondered if Mistress Hargrove knew more about her past than she let on. As they made their way to the dining hall, Syrala felt a pang of longing. She had no memory of her parents or any family. The other children spoke occasionally of distant relatives or faint recollections of their past lives, but for Syrala, there was nothing, just an endless void that left her feeling adrift and alone. At supper, Syrala picked at her food, lost in thought. The sense of isolation gnawed at her daily, an ever-present shadow that dulled her appetite and weighed heavy on her heart. She longed for a place where she truly belonged, a family, or even just answers about who she was and where she came from. The other children's laughter and chatter seemed to come from a distant world, one she could observe but never fully enter. Her fascination with stories was more than mere escapism. It was a lifeline, a fragile thread connecting her to a world where anything seemed possible. Each tale she devoured whispered promises of adventure, of hidden truths waiting to be uncovered, and of the hope that somewhere there was a place and purpose meant for her. In the pages of her books, she found solace and the courage to dream beyond the confines of the orphanage walls. The attic of the orphanage was a place of shadows and secrets, a labyrinth of forgotten memories. Syrala had always been drawn to its dusty corners, feeling an inexplicable pull toward the unknown. Today, she stood at the top of the narrow staircase, hesitating for a moment before pushing open the creaky door. A thin beam of light filtered through a grimy window, illuminating motes of dust that danced in the air. The space was cramped, with low ceilings and wooden beams crisscrossing overhead. Cobwebs hung like tattered curtains in the corners. Old trunks and boxes were piled haphazardly, relics of lives long past. Syrala's heart raced as she navigated through the clutter. Her eyes scanned the room, searching for something she couldn't quite name. She knelt beside a large trunk, its leather straps cracked and brittle with age. With trembling hands, she lifted the lid, revealing a collection of faded mementos and yellowed papers. And then she saw it, a small chest buried beneath layers of forgotten relics. It was ornate, with intricate carvings that seemed to pulse with a life of their own. Her breath caught in her throat as she reached for it, her fingers brushing against the cool metal. The chest opened with a soft creak, revealing a pendant nestled within a bed of velvet. It was unlike anything Syrala had ever seen. The gem at its center emitted an ethereal glow, casting an otherworldly light that danced across the attic walls. Intricate symbols adorned its surface, their meanings elusive yet tantalizingly close. As Syrala touched the pendant, a surge of energy coursed through her veins. It was as if a dormant part of her had awakened, flooding her senses with warmth and light. Her mind reeled with visions, flashes of places she had never seen and faces. As Syrala held the pendant close, a spark of energy leapt from the metal to her skin. It coursed through her veins, igniting a sensation she had never experienced before. Her eyes widened, and she gasped, almost dropping the pendant as waves of warmth and light enveloped her. Colors danced before her eyes, vivid blues, greens, and golds swirling in a mesmerizing display. Her surroundings blurred, and she felt herself lifted from the confines of the attic, as if transported to another realm. Every fiber of her being vibrated with a newfound intensity, a connection to something ancient and powerful. She felt memories not her own flash through her mind. A grand library filled with glowing tomes, a serene grove where magic pulsed in every leaf and stone, and a majestic palace bathed in golden light. Emotions surged within her: wonder, fear, joy, each one more intense than the last. It was as if she were living multiple lifetimes in an instant. Her pulse quickened. The pendant's symbols seemed to whisper secrets to her, their meanings just out of reach but tantalizingly close. She could feel the latent magic within her awakening, responding to the pendant's call. The energy was wild and untamed, yet it felt right, as though it had always been a part of her waiting to be unleashed. Tears welled in her eyes. This was more than just an object. It was a beacon of hope and identity. For the first time, Syrala felt truly alive, connected to something greater than herself. The pendant had chosen her for a reason. She was certain of it now. A fierce determination took hold of her heart. She had spent too long in darkness and uncertainty. Now, with this newfound power coursing through her veins, she vowed to uncover the secrets of the pendant and understand its connection to her past. She took a deep breath, grounding herself in the moment. The attic came back into focus, the dust motes dancing in the soft light from the window, the creak of old floorboards beneath her feet. But everything felt different now. She felt different. Clutching the pendant tightly, Syrala rose to her feet. She knew this was only the beginning of a much larger journey. Her path lay beyond the orphanage walls, out in a world where magic still lingered despite King Eric's tyranny. Syrala descended the rickety ladder from the attic, her heart still pounding with the aftershocks of her encounter with the pendant. As she stepped into the dimly lit hallway, the voices of the other children echoed off the worn wooden walls. She clutched the pendant beneath her shirt, its weight a constant reminder of her newfound purpose. Turning a corner, she nearly collided with Leora and a group of her friends. Their faces twisted into smirks as they saw her. Leora had always harbored a simmering resentment toward Syrala. Growing up in the orphanage, Leora felt overshadowed by Syrala's quiet resilience and unassuming presence. Where Syrala's curiosity and kindness drew the attention and at times the favor of Mistress Hargrove, Leora often felt overlooked, her own struggles dismissed. She stood with her arms crossed, a frown etching deep lines into her young face. Her dark hair, usually tied back neatly, hung loose, giving her an untamed appearance. The orphanage had never been a place of warmth for her. It was a battleground where she fought for every scrap of attention and acknowledgement. Leora's relationship with Syrala was complex. They had once been closer, playing together in the courtyard, sharing whispered secrets under the covers at night. But as they grew older, the chasm between them widened. Leora envied Syrala's ability to draw strength from within, to find solace in stories and dreams, while she herself struggled to keep her head above the murky waters of reality. "Well, well," Leora sneered, crossing her arms. "Look who decided to join us mere mortals." Syrala straightened, meeting Leora's gaze. "What do you want, Leora?" "What do I want?" Leora's laugh was sharp and mocking. "I want to know why you get to spend all your time in that dusty attic while the rest of us have chores. Mistress Hargrove never punishes you like she does us." The other children murmured in agreement, their eyes narrowing as they looked at Syrala. "I don't get special treatment," Syrala replied, trying to keep her voice steady. "I just needed some space." "Space?" One of Leora's friends piped up. "More like hiding something from us." Leora stepped closer, her expression turning venomous. "You think you're better than us because of that stupid pendant?" Syrala's grip tightened on the pendant beneath her shirt. She could feel its warmth pulsing against her skin, but she refused to let them see how much it affected her. "I'm not better than anyone," she said quietly. "I'm just trying to understand what it means." "What it means?" Leora scoffed. "It means you're delusional if you think a piece of jewelry makes you special." Before Syrala could respond, Marin appeared at her side, his presence a calming force. He placed a hand on Syrala's shoulder and turned to face Leora and her friends. "Leave her alone," Marin said firmly. "We all have our own ways of coping with things here. Syrala isn't hurting anyone." Leora's eyes flashed with anger, but she took a step back. "Fine," she spat. "But don't think this is over." As Leora and her friends walked away, Marin gave Syrala's shoulder a reassuring squeeze. Her resolve solidified with each passing second, like iron being forged in the hottest of flames. She would find answers about the pendant, about herself, and about the secrets that had been buried beneath layers of dust and forgotten memories. She would reclaim what had been lost to time and fear, unraveling the mysteries that had long shrouded her true heritage. With this thought burning brightly within her heart, Syrala turned towards the attic stairs, the wooden steps creaking under her weight as she ascended. There was no turning back now. The air grew colder and the shadows deeper as she climbed, each step echoing her determination. The attic, with its cobwebs and forgotten relics, awaited her like a guardian of hidden truths. She felt a mixture of trepidation and excitement, knowing that whatever she found up there could change everything. Syrala's breath caught in her throat as the realization washed over her. The pendant wasn't just a trinket, it was the key to her past, to her identity. Every story she had heard, every legend whispered in the shadows of the orphanage seemed to converge into this single, luminous artifact. Her fingers traced the intricate designs, feeling the ancient magic hum beneath her touch. The weight of responsibility settled on her shoulders, but so did a newfound determination. Syrala knew she couldn't stay hidden in the orphanage any longer. Her journey lay beyond these walls, stretching out into the vast unknown of Elysia and beyond its borders. She needed to uncover the pendant's secrets and reclaim the heritage it promised. As she moved quietly through the dim corridors of the orphanage, her mind raced with plans. The first step was leaving this place. She had to go somewhere where King Eric's influence couldn't stifle her quest for truth. Syrala, a voice cut through her thoughts like a knife. Mistress Hargrove stood at the end of the hallway, her stern eyes locking onto Syrala's determined ones, the dim light casting shadows across her face. "You know you're not allowed up there." Mistress Hargrove's voice was firm but tinged with concern. "What are you planning?" Syrala's heart pounded in her chest, a mixture of fear and resolve surging through her. "I have to leave," she blurted out, gripping the pendant tighter, feeling its ancient magic pulse beneath her fingers. "I need to find out who I am." Mistress Hargrove's expression softened slightly, a flicker of understanding in her eyes. "Do you realize the dangers that lie beyond these walls?" she asked, her tone gentler now, almost pleading. "The world outside is not kind to those who seek the truth." "I know," Syrala replied, her voice steadier than she felt. "But I can't stay here, hidden away. I need to uncover the secrets of this pendant and my heritage. It's the only way I can bring magic back to the realm." Mistress Hargrove's expression softened for a moment, a fleeting glimpse of vulnerability before hardening again into her usual stern demeanor. "Running away is dangerous, child. You don't know what's out there," she cautioned, her voice laced with a mixture of fear and concern. But Syrala was already backing away. "I have to do this," she insisted. With that, she turned on her heel, her heart pounding as she sprinted down the corridor, the ancient pendant clutched tightly in her hand. Each step echoed with the weight of her decision, the shadows of the orphanage seeming to reach out as though to hold her back, but she pressed on, determined to uncover the secrets that lay beyond its walls. She burst into Marin's room, breathless and urgent. "Marin, we need to go now." Marin looked up from his book, confusion flickering across his face before it turned into understanding. He grabbed his coat without hesitation. "All right," he said simply, following Syrala out into the night. They slipped through the orphanage gate, Marin at her side every step of the way. The cold night air hit their faces as they made their way down a narrow alleyway leading out of Lysaria. With each step away from their old life, Syrala felt a mix of fear and exhilaration. She didn't know what lay ahead, but with Marin beside her and the pendant guiding her path, she felt ready for whatever came next. The orphanage faded behind them as they ventured into a world brimming with secrets, waiting to be unveiled. Syrala's resolve hardened with each step away from the orphanage, each footfall echoing the finality of her departure. The world outside those walls felt both familiar and foreign, a tantalizing blend of the known and the mysterious. Every shadow seemed to harbor secrets, every rustle of leaves whispered tales of what lay beyond Lysaria's borders. She had grown up hearing stories of distant lands and ancient magic, but now she would witness them with her own eyes. The pendant around her neck pulsed softly, its magic a steady reminder of the power it held and the path it beckoned her to follow. Its warmth seeped into her skin, filling her with a sense of purpose she had never felt before. She clutched it tighter, as if drawing strength from its ancient magic, feeling the weight of its history and the destiny it promised. Marin matched her pace, his eyes scanning their surroundings with a mix of wariness and curiosity. "Where do we start?" he asked, breaking the silence that had settled between them like a thin layer of frost. "We need to find someone who knows about magic," Syrala replied, her voice steady despite the uncertainty gnawing at her. "Someone who can help us understand this pendant." Marin nodded, his usual skepticism tempered by the urgency in Syrala's voice. "I've heard whispers of an old sage in the eastern forests," he offered. "They say he knows things, ancient things." Syrala's eyes lit up with a spark of hope. "Then that's where we'll go." As they ventured further from their familiar surroundings, anticipation thrummed through Syrala's veins. The orphanage's oppressive atmosphere faded behind them, replaced by the vast expanse of untamed wilderness. The road ahead was uncharted and fraught with unknown dangers, but it also held the promise of discovery and the allure of the mystical. The night deepened around them, stars dotting the sky like beacons guiding their way. The air grew colder, but Syrala felt a warmth within her that had nothing to do with the pendant. It was a fire fueled by determination and the belief that she was meant for something greater than the life she had known. "Do you think we'll really find answers?" Marin's voice was softer now, almost vulnerable. "We have to," Syrala replied firmly. "This pendant chose me for a reason. I can feel it." Marin glanced at her, his expression a mixture of doubt and belief. "Then let's keep moving." Together, they pressed on into the night, leaving behind everything familiar and stepping into a world on the brink of change. The path ahead was uncertain, but Syrala's heart was set on uncovering the truths hidden within her pendant and herself. With each step forward, she felt closer to unlocking not just the secrets of her past, but also shaping the future of Lysaria itself. The whispers of the forest seemed to echo her thoughts, urging her onward, promising revelations and trials that would test her in ways she had never imagined. She and Marin, bound by friendship and fate, walked side by side into the unknown, their journey just beginning. And so, under the canopy of stars, they moved forward, two orphans driven by hope and destiny, ready to face whatever lay ahead. The night was their witness, and the world their stage, as Syrala and Marin embarked on a quest that would change the course of their lives, and Lysaria forever. Chapter 2. The royal palace of Lysaria loomed over the city like a grim sentinel. Constructed from dark stone, its towering spires and battlements pierced the sky, casting long shadows across the surrounding lands. The heavy iron gates, adorned with intricate designs of mythical beasts and symbols of power, stood as a stark reminder of King Eric's iron-fisted rule. Guard towers dotted the perimeter, each manned by vigilant soldiers, their eyes ever watchful for any sign of dissent or rebellion. Inside the palace, the atmosphere was no less imposing. Cold marble floors reflected the flickering torchlight, while tapestries depicting Eric's conquests and victories hung from the high walls. The air was thick with the scent of incense and a palpable tension that seemed to permeate every corner. Grand chandeliers illuminated the vast halls, casting eerie shadows that danced along the stone walls. The court itself was a grand chamber, lined with towering columns and filled with rows of armored knights standing at attention. Their faces were stern, their eyes fixed forward as they awaited the king's command. At the far end of the room, on an elevated dais, sat King Eric himself. He was a tall figure draped in opulent robes, his dark hair streaked with gray, and his cold, calculating eyes scanning the room with an intensity that made even his loyal subjects uneasy. Sir Alden stood to one side of the throne. He wore his armor as if it were a second skin, every dent and scratch telling a story of battles fought and sacrifices made. His gaze remained steady on the king, but his thoughts were far from this oppressive court. The heavy wooden doors at the entrance to the chamber creaked open, drawing all eyes toward them. Two guards entered, dragging a young prisoner between them. The girl was barely 16, her golden hair matted with dirt and blood. Her bright blue eyes were filled with pain and defiance despite her evident torture. "Another mage in hiding!" one of the guards shouted as they threw Alara to the ground before the throne. A murmur rippled through the court as all eyes turned to the broken figure lying on the cold marble floor. King Eric's expression remained unreadable as he leaned forward slightly in his seat. Alara struggled to rise, but collapsed back onto her hands and knees, her body trembling from exhaustion and pain. Her defiant gaze met Sir Alden's for a fleeting moment before shifting back to King Eric. The chamber fell silent, waiting for the king's judgment. In their youth, Alden and Eric had been inseparable. Their bond, forged in the heat of battle and the weighty discussions of the council chambers, was one of mutual respect and shared ideals. As knights in the royal court, they had stood side by side, envisioning a Lysaria where magic and justice coexisted harmoniously. Alden often recalled the early years with a bittersweet nostalgia. He remembered Eric as a charismatic and ambitious young man whose intelligence and bravery had earned him admiration from all corners of the kingdom. They had shared dreams of a prosperous Lysaria, building strategies late into the night and riding into battles together with unshakable trust. Eric's vision for a strong kingdom resonated deeply with Alden's own sense of duty and honor. But as Eric's influence grew, so did his ambitions. The death of the previous king under mysterious circumstances presented Eric with an opportunity to seize the throne. Alden had supported him without hesitation, believing in Eric's potential to lead Lysaria into a golden age. He stood by Eric during the tumultuous transition of power, quashing opposition and consolidating his friend's rule. In those days, Alden saw Eric as a brother-in-arms who would protect Lysaria's interests and bring peace and stability to their land. However, power has a way of revealing true nature, and over time, Eric began to change. His desire to strengthen the kingdom twisted into an obsession with control. The once noble aspirations were overshadowed by a growing paranoia. Threats seemed to lurk in every shadow, especially among those who wielded magic. Alden watched with increasing alarm as Eric's methods grew more ruthless. The charm that had once inspired loyalty became a mask for cruelty. Mages were persecuted relentlessly. Fear replaced respect among their subjects. Alden tried to reason with him, urging compassion and justice, but his words fell on deaf ears. King Eric sat upon his iron throne, his figure dominating the vast chamber. His dark hair, streaked with the grays of age and stress, framed a face marked by sharp, unforgiving lines. Every flicker of movement, every whispered conversation was noted and analyzed. The regal clothing he wore, rich fabrics adorned with intricate patterns and symbols of power, did nothing to soften his imposing presence. The weight of his crown, heavy with gemstones, seemed almost to press him further into his seat, as if it were a physical manifestation of his burdens and paranoia. As he surveyed the court, a voice seemed to whisper to him, faint and elusive. It was a sensation he had felt before, a gnawing presence at the edge of his consciousness. The voice spoke of danger, of threats lurking in the shadows, of betrayal from within his own ranks. His grip tightened on the armrests of his throne, knuckles turning white as he fought to maintain his composure. He scanned the room again, more intently this time, seeking the source of his unease. The courtiers and knights remained motionless, their faces masks of submission. Yet the voice persisted, growing louder, more insistent. It was a voice he had come to know well, a constant reminder of the precariousness of his rule. Suddenly, his gaze locked onto Sir Alden, his posture rigid, his expression a mixture of defiance and sorrow. Eric's eyes narrowed, suspicion and anger flaring within him. The voice whispered again, its tone urgent and accusatory. He stared at Alden, his mind racing. Memories of their shared past flickered through his thoughts. Battles fought side by side, strategies devised in the dead of night, a friendship forged in the crucible of war. Yet now, all he saw was a potential threat, a man who had dared to question his authority. Eric's thoughts churned. He pondered the implications of Alden's defiance, the risks it posed to his reign. The voice urged him to act, to crush this rebellion before it could take root. His gaze bore into Alden as he weighed his next move. Sir Alden stood in the shadows of the grand court chamber, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. He watched King Eric with a mix of sorrow and disdain. The king sat upon his iron throne, its jagged edges a reflection of his own ruthless nature. Eric's cold gray eyes scanned the room, calculating and cruel. "Reports have come to me," Eric began, his voice echoing through the chamber. "There are whispers of heirs to the magic of Lysaria hiding among us." The court fell silent. Alden's grip tightened on his sword. He knew where this was headed, and it churned his stomach. "We cannot allow these potential threats to go unchecked," Eric continued, rising from his throne. "We will hunt them down, every last one." A murmur rippled through the assembled courtiers. Fear and obedience were etched into their faces. None dared to challenge the king's decree. "Your Majesty," Alden spoke, stepping forward, "surely there must be another way." Eric's gaze snapped to him, sharp as a blade. "You question my decision, Alden?" Alden met the king's eyes, his own filled with a mix of defiance and sadness. "I question whether this path will bring peace to our land or further drive us into darkness." Eric descended the steps from his throne, each step deliberate and heavy with menace. He stopped mere inches from Alden, looking up at him with cold fury. "Do not presume to lecture me on what is best for Lysaria," Eric hissed. "These heirs are a danger to everything we have built." Alden straightened, holding the king's gaze. "They are children, innocents who have done nothing wrong." "Innocents?" Eric scoffed. "They possess magic that could overthrow me. That is threat enough." The tension in the room was palpable as the two men stared each other down. Alden knew there was no swaying Eric now. Power had consumed him completely. "Gather your men," Eric commanded, turning away from Alden dismissively. "We begin our hunt at dawn." Alden bowed his head slightly, but did not move immediately. The weight of his oath and the sight of the once noble king, now turned tyrant, bore heavily on him. "As you wish, your Majesty," he finally said before stepping back into the shadows. The court buzzed with hushed conversations as Eric resumed his place on the throne, issuing further orders for the impending hunt. Alden retreated towards the rear of the chamber, feeling the oppressive atmosphere closing in around him. He knew that whatever came next would test not only his loyalty, but also his very soul. Sir Alden's jaw clenched as he listened to King Eric's words. The monarch's eyes gleamed with a dangerous light. "We cannot allow these potential threats to fester," Eric declared. "We will hunt them down, every last one." Alden could take no more. He stepped forward, his voice ringing out clear and strong, cutting through the oppressive silence. "You mean to abduct innocent children, your Majesty?" The court gasped, all eyes turning to Alden. Eric's gaze narrowed, a flicker of rage igniting within his cold eyes. "Mind your tongue, Alden." "I will not," Alden shot back. "This is madness. You abuse your power, and now you want to steal children from their families." Eric rose from his throne, descending the steps with a deliberate menace. His voice dropped to a dangerous whisper. "You dare accuse your king?" "Yes," Alden replied, his hand moving instinctively to the hilt of his sword. "I dare." Eric's fury erupted. "Seize him," he roared to his knights. Alden drew his blade in a fluid motion, parrying the first strike from a guard who lunged at him. The clang of steel echoed through the hall as Alden fought off 3 more attackers, his movements precise and powerful. He dispatched them with practiced ease, but knew he couldn't hold off an entire garrison. Eric watched with a snarl before turning his gaze toward the young girl, Alara, who had been brought in as a warning to others. "You think you can defy me?" Eric's voice was a venomous hiss as he drew his sword and moved toward Alara. "Eric, no," Alden shouted, cutting down another guard in his desperate bid to reach the king. But it was too late. Eric's blade flashed through the air in one swift motion, and Alara's head fell to the floor with a sickening thud. "No!" Alden cried out in anguish as he cut down another guard who blocked his path. The court erupted into chaos. Knights swarmed toward Alden, their swords raised high. He fought with every ounce of strength he had left, each swing of his sword fueled by rage and sorrow. "Mark my words," Alden spat as he parried another attack and knocked the guard unconscious. "I will bring you down, Eric." With that final vow, Alden fought his way out of the palace, leaving behind the lifeless body of Alara and the horrified faces of those who had witnessed the tyrant king's latest atrocity. Sir Alden and his squires galloped through the countryside, the sound of hooves pounding against the dirt road echoing through the still night. The wind whipped past them, carrying with it the distant cries from the castle and the heavy scent of smoke. The stars above seemed indifferent to their flight, twinkling coldly in the vast expanse of the night sky. "Damn him," Alden cursed under his breath, his voice raw with fury. His grip on the reins tightened until his knuckles turned white. The memory of Alara's lifeless body haunted him, her wide, uncomprehending eyes staring up at him from the cold stone floor. The image was seared into his mind, a brutal reminder of the king's cruelty. "Sir, where do we go now?" one of the squires called out, trying to keep pace with Alden's relentless speed. The urgency in the young man's voice mirrored the desperation that gnawed at Alden's soul. "We ride east," Alden replied without turning, his mind consumed by thoughts of his past friendship with Eric. Once, they had been brothers in arms, bound by honor and a shared vision for Lysaria. They had dreamed of a kingdom where justice reigned supreme, but that vision had been twisted and corrupted by Eric's insatiable thirst for power. Alden could still recall the early days when they had fought side by side, their laughter echoing through the training grounds as they sparred and strategized. They had trusted each other implicitly, believing they could change the world together. But that trust had eroded over time, replaced by suspicion and fear as Eric's darkness grew. He cursed again, louder this time. The image of Alara's execution replayed in his mind, a brutal reminder of how far Eric had fallen. And yet, a part of Alden felt like he was betraying his old friend by fleeing. He had sworn an oath to protect the king and serve Lysaria faithfully. But this was not what he had pledged his sword to defend. The kingdom needed salvation, not subjugation. "Stay close," Alden shouted to his squires as they approached a dense forest. The moonlight filtered through the canopy above, casting eerie shadows on their path. The trees loomed like silent sentinels, their branches whispering secrets in the night breeze. He knew he couldn't afford to dwell on his conflicted feelings now. They needed to put as much distance between themselves and Eric's forces as possible. Yet, no matter how fast or far they rode, Alden couldn't escape the gnawing sense of guilt mingled with righteous fury. Each beat of his heart seemed to echo with the weight of his choices. They thundered into the woods, disappearing into its dark embrace while Alden's heart waged a battle of its own between loyalty to a friend who no longer existed and duty to a kingdom crying out for salvation. The path ahead was fraught with peril, but Alden knew that the true fight was just beginning. Sir Alden and his squires navigated the dense forest, the sounds of pursuit growing fainter with each passing moment. They had been riding hard for hours, exhaustion creeping into their bones and muscles. The forest was a maze of ancient trees and tangled underbrush, each step forward a struggle against the relentless grip of nature. Yet Alden pressed on, driven by a desperate need to find sanctuary for his weary companions. "Sir, we can't keep this pace much longer." One of the squires gasped, his horse stumbling over a root that jutted out from the ground like a skeletal hand. "Just a little further," Alden urged, his voice firm but compassionate. His keen eyes scanned the shadows for any sign of refuge, a glimmer of hope amidst the oppressive darkness. He knew the eastern forests held secrets, hidden places spoken of in hushed tones and old legends. If they could find one such place, they might have a chance to regroup and plan their next move against King Eric's forces. As dawn began to break, casting a pale, ethereal light through the canopy of trees, Alden spotted something in the distance. An ancient structure loomed ahead, its silhouette partially obscured by creeping ivy and overgrowth. The sight sent a jolt of hope through him, a beacon in their darkest hour. "There," he pointed, urging his horse forward with renewed vigor. Shadowspire Keep. Shadowspire Keep stood as a testament to time's relentless march. Its thick stone walls, once smooth and imposing, now bore the scars of centuries. Nature had begun to reclaim its territory, with creeping ivy and moss blanketing the fortress's exterior, lending it an almost ethereal, otherworldly appearance. The main entrance, a massive iron-bound wooden gate, groaned in protest as it swung open, a haunting reminder of the countless warriors who had once passed through. Inside, the keep was a maze of narrow corridors and crumbling staircases. The fortress appeared abandoned, its formidable walls weathered by time and nature's relentless advance. They approached cautiously, every sense on high alert, half expecting an ambush from the shadows. But as they drew closer, it became clear that Shadowspire had been long forgotten, a relic of a bygone era. The iron-bound wooden gate creaked ominously as Alden pushed it open with a determined shove. Inside, the keep was a labyrinth of narrow corridors and crumbling staircases, a testament to its ancient lineage. Dust hung thick in the air, swirling in the beams of light that pierced the gloom, disturbed only by their presence. "Secure the perimeter," Alden ordered his squires, his voice echoing off the stone walls. "We need to make sure it's safe." The stone floors were worn from the passage of countless feet, and here and there, patches of intricate tilework peeked through the layers of dust and grime. The walls, though solid, showed signs of decay, with cracks spiderwebbing their surfaces and chunks of stone missing in places. The Great Hall, the heart of the keep, was a cavernous space that seemed to echo with the ghosts of its former inhabitants. Broken tables and shattered chandeliers littered the floor, remnants of the grand feasts and gatherings that had once taken place there. The ceiling, partially collapsed, allowed shafts of light to filter through, casting an almost divine glow on the scene below. Dust motes danced in the beams, creating an illusion of movement in the otherwise still air. Despite its state of disrepair, the Great Hall exuded a sense of strength and mystery. The hall's walls were adorned with faded tapestries, their once vibrant colors now muted and indistinct, but the intricate patterns and symbols hinted at the keep's storied past. While the squires spread out to check the fortress's defenses, Alden made his way to the central tower. The uppermost chamber, the war room, offered a panoramic view of the surrounding forest, its vantage point an ideal spot for spotting any approaching enemies. The room was dominated by a large stone table, its surface etched with ancient maps and symbols. This room, unlike the rest of the keep, had remained mostly intact, its protective enchantments holding strong against the ravages of time. From here, the view was breathtaking, offering a panoramic vista of the dense forest that surrounded Shadowspire. It was easy to see why this had been chosen as a strategic vantage point. The expanse of treetops stretched out as far as the eye could see, a sea of green and shadow. "Sir," one of the squires called from below, "the keep's secure. We can hold up here." Alden descended to join them in the Great Hall, where they began to clear away debris and make themselves comfortable. The hall was a hollow echo of its former self, with broken tables and shattered chandeliers littering the floor. Yet despite its decay, it felt like a sanctuary, a place where they could find a moment of peace. They set up camp in one corner of the hall, lighting a fire for warmth and to cook what meager provisions they had left. The flames cast flickering shadows on the stone walls, creating a dance of light and darkness as they settled down to rest. Alden leaned against the wall, closing his eyes for a moment's respite. The weight of their flight pressed down on him, but for now, they were safe within Shadowspire's ancient walls. Beneath the keep lay a network of tunnels and hidden passages, some leading to long-forgotten chambers filled with relics of the past. The air down there was cool and damp, the walls slick with moisture, and the floor uneven underfoot. These tunnels, though treacherous, offered secret escape routes into the forest, a crucial feature for those seeking refuge within Shadowspire's walls. Shadowspire Keep, though aged and weathered, stood resilient, a beacon of hope and a reminder of Lysaria's enduring spirit. As the squires gathered around the fire, one of them, a young man, looked around the ancient hall with wide eyes. "Sir Alden, what is this place? It feels different." Alden's gaze wandered over the broken tables and shattered chandeliers, his mind drifting back through the annals of history. "This is Shadowspire Keep," he began, his voice taking on a reverent tone. "It was once a bastion of strength and magic, home to the Sentinels of the Veil." "The Sentinels of the Veil," another squire, Garrick, echoed, leaning forward with interest. "Yes," Alden nodded. "Centuries ago, during the War of the Fractured Crown, this fortress was a stronghold for a powerful order of warrior mages. The Sentinels were dedicated to protecting the ancient magic of Lysaria and maintaining the balance between the magical and non-magical realms." Alden's words held the attention of his squires as the firelight danced across their faces. "The War of the Fractured Crown," he continued, was a time of great strife and upheaval in Lysaria. It began when the ruling dynasty, the very protectors of our realm's magic, faced a succession crisis. The king died without a clear heir, and the crown, both a literal and symbolic artifact of power, was shattered. He paused, letting the gravity of his words sink in. Various factions emerged, each claiming the right to the throne. Among them were the royal houses, noble families who believed they had the strongest claims. They used every means at their disposal: diplomacy, marriage alliances, and when those failed, warfare. One of the squires, a boy named Theron, leaned closer, eyes wide. And the Sentinels of the Veil? What was their role? The Sentinels, Alden explained, were a powerful order of warrior mages. They sought to protect Lysaria's ancient magic and maintain the balance between the magical and non-magical realms. Shadowspire Keep, where we now find refuge, was their stronghold. They defended the realm against dark forces that sought to exploit the chaos for their own gain. Garrick's brow furrowed. Dark forces? Alden nodded solemnly. Yes, shadowy entities and sorcerers saw the fractured crown as an opportunity to seize control over Lysaria's magic. Their influence further destabilized the realm, making the war even more devastating. The squires exchanged uneasy glances. What happened in the end? Theron asked quietly. The war dragged on for years, draining Lysaria's resources and weakening its defenses, Alden said. The Sentinels fought valiantly, but they were overwhelmed. Shadowspire Keep eventually fell, and the Sentinels disbanded. The kingdom was left fragmented, its unity shattered along with the crown. He looked around the great hall, now a hollow echo of its former glory. The war marked the decline of the Sentinels and the beginning of a dark period for Lysaria. The crown's pieces were scattered, and the kingdom's wounds have yet to heal. The fire crackled, filling the silence that followed Alden's words. The squires absorbed the history, understanding now the significance of the place where they sought refuge. He paused, his eyes tracing the lines of the ancient stone walls. Shadowspire was not just a fortress, it was a sanctuary. The Sentinels trained here, honing their skills and safeguarding powerful artifacts. They repelled countless assaults, their walls imbued with protective enchantments that made them nearly impervious to siege weapons and dark magic. The squires listened in rapt attention, the firelight reflecting in their eyes as they imagined the keep in its prime. In the great hall where we now sit, Alden continued, knights and mages once gathered, their voices echoing off these very walls. The ceiling was whole then, chandeliers casting light on grand feasts and solemn councils. It was a place of camaraderie and strategy, a hub of resistance during the darkest days of the war. He gestured towards the central tower. The war room, up there, was where the leaders of the Sentinels plotted their defenses and watched over the forest. The table is still there, etched with ancient maps and symbols. It was a room of wisdom and foresight, a place where the fate of Lysaria was often decided. Alden's expression grew somber. But as the war dragged on, the Sentinels were worn down by relentless attacks. Despite their valor, Shadowspire eventually fell into enemy hands. The order was disbanded, and the keep was abandoned, left to the elements and the slow encroachment of the forest. He sighed. Over the centuries, its location was forgotten, known only to a few scholars and wanderers who whispered of its existence. Yet here it stands, a testament to the resilience and strength of those who came before us. The squires sat in silence, absorbing the legacy of Shadowspire Keep. The ancient fortress, though crumbling and overgrown, still held the echoes of its once glorious past. The wind howled through the broken windows, carrying with it the whispers of lost battles and the faint, lingering promise of a new dawn. The woods of Verdania stretched before them, dense and shadowy under the moon's pale light. Syrala and Marin moved cautiously, their footsteps muffled by the thick carpet of leaves. The air was alive with the eerie sounds of the night, distant howls, rustling branches, and the occasional flutter of unseen wings. Marin kept his voice low as they walked, his eyes darting around for any sign of danger. "I've heard stories about Raylan the Sage," he began, glancing at Syrala to ensure she was listening. They say he lives deep in these woods, in a sanctuary hidden from King Eric's spies. Syrala tightened her grip on the pendant, feeling its reassuring warmth. What else have you heard? They say he's ancient, older than anyone can remember, Merrin continued. He was once an advisor to the ruling council before Eric came to power, warned them about the king's obsession with forbidden magic. A sudden rustle nearby made them both freeze in their tracks. Syrala's heart pounded in her chest. They instinctively ducked behind a large ancient tree, its gnarled roots providing scant cover. Holding their breath, they strained to listen, every muscle tensed. A pair of glowing eyes peered at them from the darkness, the light flickering like twin embers. For a moment, time seemed to stretch infinitely, the forest holding its breath with them. Then, as silently as they had appeared, the eyes vanished into the underbrush, leaving an uneasy stillness in their wake. "What was that?" Syrala whispered, her voice barely audible over the pounding of her own heart. "I don't know," Merrin replied, his eyes darting nervously around the shadowy forest. "There are creatures in this forest we don't even know about, lurking in places we've never ventured." "That was close," Merrin whispered once they were sure it was safe to move again. "Too close," Syrala agreed, her voice barely audible. "Tell me more about Raylan." Merrin nodded, resuming their cautious pace. After Eric took over, Raylan retreated into these woods. They say he's been waiting for someone who can challenge the darkness Eric has spread over Lysaria. Syrala felt a chill that had nothing to do with the night air. "You think that someone is me?" "Could be," Merrin said with a shrug. "The pendant chose you, didn't it? That's gotta mean something." They moved deeper into the forest, shadows shifting around them like living things. Strange noises echoed through the trees, unearthly cries and distant whispers that seemed to follow their every step. "Keep your eyes open," Syrala cautioned as they approached a particularly dark thicket. They had to hide twice more as they made their way through Verdania's eerie woods. Once, from a pack of snarling creatures with glowing red eyes that prowled just inches from their hiding spot. Another time, from a towering beast whose footsteps shook the ground beneath them. Each time they emerged unscathed but shaken, Merrin would pick up where he left off. "Raylan's supposed to be a master of ancient magic," he said quietly after their latest close call. "Knows spells and rituals no one else remembers." Syrala nodded, determination hardening her resolve with each word. The pendant seemed to pulse in response, guiding her steps through the labyrinthine forest. "We'll find him," she said firmly, more to herself than to Merrin. Merrin offered a small smile, though his eyes remained wary. "I hope so." And so they continued their journey through Verdania's haunted woods, driven by stories and whispers of a sage who might hold the key to unraveling Lysaria's dark past. Raylan the Sage, known throughout Lysaria as a figure of immense wisdom and arcane mastery, had a past shrouded in both mystery and reverence. Originally from the hidden village of Elderglen, a sanctuary where the old ways and magic were preserved, Raylan had lived a life much longer than most. The village existed outside the normal flow of time, allowing its inhabitants to experience centuries as if they were mere decades. Raylan's journey from Elderglen began when he felt a sense of duty to protect the wider world from the dark forces he sensed rising. His warnings to the ruling council of Lysaria about King Eric's growing interest in forbidden magic fell on deaf ears. Disillusioned, Raylan retreated into the eastern forests after witnessing the fall of his homeland to Eric's forces. He established a small sanctuary, continuing his studies and awaiting the arrival of the prophesied one who would challenge the darkness. In his hut, Raylan felt a shift in the natural energies that surrounded him. The forest seemed to whisper, carrying with it the presence of two approaching souls. His deep green eyes flickered with recognition. He rose from his chair, his weathered robes rustling softly. His fingers brushed against the various charms and symbols adorning his dwelling, their familiar textures grounding him in the present moment. Raylan moved with deliberate grace, his lean frame casting long shadows against the flickering firelight. The hut was a chaotic harmony of ancient tomes, Vials of mysterious liquids and herbs hung to dry, filling the air with a blend of earthy and arcane scents. Each item had its place. He paused at the door, placing a hand on the rough-hewn wood. The sensation of Syrala's presence grew stronger, the pendant's magic resonating with his own. It was a sensation he had long awaited. With a soft creak, Raylan opened the door and stepped outside. The forest greeted him with its familiar embrace, the dappled sunlight casting a warm glow on his pale bluish skin. He stood still, eyes closed, feeling the approach of Syrala and Marin. Their footsteps, though cautious, carried a sense of purpose and urgency. Raylan's eyes opened, sharp and discerning. He knew the journey that lay ahead for the young girl and her companion, and he was ready to guide them. As they emerged from the forest's edge, he allowed a small, knowing smile to grace his lips. The time had come for the prophesied one to begin her true path. Syrala and Marin pushed through the underbrush, their footsteps muffled by the thick carpet of leaves and moss. The eastern forest loomed around them, an ancient sentinel keeping watch over their journey. They had been traveling for days, guided only by the faint whispers of old legends and Marin's stories about Raylan the Sage. "Are you sure this is the right way?" Marin asked, his voice laced with fatigue and uncertainty. "It has to be," Syrala replied, her grip tightening around the pendant hanging from her neck. The pendant pulsed with a faint, comforting warmth, as if urging her onward. "Raylan is our only hope." As they ventured deeper into the forest, the air grew cooler, tinged with the scent of damp earth and pine. The canopy above them thickened, casting the path into shadow. Yet, despite the growing darkness, Syrala felt a sense of familiarity, as if she had walked this path before in another life. Suddenly, they stumbled upon a clearing bathed in dappled sunlight. In its center stood a small, weathered hut constructed from rough-hewn logs and stones covered in moss. A thin trail of smoke curled from the chimney, suggesting someone was home. "This must be it," Marin whispered. Syrala nodded and stepped forward, her heart pounding in her chest. Standing in the doorway was Raylan the Sage. Raylan's eyes were a deep green, reflecting the forest around him. His gaze lingered on Syrala's pendant before meeting her eyes with a knowing look. "You have come at last," Raylan said, his voice as ancient as the trees that surrounded them. "I have been expecting you." Syrala swallowed hard. "You know who I am?" Raylan nodded slowly. "Indeed, you carry the pendant of Syrala, a symbol of your heritage and your destiny." Marin shifted uneasily beside Syrala. "What does it mean?" "It means," Raylan began, stepping aside to allow them entry into his hut, "that Syrala is more than she appears. She's the key to restoring magic to Lysaria and reclaiming what was lost." The inside of Raylan's hut was a veritable labyrinth of ancient knowledge and arcane artifacts. Towering bookshelves lined the walls, their wooden frames bowing under the weight of countless leather-bound tomes, their spines cracked and faded with age. Vials of mysterious liquids in every hue imaginable crowded rickety tables, their contents shimmering and swirling as if alive. Charms and talismans dangled from every conceivable surface, rafters, doorways, and even the backs of chairs, creating a tinkling symphony with each gust of wind that found its way inside. The air was thick with the scent of herbs and incense, adding to the otherworldly atmosphere. It was a space that embodied both chaos and serenity, a paradox that seemed fitting for a sage of Raylan's caliber. An energy, invisible yet palpable, hummed just beneath the surface, making the hairs on the back of one's neck stand on end. It was as if the very essence of magic had seeped into every nook and cranny of this humble dwelling, transforming it into a nexus of mystical power. Raylan gestured for them to sit by a small hearth where a pot simmered over a low flame. "There is much to discuss," he said cryptically. As they settled in front of him, Syrala felt an overwhelming sense of anticipation mixed with trepidation. The journey she had embarked on was only beginning to reveal its true scope. "Tell me everything," Syrala said firmly. Raylan's eyes twinkled with a mixture of wisdom and sadness as he began to speak. Raylan moved with a quiet grace, gathering a bundle of herbs from a shelf as Syrala and Marin watched. He handed Syrala a sprig of sage and motioned for her to sit on a woven mat. Magic begins with understanding the essence of things, he said, his voice soft but firm. Focus on the sage in your hand. Feel its energy. Syrala closed her eyes, inhaling the earthy scent of the herb. She let her mind wander, trying to connect with the plant's life force. The pendant around her neck grew warm, as if responding to her concentration. Good, Raylan murmured. Now, channel that energy into a simple spell. Light the tip of the sage with your mind. Her brow furrowed in concentration. Slowly, a tiny flame flickered to life at the end of the sprig. Syrala's eyes snapped open in surprise, and she nearly dropped the burning herb. Raylan smiled faintly. You have much potential, Syrala, but control is key. He took the sage from her and extinguished the flame with a wave of his hand. Marin watched in awe, clearly fascinated by the display of magic. You mentioned my pendant, Syrala said, touching it lightly. What can you tell me about it? Raylan's expression grew serious. He sat down across from her and began to speak. The pendant of Syrala is an ancient artifact, he explained. Forged by powerful sorcerers long ago, it holds immense power that can either heal or destroy, depending on its wielder. He reached out and gently touched the pendant, causing it to glow faintly. It is connected to your lineage. Your ancestors were guardians of this land, protectors of its magic. But why me? Syrala asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Because you are their heir, Raylan said simply. And with this pendant comes great responsibility. He stood up and walked over to an ancient tapestry hanging on the wall. The fabric depicted scenes of battle and triumph, with figures holding aloft glowing pendants, much like Syrala's. This tapestry tells the prophecy, Raylan said, pointing to an image of a young woman standing against a backdrop of darkness and fire. It speaks of one who will rise to challenge the darkness, one who will restore balance and bring peace to Lysaria. Syrala stared at the tapestry, feeling a mix of awe and fear. The figure in the prophecy looked strikingly similar to her. Raylan turned back to face them, his eyes filled with determination. Your journey will be fraught with danger and hardship, he said solemnly. But you are not alone. The pendant will guide you, as will those who believe in your cause. Syrala nodded slowly, feeling the weight of her destiny settling upon her shoulders. Marin placed a reassuring hand on her arm. We'll face it together, he said firmly. Raylan gave them both a nod of approval before continuing their lesson in magic, knowing that every bit of knowledge would be crucial in the days to come. Raylan led Syrala and Marin deeper into his sanctuary, a haven of knowledge and ancient magic. Shelves lined the walls, crammed with books and scrolls, each overflowing with wisdom from bygone eras. Ancient texts lay scattered across tables, their pages etched with arcane symbols and inscribed in forgotten languages. The scent of old parchment mingled with the aroma of herbs, imbuing the room with an aura of timeless wisdom and mystery. Magic is not just about power. Raylan began, guiding Syrala to a large worn tome on a nearby table. It is about understanding the world and your place within it. He opened the book, revealing intricate diagrams of magical circles and elemental forces. Syrala leaned in, her eyes widening in fascination at the complexity of the drawings. Let's start with elemental control, Raylan said, pointing to a section on water manipulation. Water is fluid, adaptable. It can be gentle or forceful. Close your eyes and imagine the water in this bowl. Syrala did as instructed, feeling the cool presence of the water beside her. Slowly, she raised her hand, palm facing the bowl. The water responded, rippling gently at first, then forming small waves that lapped against the edges. Good, Raylan said, nodding in approval. Now, shape it. Create something from the water. With a deep breath, Syrala focused harder. The waves began to swirl, rising and twisting until they formed a delicate, spiraling column. She opened her eyes, astonished by what she had created. Excellent control, Raylan remarked. But remember, balance is crucial. Every action has a reaction. As Syrala practiced, Raylan began to explain more about the prophecy. He showed her an ancient scroll, its edges frayed and its ink faded but still legible. The prophecy speaks of a time when darkness will cover Lysaria, he said, tracing a finger along the parchment. a time when a chosen one will rise to challenge this darkness and restore balance. He paused, allowing the weight of his words to sink in. Syrala listened intently, feeling the significance of her role grow with each passing moment. "You are that chosen one," Raylan continued, "but power alone will not save us. You must learn wisdom, restraint, and compassion." Day by day, Syrala's understanding deepened. She learned to manipulate not just water, but also earth and air. Raylan taught her to create protective wards and to heal minor wounds using the life force around her. Each lesson built upon the last, forming a foundation of knowledge and skill. Merrin watched her progress with admiration, often joining in the lessons when Raylan permitted. The sage's sanctuary became a place of learning and growth, its walls echoing with the whispers of ancient magic and newfound hope. Through Raylan's guidance, Syrala began to see the larger picture. The prophecy was not just a burden, but a calling, a chance to restore what had been lost. And with each new spell she mastered, she felt more prepared to face the challenges ahead. Raylan's sanctuary, nestled deep within the forest, became a beacon of enlightenment, a place where past and future intertwined in the pursuit of restoring balance to Lysaria. Each day, the bond between teacher and student grew stronger, as did Syrala's resolve to fulfill her destiny. As the days turned into weeks, Syrala's skills flourished under Raylan's meticulous guidance. She mastered the art of elemental control, weaving water, earth, and air with ease. Her confidence grew, and with it, her understanding of the immense responsibility that came with her power. Merrin, always by her side, absorbed what he could, providing moral support and sharing in the wonder of their shared journey. Syrala tossed and turned in her sleep, her brow furrowed with distress. The dream enveloped her like a thick fog, vivid and unyielding. She saw a small village nestled in a valley, its inhabitants bustling with daily life. But the scene shifted, darkening. Shadows stretched across the cobblestone streets, and a palpable sense of dread filled the air. A great evil loomed on the horizon, threatening to consume the village. She woke with a start, heart pounding, the images from her dream lingering like a heavy mist. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't shake off the feeling that something terrible was about to happen. The next morning, Syrala approached Raylan, her expression troubled. "I had a dream," she began. "It felt so real. A village, in a valley. Something terrible is going to happen there." Raylan looked up from the ancient tome he was reading, his eyes softening with concern. Dreams can be powerful, especially for someone with your gifts, but not all dreams are prophecies, Syrala. Sometimes they are merely reflections of our fears and anxieties. Syrala shook her head, her determination unwavering. This was different. I could feel it, Raylan. The fear, the danger, it was so real. I can't just ignore it. Raylan closed the book and rose from his chair, placing a reassuring hand on her shoulder. I understand your concerns, Syrala, but you must be cautious. Acting on every dream could lead you down a path of constant uncertainty. Merrin, who had been listening from a corner, stepped forward. If Syrala feels this strongly about it, maybe there's something to it. We've seen her instincts prove true before. Raylan sighed, his gaze shifting between the two young faces filled with resolve. Very well. If you are certain, we shall not dismiss it. But remember, we must tread carefully. Syrala nodded, gratitude mingling with the urgency in her eyes. I need to go there, Raylan. I need to see if I can help. Raylan studied her for a moment longer before giving a reluctant nod. Take caution, Syrala. The journey will be perilous and the outcome uncertain, but if your heart tells you this is right, then follow it. With Merrin by her side, Syrala prepared to set out, the images from her dream guiding her steps. The village awaited, and with it, the unknown danger she felt compelled to face. Chapter 4. The throne room of King Eric's palace in Eldarhelm was a cavern of shadows and whispers. The walls, lined with ancient, malevolent tapestries, seemed to pulse with a life of their own. Flickering torches mounted in iron sconces cast an eerie light, dancing shadows across the room like specters. Eric sat upon his dark throne, a monolith of obsidian and onyx. His eyes were closed, his face a mask of deep concentration. The air around him thrummed with the oppressive weight of dark magic, making the space feel almost suffocating. Within the depths of his mind, Eric communed with the sinister force that had been his companion since he usurped the throne. It was a presence both ancient and powerful, whispering promises of dominion and strength. The king's breathing was slow and measured as he delved deeper into this connection. Tendrils of dark energy coiled around him, drawing from the entity's wellspring of power. "You must be vigilant," the voice echoed in his mind, each word laced with an undercurrent of menace. "There are forces moving against you." Eric's brow furrowed slightly, but he remained silent, absorbing the warnings. His paranoia had served him well over the years, allowing him to quash any threat to his reign swiftly and mercilessly. "The girl with the pendant," the voice continued, sending a chill down Eric's spine. "She is a beacon of hope for those who would see you dethroned." His fingers tightened on the arms of his throne. He had heard rumors, whispers among his spies, of a girl who possessed a powerful artifact. This could not be ignored. "She must be found and destroyed," the voice hissed, its urgency clear. "Her power grows with each passing day." Eric nodded slightly in agreement, though his eyes remained closed. He would redouble his efforts to hunt down this girl and any who aided her. As he continued to draw upon the dark entity's power, the tension in the room seemed to intensify. The shadows grew darker, more pronounced, as if reacting to his growing resolve. Finally, Eric opened his eyes. He rose from his throne, the air around him crackling with latent energy. He knew what needed to be done. The creature's voice echoed in Eric's mind, a chorus of rage and frustration that reverberated through the darkened throne room. "The girl grows stronger by the day. She gathers allies, those who would see your reign toppled." Eric's hands gripped the arms of his throne tighter, the veins on his temples throbbing. The shadows around him seemed to pulse with each beat of his heart. "You must act swiftly." The creature continued, its voice an ominous growl. "If she is not stopped, everything you have built will crumble. All will be lost." Eric's eyes snapped open, burning with cold fury. The sheer audacity of this girl, a mere child, thinking she could defy him, sent waves of anger coursing through his veins. He could feel the dark magic within him responding to his rage, growing stronger and more volatile. "No one defies me," Eric spat, rising from his throne with a sudden, violent motion. His eyes blazed like twin infernos of icy determination. "Especially not some insignificant girl." He paced across the room, the torch's light casting harsh shadows on his sharp features. His mind raced with thoughts of retribution and domination. "I will find her," he declared, his voice a low growl that filled the chamber. "She will not escape me." Eric paused, turning to face the empty space before him as if challenging the very air around him. "I will take her power for myself," he vowed, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "And I will crush all who dare to defy me." The creature's presence seemed to swell with satisfaction at Eric's resolve. The king felt its dark power surge through him, bolstering his already ironclad determination. "Do not fail me," the voice whispered one last time before fading into the recesses of his mind. Eric stood alone in the dim light of his throne room, his resolve hardened like never before. He would ensure that Lysaria remained under his rule, no matter the cost. The creature's dark laughter echoed chillingly in Eric's mind. It was a laughter devoid of joy, filled instead with a malevolent amusement that seemed to seep into the very marrow of his bones. "You think you can wield this power without consequence?" the creature's voice hissed, each word dripping with scorn. "The power you seek is not easily tamed, Eric. It will devour you if you are not careful." For a moment, a sense of dark foreboding settled over the throne room. The flickering torchlight seemed to dim, casting long shadows that danced ominously along the walls. "I am the rightful ruler of Lysaria," he declared, his voice cold and commanding. "No mere girl will stand in my way." He took a step forward, his regal robes billowing behind him like a stormy cloud. The firelight caught on the symbols of power adorning his attire, casting an eerie glow. "Do you hear me?" he continued, addressing both the creature and the unseen forces around him. I am King Eric. I control my destiny. I control this realm. His confidence bordered on hubris as he allowed himself a cruel smile. He believed wholeheartedly that he could master even the most dangerous forces at his disposal. The thought of Syrala, this girl with her mysterious pendant, being any kind of threat to him was almost laughable. I will crush her, Eric said with finality, his eyes blazing with conviction, and I will harness every ounce of power she possesses. Nothing would stand in his way, not Syrala, not ancient prophecies, and certainly not warnings from a dark entity he believed he could control. Lysaria would remain under his rule, no matter the cost. Eric rose from his throne, his movements deliberate and commanding. The dark throne room seemed to close in around him, the flickering torchlight casting grotesque shadows on the walls. He envisioned Syrala in chains before him, her pendant gleaming with untapped power that he would soon claim as his own. The thought of wielding such power sent a thrill through him, intensifying his determination. As he descended, the camera of fate followed his every move. His dark robes flowed behind him like the wings of a great predatory bird, and his eyes glinted with cold ambition. Eric's thoughts spiraled deeper into his obsession. Syrala was no longer just a threat, she was an opportunity. The pendant she carried was not merely a trinket, it was a key to greater power, perhaps even immortality. His mind raced with visions of absolute control over Lysaria and beyond. She will not escape me, he muttered under his breath, his voice a low growl that reverberated through the empty hall. But as he reached the bottom of the steps, an unsettling sensation crept into his thoughts. The creature's earlier warning echoed faintly in his mind. The power you seek is not easily tamed. It will devour you if you are not careful. For a fleeting moment, doubt flickered in Eric's eyes. Could this power truly be mastered? Or would it consume him as it had so many others before? He shook off the thought with a sneer, dismissing it as weakness. No one controls me, he whispered fiercely to himself, clenching his fists. As Eric exited the throne room, his steps echoed ominously through the corridors of the castle. The oppressive atmosphere seemed to press down upon him, foreshadowing the dark events that lay ahead. His ambition burned brightly, but so did the implicit warning. Seeking such power might lead to his undoing. Chapter 5. The king's men descended upon the village like a plague, their arrival heralded by the thunderous sound of hooves and the sinister gleam of cold steel. Shouts echoed through the narrow streets as villagers frantically scrambled to hide their children and valuables. A soldier, his face twisted with grim determination, kicked down the door of a modest cottage with brutal force. Inside, a mother clutched her two children tightly, her eyes wide with uncontainable terror. The soldier yanked the children from her desperate grasp, paying no heed to her anguished pleas. "Please, they're just children," she cried, her voice breaking with despair. "They're mages," the soldier spat back with disdain, dragging the frightened youngsters into the street without a second thought. Outside, chaos reigned supreme. Villagers tried to resist, wielding whatever makeshift weapons they could find in a futile attempt to defend their homes. An old man swung a rusty scythe at a soldier, only to be cut down mercilessly. His lifeless body crumpled to the ground, blood seeping into the dirt, a stark reminder of the brutality of the invaders. "Stand down," bellowed Captain Draven, his voice carrying over the cacophony. "Anyone who resists will meet the same fate." A group of villagers formed a barricade near the town square, hoping to protect their homes and loved ones. One brave soul hurled a stone at the advancing soldiers, striking one on the helmet. The retaliation was swift and brutal. Swords flashed and cries of pain filled the air as bodies fell, one by one. "Leave us be," shouted a woman from behind the makeshift barricade. "We have nothing to do with mages." Captain Draven's eyes narrowed to slits. "Burn it," he ordered coldly. Torches were lit and thrown onto the thatched roofs. Flames licked hungrily at the dry straw, quickly spreading from house to house like a ravenous beast. Thick, acrid smoke billowed into the sky as fire consumed everything in its path, reducing the village to cinders. Amidst the carnage, soldiers continued rounding up more children. They were bound and placed onto horses, their tear-streaked faces reflecting sheer, unadulterated terror. One boy, driven by desperation, tried to escape but was quickly caught and tossed back onto a horse like a sack of grain. "Move out," Draven commanded once his men had gathered their captives. With one last indifferent look at the burning village, the soldiers mounted their horses and rode away, leaving devastation and heartbreak in their wake. As soon as they were gone, villagers rushed to extinguish the fires. Buckets of water were passed from hand to hand in a desperate attempt to salvage what little remained. Cries for help mingled with sobs as they tended to the injured and mourned their dead. In moments of sheer panic and heartbreak, they fought against overwhelming despair, holding on to whatever sliver of hope they could salvage from the ashes, determined to rebuild their lives amidst the ruins left behind by King Eric's merciless reign. Sir Alden moved cautiously through the shadowed corridors of Shadowspire Keep, his keen eyes scanning every nook and cranny for potential threats or hidden passages. The ancient fortress, though abandoned for centuries, still exuded an air of formidable presence, its thick stone walls whispering of battles long past. His squires followed closely behind, their faces etched with exhaustion and curiosity, the weight of recent events evident in their every step. Alden paused by a crumbling archway, noting a faint draft seeping through the ancient stones. "There's something below," he murmured, more to himself than to his companions, his voice barely a whisper against the oppressive silence. Pushing aside debris and dust-covered tapestries, they uncovered a set of narrow stairs descending into darkness. With torches in hand, they ventured down the steps, each one creaking ominously under their weight. The scent of burning coal and the rhythmic clang of metal against metal grew stronger as they descended, the sounds echoing through the narrow passageway. Alden's hand tightened on his sword hilt, his senses on high alert. As they reached the bottom, a cavernous chamber opened up before them, illuminated by the glow of numerous forges. The sight stopped them in their tracks. Dwarves, short and stout with broad shoulders, hammered away at anvils, sparks flying with each powerful strike. The forge was alive with activity, the dwarves working with a practiced efficiency that spoke of generations spent mastering their craft. At the center of the bustling scene stood Torin, his long beard meticulously braided and streaked with silver, eyes like steel surveying his kin with a mixture of pride and vigilance. "By the gods," Alden breathed, astonished by the unexpected revelation. Torin's head snapped up at the sound of voices. "Intruders," he roared, raising a heavy hammer high above his head. The dwarves halted their work instantly, hands moving to weapons within reach, ready to defend their sanctuary. Alden stepped forward, hands raised in a gesture of peace and diplomacy. "We mean no harm," he said, his voice steady despite the tension crackling in the air. Torin's eyes narrowed, his expression hardening. "Humans? Here? After all we've suffered at your king's hands?" The tension was palpable as both sides stood poised for conflict. Alden felt his heart race, but forced himself to remain calm and composed. "We're not with King Eric," he declared firmly. "I'm Sir Alden, once a knight in his service, but now an enemy of his tyranny." Torin's grip on his hammer did not relax. Suspicion etched deeply into his features. "Words are easy," he growled. "Prove your intent." One of Alden's squires, a young lad with a nervous tremor in his voice, spoke up. "We fled because we refused to follow unjust orders, because we believe in justice." The dwarf leader eyed them warily, but eventually signaled for his kin to hold their ground. "What brings you here?" he asked, his voice gruff but curious. "Sanctuary," Alden replied honestly, "and perhaps allies." A murmur rippled through the assembled dwarves as they exchanged glances, a mix of skepticism and intrigue. Torin studied Alden for a long moment before finally lowering his hammer, the tension easing ever so slightly. "If you seek allies," Torin said slowly, his voice carrying a weight of caution, "then speak plainly and prove your worth." He gestured toward the anvil beside him, a silent challenge. "Show us you are not like those who've wronged us." Alden nodded. stepping closer to where Torin stood. It wasn't just about survival anymore. It was about forging bonds that could turn the tide against a common enemy. He knew that this moment could shape the future of their struggle, and so began the cautious discussions between men and dwarves in the bowels of Shadowspire Keep, a tentative alliance born from mutual need. As they spoke, the ancient walls seemed to come alive, bearing witness to the forging of new bonds in the heart of the ancient fortress. Around the long stone table in the center of the chamber, Sir Alden and his men sat with the dwarves, the air heavy with the mingling scents of sweat, metal, and ale. Torin leaned back in his chair, eyes sharp as he studied the human knights across from him. Alden mirrored his posture, though his hand rested on his knee rather than a weapon. "So," Torin began, "you left the king's service because you have a sense of honor. I respect that." He took a swig from his mug, foam clinging to his beard. Alden nodded. "We couldn't stand by while innocent lives were destroyed. We seek to restore justice to Lysaria." One of Torin's kin, a burly dwarf named Graldrin, chuckled. "Big words for tall folk." He slapped an intricately forged axe onto the table. "But let's see if you can appreciate true craftsmanship." The knights leaned forward, eyes widening at the sight of the weapon. The axe was a masterpiece. Its blade gleamed with an otherworldly sheen, and intricate runes adorned its handle. "Beautiful work," one of Alden's squires remarked, reaching out but stopping short of touching it. "Aye," Graldrin grinned proudly. "It's forged with iron from our deepest mines and tempered with dragon fire." Another dwarf joined in, holding up a gleaming sword with an ornate hilt. "And this here, it's been passed down through 5 generations." The men murmured in admiration, and soon they were exchanging stories about battles fought and foes vanquished. The tension that had once crackled between them began to dissolve into shared laughter and nods of respect. Mugs of ale clinked together as tales of heroism gave way to games of strength and skill. Arm wrestling contests erupted around the table. Graldrin squared off against one of Alden's squires, their faces red with exertion as their arms trembled above the tabletop. "Come on, lad, don't let a dwarf beat you," another knight called out encouragingly. With a final burst of strength, the squire managed to push Graldrin's arm down. The dwarves erupted into good-natured laughter, slapping each other on the back. Torin raised his mug high. "To new allies," he bellowed. The night wore on with more games and stories, each side eager to impress the other with feats of strength or tales of valor. Weapons were examined with keen interest. Knights marveled at dwarf craftsmanship, while dwarves appreciated human ingenuity. By the end of the evening, a sense of camaraderie had settled over them like a warm cloak. The lines between human and dwarf blurred as they found common ground in their shared goals and mutual respect. For this night at least, Shadowspire Keep was not just a place of refuge, but a haven for burgeoning friendship and alliance. In the heart of Eldarhelm, deep beneath the gnarled roots of ancient oaks, lay a hidden chamber that resonated with the soft hum of magic. Cloaked figures gathered around a large circular table hewn from dark stone, their faces obscured by the flickering light of enchanted candles. These candles shimmered with a supernatural glow, casting eerie patterns on the rough-hewn walls, creating an atmosphere thick with mystery and anticipation. The air was heavy with the scent of old parchment and herbal incense, mingling to form a heady aroma that spoke of forgotten spells and ancient rites. Murmurs filled the space, each voice blending urgency with hope, a desperate yet hopeful desire for transformation. Eldric, an aged mage with a silver beard and intense blue eyes, raised a hand to command silence. "We have received much news of late," he began, his voice a gravelly whisper that reverberated through the chamber like distant thunder. The heir, long presumed lost, may have been identified. Gasps and murmurs rippled through the gathering, a wave of disbelief and excitement. A young mage, eyes wide with a mix of awe and skepticism, leaned forward. "You mean the orphan girl?" Eldric nodded, his expression serious, his eyes reflecting the weight of the revelation. "Yes, it is said she possesses the pendant of Syrala, an artifact of immense power. If true, She is the one foretold to restore balance to Lysaria. His words lingered in the air, heavy with the significance of their implications, an unspoken challenge hanging between them. Another mage, Marilyn, a woman with sharp features and a hawk-like gaze, spoke up, her voice slicing through the murmur of voices like a blade. "And what of the knight, Sir Alden? I hear he has turned against Eric and seeks to protect the girl." Her question was met with a ripple of interest, the assembly leaning in, eager for more details about the disgraced knight and his newfound loyalty. Thorian, the blind mage, sat silently, his presence a steadying force. Despite his lack of sight, he seemed to sense the undercurrents of tension and hope that permeated the room. "Sir Alden's allegiance is a significant turn," he finally said, his voice carrying a quiet authority. "His knowledge of Eric's strategies will be invaluable, but we must tread carefully. Eric will not take this betrayal lightly." His words, though few, added a layer of caution to the burgeoning optimism, reminding them all of the perilous path ahead. Eldric's presence in the room was commanding despite his age. His long silver beard framed a face etched with the lines of countless battles and decisions made for the greater good. The piercing blue eyes, sharp and knowing, seemed to penetrate the very essence of those around him, revealing truths unspoken. His robes, a deep indigo trimmed with silver runes, flowed around him like the night sky, enhancing his aura of authority and wisdom. As the de facto leader of the hidden mages, Eldric's influence was unparalleled. Every mage in the room looked to him not only for guidance, but for hope in these dark times. His decisions, often a blend of caution and boldness, had kept them hidden and safe for many years. Eldric had lived through the rise of King Eric and the fall of Lysaria's golden age, and his vast knowledge of ancient artifacts and prophecies made him an indispensable figure in their struggle. Marilyn, seated to Eldric's right, contrasted sharply with his calm demeanor. Her features were sharp, almost bird-like, and her eyes, dark and intense, missed nothing. The nickname Hawk-Eyed suited her perfectly. Dressed in practical yet elegant attire, her garments bore no adornments save for a single intricate brooch, a hawk in flight. Her strategic mind and pragmatic approach had earned her a position of significant influence within the group. Unlike Eldric, whose wisdom and foresight were his greatest tools, Marilyn was known for her decisive actions and keen strategic planning. She was unafraid to voice her opinions, often pushing for calculated risks that others might shy away from. Her sharp intellect and readiness to act ensured that the hidden mages always had a plan, no matter how dire the situation. Their partnership was a delicate balance of wisdom and action. While Eldric pondered the broader implications of their moves, Marilyn ensured that their strategies were grounded and executable. The other mages often looked to her for direction in the heat of the moment, trusting her judgment implicitly. Eldric's calm, deliberate manner reassured them, but it was Marilyn's sharp intellect that made them feel prepared for any challenge. Her ability to assess risks and make quick decisions was as crucial to their survival as Eldric's long-term vision. Eldric, the visionary, saw the paths ahead, while Marilyn, the tactician, cleared the obstacles from their immediate path. Eldric's eyes, as blue and deep as a summer sky, surveyed the room. His silver beard, long and flowing, added an air of venerable wisdom. Lines etched deeply into his face spoke of countless years spent in contemplation and struggle. Every movement he made, deliberate and measured, conveyed an authority that demanded respect without uttering a single word. "We cannot ignore this," Eldric said, his voice steady and firm. "If Syrala is indeed the heir, we must find her and offer our guidance and protection. The time for hiding is over." The hawk-eyed mage nodded, her sharp eyes narrowing. "Agreed, but we must act with caution. Eric's reach is long, and his spies are everywhere. We cannot afford to make a misstep." A murmur of agreement swept through the room, the mages exchanging worried glances. Eldric placed a reassuring hand on the table, the rough stone cool beneath his palm. "We have allies still. Sir Alden's defection is a sign that even within Eric's ranks, there is dissent. We must seek him out as well." A young mage, barely out of his apprenticeship, raised a hesitant hand. But how will we find them, Master Eldrick? The kingdom is vast and the dangers are many. The hawk-eyed mage stepped forward, her voice cutting through the doubt like a knife. We start with the last known locations. Syrala was seen in Ashthorn, aiding the villagers. Sir Alden was headed towards the eastern forests. We send scouts, trusted ones, to gather information and report back. Eldrick nodded, his gaze meeting hers. And we prepare ourselves for what lies ahead. Our time in the shadows has taught us much, but now we must step into the light. The assembly broke into smaller groups, discussing plans and strategies in hushed tones. Eldrick and the hawk-eyed mage stood together, a silent understanding passing between them. Eldrick stroked his beard thoughtfully, considering the ramifications. Alden's rebellion could be the catalyst we need. He is a man of honor, respected even among our enemies. His support lends credibility to Syrala's claim. A younger mage, cloaked in green, leaned forward, eyes alight with determination. We must act. The time for hiding is over. We should reach out to Alden and Syrala, offer our aid. Eldrick raised a hand to temper the enthusiasm, his voice steadying the eager crowd. We must be cautious. Revealing ourselves too soon could lead to disaster. We need a strategy. The hawk-eyed mage nodded. Agreed. We should send envoys, trusted individuals who can gauge their intentions and offer our support discreetly. A murmur of assent spread through the chamber, the sound of resolve and readiness. We will send a small delegation to find Syrala and Alden. They will offer our assistance and gauge the situation. Meanwhile, we continue to prepare. Our time in the shadows may soon come to an end. The mages exchanged resolute glances, their purpose clear and unified. The meeting adjourned with a renewed sense of hope and urgency. The mages in hiding, long oppressed and fearful, now saw a glimmer of light in the form of a young girl and a disgraced knight. Out of the shadows, Thorian stepped forward. The room fell silent as he moved, his blind eyes clouded but his demeanor unyielding. There is another force. Thorian's voice, though quiet, carried the weight of centuries. A force that hasn't revealed itself yet. The mages turned to him, a mixture of respect and curiosity in their eyes. Eldrick inclined his head, urging Thorian to continue. An ancient evil force, Thorian said, his tone grave. One that the king now serves. A ripple of unease spread through the room. The hawk-eyed mage's sharp gaze softened, a rare glimpse of vulnerability. What do you mean, Thorian? Thorian's expression remained inscrutable, but his words held a chilling certainty. I have felt its return. This force is not content with merely aiding Eric. It has the king in its grip, controlling his every move. Eldrick clenched his fists, his voice strained. Are you certain of this, Thorian? It is waiting, biding its time. It uses Eric as a puppet, a means to an end. Murmurs erupted among the mages, fear and determination intertwining. The hawk-eyed mage stepped forward, her voice steadying the group. Then we face not just a tyrant, but a dark entity as well. Our task has become even more perilous. Eldrick nodded, his mind racing with the implications. We must adjust our strategy. This changes everything. Thorian's presence seemed to calm the rising panic. Indeed, we must be vigilant and we must act swiftly. The force will not remain hidden forever. Thorian remained where he stood, his blind eyes unseeing, yet all-knowing. The room buzzed with renewed purpose, each mage understanding the gravity of the task before them. They had to find Syrala and Sir Alden, not just to restore the kingdom, but to confront an ancient evil that threatened to consume them all. The blind mage stood as a figure of enduring strength and mystery among the hidden mages of Lysaria. His weathered face, lined with the marks of countless years and wisdom, bore testament to a life lived through both triumph and tragedy. His eyes, clouded over with blindness, saw nothing of the physical world, yet Thorian's insight into the realms of magic and the future was unparalleled. Despite his lack of sight, he moved with a calm assurance, each step deliberate and purposeful, as though guided by unseen forces. Born into an age long past, Thorian had once been a powerful seer, his visions helping to guide Lysaria through times of need. His blindness was a result of a magical accident, a sacrifice made in the pursuit of ancient and forbidden knowledge. As Thorian stood in the dimly lit chamber, the mages around him hung on his every word. His presence alone commanded respect. Eldric, the leader of the hidden mages, watched Thorian with a mixture of reverence and anticipation. "Thorian, your insight is invaluable to us," Eldric said, his voice tinged with urgency. "What can we do to counter this ancient evil?" Thorian's head tilted slightly, as if listening to whispers only he could hear. "We must gather our strength and seek out the one who holds the pendant," he replied. "Syrala is key to our success. She must be protected at all costs." Marilyn, the hawk-eyed mage, stepped forward, her sharp features softened by concern. "But how do we find her? And how do we fight a force so deeply entwined with Eric?" Thorian's expression remained inscrutable. "The pendant she carries is a beacon. It will guide us if we listen. As for the dark force, we must be united. Only together can we hope to stand against it." With Thorian's words resonating in their hearts, the mages set about their tasks. Chapter 6. Syrala and Marin stumbled into Ashthorn, the acrid smell of charred wood assaulting their senses. The once vibrant village now lay in ruins, with smoldering remnants of homes and scattered belongings strewn across the ground. Villagers moved like shadows through the debris, their faces etched with grief and weariness. "We need to help," Syrala whispered, her eyes wide with horror. Marin nodded. "Let's find those who need us." They split up, each diving into the chaos. Syrala knelt beside an elderly woman cradling a wounded child. "Let me see," she said gently, examining the child's injuries. Nearby, Marin assisted a group of villagers trying to clear rubble from a collapsed home. "We'll get through this," he assured them, his voice steady despite the turmoil around him. At the edge of the village, Raylan the Sage worked tirelessly, his hands glowing with a soft green light as he healed those he could. Sweat beaded on his forehead, and his breaths came in ragged gasps. He moved from one injured person to the next, each spell taking a visible toll on him. "Sage Raylan?" Syrala called out as she approached him with the wounded child in her arms. "Can you help?" Raylan glanced up, exhaustion clear in his eyes. He nodded and placed his hands over the child, murmuring ancient incantations. The glow intensified for a moment before fading as the child's breathing steadied. "I can't keep this up much longer," Raylan admitted, wiping his brow. "But I'll do what I can." As they continued their efforts, the sound of hoofbeats thundered through the village. Heads turned towards the source as riders appeared at the outskirts of Ashthorn. Panic rippled through the crowd. Villagers grabbed makeshift weapons and formed a defensive line. "Ready yourselves," Marin shouted, joining the villagers with a determined look on his face. Syrala stood beside him, her hand gripping her pendant tightly. Raylan rose unsteadily to his feet, positioning himself between the villagers and the approaching riders. The tension was palpable as the riders slowed their approach and dismounted. At their head was Sir Alden. "We mean no harm," Alden called out, raising his hands in a gesture of peace. "We've come to help." Murmurs of confusion and relief spread through the crowd as Alden's men began distributing supplies and offering aid to those in need. The villagers, initially wary, gradually lowered their makeshift weapons and accepted the assistance with hesitant gratitude. Syrala's grip on her pendant loosened slightly as she observed Sir Alden moving among his men, directing them with a blend of efficiency and compassion that struck her as admirable. His calm demeanor and the genuine concern etched into his features provided her with a sense of reassurance that she desperately needed in that moment. She noticed the tension gradually ease from the villagers' faces, their fear slowly giving way to a fragile sense of trust, as if they were collectively daring to believe that perhaps, just perhaps, there was a path forward from their suffering. The village of Ashthorn slowly began to show signs of life again as Sir Alden's men worked alongside the villagers, distributing supplies and offering aid wherever they could. Syrala and Marin moved through the throng, lending their hands and hearts to the collective effort. Raylan, ever the dedicated healer, continued his work tirelessly, his hands never still for long as he tended to the wounded. Syrala found herself next to a burly man with a bandaged arm who was struggling to shift a fallen beam. "Let me help," she offered, her voice steady with resolve. Together they heaved the beam aside, revealing a young woman trapped underneath. Her eyes fluttered open, and she gasped in relief as fresh air rushed to her lungs. "Thank you," the man said, his voice choked with emotion. "I'm Ferris. This is my sister Anya." Syrala smiled warmly. "I'm Syrala. We're here to help." Meanwhile, Marin worked with a group of villagers to set up a makeshift clinic. He organized supplies with the precision of someone who understood the urgency of their situation, using his knowledge of herbs and medicine to tend to minor injuries. His calm demeanor and steady hands brought a sense of order to the chaotic scene, instilling confidence in those around him. Sir Alden, observing the efforts of Syrala and Marin, approached them with a measured stride. "You two are quite resourceful," he remarked, a hint of admiration in his voice. Syrala looked up from her work, meeting Alden's gaze. "We're just doing what we can. This village has suffered enough." Alden nodded, his expression grave. "King Eric's cruelty knows no bounds. We've seen it firsthand." As the day wore on, the villagers and their newfound allies began to share stories. Around a small fire, a group gathered to eat a simple meal of foraged berries and dried meat. Ferris recounted tales of Ashthorn's past prosperity, his voice carrying the weight of lost nostalgia, while Alden spoke of his rebellion against King Eric. "I was once a knight loyal to the king," Alden admitted, his voice tinged with regret, "but his tyranny, I couldn't stand by and watch any longer." Raylan joined the group, sitting heavily on a fallen log. "It takes great courage to stand against such evil," he said, looking at Alden with respect. "We must all find that courage within ourselves." Syrala spoke up with conviction. "We have a common goal, to restore Lysaria and bring peace back to our land." The villagers murmured in agreement, their spirits lifted by the shared determination. The bonds forming among them felt like the first step toward healing, a glimmer of hope in the darkness that had enveloped their lives. As they continued to help each other and share their stories, a sense of unity began to take root in the heart of Ashthorn, promising a brighter future. As the sun sank below the horizon, casting elongated shadows over the ravaged remnants of Ashthorn, the distant sound of heavy footfalls and the clinking of armor caught everyone's attention. Emerging from the dense forest, Torin and his band of dwarves marched into the village with determined purpose. Their stout figures, clad in intricately crafted armor and wielding formidable weapons, presented a striking contrast to the weary and beleaguered villagers. Torin's sharp, steely eyes scanned the scene, taking in the devastation with a furrowed brow. "Looks like he could use some help," he said, his voice a deep rumble that commanded attention and respect. Sir Alden stepped forward, a smile of relief breaking through his otherwise stern expression. "Torin, your timing couldn't be better. We've managed to stabilize things, but these people need more than just temporary aid." Torin nodded, his eyes softening as they met Alden's. "Aye, we've brought supplies and more hands to help." He gestured to his warriors, who immediately began distributing food, water, and medical supplies among the villagers. The dwarves moved with practiced efficiency, their presence bringing a renewed sense of hope to the beleaguered villagers. One dwarf, with a beard as white as freshly fallen snow, knelt beside Marin at the makeshift clinic, offering him a satchel filled with healing herbs and salves. "Thank you," Marin said, his voice filled with gratitude. The white-bearded dwarf gave a curt nod. "No need for thanks. We're all in this together." As the dwarves integrated into the relief efforts, Sir Alden and Torin gathered the village elders and key figures, including Syrala and Raylan, to discuss the next steps. They convened around a table, hastily set up in the village square, maps and plans spread out before them, illuminated by the flickering light of torches. "This village is nearly destroyed," Alden began, his tone grave and resolute. "Staying here would be a death sentence if Eric's forces return." Torin crossed his arms over his broad chest, his steely gray eyes scanning the anxious faces around him. Shadowspire Keep is still defensible. We've made repairs, and it can shelter ye all, he declared with a confidence that resonated through the tense air. A murmur of hope spread through the gathered villagers, their spirits lifting slightly at the prospect of safety. One elder, his face deeply lined with worry and the weight of responsibility, stepped forward and voiced the concern that lingered in many hearts. It's a long journey. Can we make it with the injured and the children? Raylan, ever the calming presence, placed a reassuring hand on the elder's shoulder. His eyes, reflecting the wisdom of countless years, were filled with calm determination. We will move carefully and ensure everyone's safety. Shadowspire offers not just shelter, but a chance to regroup and plan our resistance, he assured, his voice steady and soothing. Syrala, feeling the familiar weight of her pendant against her chest, nodded in agreement. Her emerald green eyes shone with a mixture of resolve and hope. We must stand together. Shadowspire could be our beacon of hope, she affirmed, her voice carrying a quiet strength that inspired those around her. The flickering torchlight danced on the maps before them, casting long shadows that seemed to echo the arduous journey ahead, yet also the promise of unity and resilience. With a consensus reached, plans were swiftly put into motion. Torrhen's dwarves, along with Sir Alden's men, began organizing the villagers into groups, ensuring that the weakest and most injured were given priority. They devised a strategy to move in stages, with scouts sent ahead to secure the safest routes. As the preparations continued into the night, a sense of purpose and unity enveloped Ashthorn. The journey to Shadowspire Keep marked the beginning of their quest for justice and freedom, a journey that would test their resolve and forge unbreakable bonds of camaraderie and trust. Ahead of the main party, several squires and knights rode, their keen eyes sharp for any hint of threat. Their mounts' hooves barely made a sound on the soft forest floor. The dwarves of the Iron Fist clan, led by the formidable Torrhen, marched at the forefront, their shorter but swift strides eating up the distance with ease. Torrhen's face was set in a determined scowl, his hand ever ready on the hilt of his formidable axe. We must keep moving, Alden said, his voice low but firm. The forest offers some cover, but it also holds dangers. Syrala nodded, her hand unconsciously touching the pendant hanging around her neck, the source of her newfound responsibilities. Do you think we'll make it to Shadowspire without being noticed? She asked. We can only hope, Alden replied, his tone reassuring yet cautious. But we're prepared for anything that comes our way. Marin walked beside them. As they continued, the dwarves in front signaled for a brief halt. Torrhen walked back to confer with Alden and Syrala, his expression serious. All clear so far, Torrhen grunted, his voice a low rumble. But we should not let our guard down. These woods have eyes. Alden nodded. We proceed with caution. Thank you, Torrhen. The dwarf leader gave a curt nod and returned to his position at the head of the column. The villagers took the opportunity to rest, some sitting on fallen logs or leaning against the ancient trees. Children whispered excitedly, their eyes wide with wonder and fear at the unfamiliar surroundings. Syrala took a deep breath, feeling the weight of her responsibility pressing down on her shoulders. With a nod from Alden, the group resumed their arduous journey. The squires and knights continued to scout ahead, ever vigilant. The dwarves, relentless in their march, led the way with unwavering determination. The villagers, despite their fatigue, pressed on, united by a common goal and the hope of a better future. The path to Shadowspire lay ahead, shrouded in uncertainty and peril. Yet with each step, they moved closer to their destination. The group moved at a steady pace through the forest, the sun filtering through the canopy above. Alden rode alongside Syrala, his eyes constantly scanning the surroundings for any signs of danger. The villagers, weary but hopeful, walked behind them, their children clutching at their sides. The path to Shadowspire was long and treacherous, demanding both vigilance and endurance. The sound of many strange creatures filled the air, a symphony of chirps, howls, and rustling that seemed to come from every direction at once. It set the villagers on edge, their nervous whispers carried by the wind. Even Alden, seasoned as he was, felt the weight of unease pressing down on him. An eerie feeling crept up, making the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end. Syrala glanced at him, her emerald eyes wide with concern. "Do you feel that?" Her voice was barely above a whisper. Alden nodded, his grip tightening on the reins. "Stay close, everyone. Something's not right." Marin, walking beside Syrala, glanced around nervously. "What do you think it is? Wolves? I wish it were just wolves," Alden muttered, eyes scanning the thick underbrush. Suddenly, a strange mist appeared out of nowhere, curling around their legs and rising slowly. It was thick, almost tangible, and carried an unnatural chill that seeped into their bones. The mist obscured their vision, turning the once familiar path into a maze of shadows and silhouettes. Torin, the dwarf leader, squinted through the haze. "This ain't no ordinary fog," he grumbled, his voice a low rumble. "Everyone, stay sharp." The villagers huddled closer together, fear palpable in the air. Syrala reached for her pendant, feeling its warmth against her skin, a stark contrast to the cold mist. "Can you do something about this?" Marin asked. Syrala concentrated, focusing on the energy within the pendant. She whispered an incantation Raylan had taught her, hoping to disperse the mist. The pendant glowed faintly, but the mist remained, swirling around them with an almost sentient quality. "It's not working," Syrala admitted, frustration creeping into her voice. Alden placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. "We'll get through this. Just stay close and keep moving." They pressed on, each step cautious, the mist making it hard to see more than a few feet ahead. The strange sounds of the forest seemed amplified, echoing eerily through the fog. It felt as though the forest itself was watching. Ahead of the main party, several squires and knights rode, their keen eyes sharp for any hint of threat. Their mounts' hooves barely made a sound on the soft forest floor. The dwarves of the Iron Fist clan, led by the formidable Torin, marched at the forefront, their shorter but swift strides eating up the distance with ease. Raylan rode up beside Syrala, his movements fluid and graceful, despite the age that seemed to weigh heavily on his frame. His silver-gray hair fluttered slightly in the wind, and his deep green eyes, sharp and observant, locked onto Syrala's face. The lines of wisdom and time etched into his features spoke of countless experiences, but there was a gentleness in his gaze that set Syrala at ease. He closed his eyes, his lips moving silently as he murmured an ancient spell. The words were soft, barely audible over the eerie silence of the forest, but they carried a power that resonated deeply within the air around them. Syrala felt a sudden warmth spread from her pendant, a comforting heat that radiated through her body. The pendant began to glow, its light cutting through the thick mist that surrounded them. The mist recoiled, as if the very presence of the pendant's magic was too much for it to bear. Marin, walking beside Syrala, watched in amazement. His eyes widened, reflecting the glow of the pendant. "Look at that," he breathed, his voice filled with awe. "It's working." The fog, once so thick and impenetrable, began to thin. It swirled away, revealing the path ahead and the trees lining their route. The oppressive weight that had settled over them lifted, allowing them to see and breathe more easily. Only a little bit of the mist remained, lingering around their feet like a reluctant shadow. The way ahead was clearer now, the threat of the unknown diminished. The villagers, sensing the change, relaxed slightly, their fear giving way to cautious optimism. Raylan opened his eyes, a faint smile touching his lips as he looked at Syrala. "Well done," he said simply, his voice carrying the warmth of genuine praise. Raylan rode up beside Alden, his horse matching the knight's pace effortlessly. The sage's presence, calm and composed, provided a steadying influence amid the lingering mist that swirled around their horses' hooves. Alden, ever vigilant, glanced over at Raylan, acknowledging his approach with a curt nod. "Alden," Raylan began, his voice steady and low, resonating with a depth of wisdom, "this forest is more dangerous than we anticipated. The dark magic that has seeped into these woods is but a shadow of what we face ahead." Alden's eyes narrowed, his thoughts clearly weighed down by the burdens of their mission. "The villagers are exhausted, and we have a long journey to Shadowspire. We need to stay vigilant." Raylan nodded in agreement, his expression thoughtful, the lines on his face deepening. Indeed, but we must also prepare for the greater battle ahead. Syrala's journey is only beginning, and she needs our guidance now more than ever. The knight glanced back at Syrala, who rode behind them, her pendant glowing softly against her chest, casting a gentle light in the dim forest. "She shows promise," he said, a note of admiration in his voice. "But she is young, and the weight of her destiny is heavy." "Syrala is resilient," Raylan replied, his tone filled with quiet conviction. "She has already faced more than many her age. With proper guidance, she will become the leader Lysaria needs." Alden's gaze hardened, his features set in determination. "And what of Eric? He grows more desperate by the day. His men are ruthless, and his power seems boundless." Raylan's eyes darkened, the weight of ancient knowledge reflected in their depths. "There is more to Eric's power than mere ambition. A dark entity has claimed him, corrupting his very soul. This entity feeds on his fears and desires, twisting them into something far more dangerous." Alden's grip tightened on his reins, his knuckles whitening. "What kind of entity are we dealing with?" Raylan sighed, the lines of age and worry deepening on his face, his wisdom etched in every wrinkle. "An ancient force, older than Lysaria itself. It seeks to plunge the world into darkness, using Eric as its vessel. The pendant Syrala carries is one of the few things that can counteract this darkness, but it will not be easy." Alden's jaw set in determination, his resolve solidifying. "Then we must protect Syrala at all costs. She is our only hope." Raylan placed a reassuring hand on Alden's shoulder, a gesture of solidarity. "We will face this together, Alden. We must move quickly and prepare for what lies ahead. Shadowspire will be our refuge, but also our fortress. We cannot afford to falter." With a shared understanding, they pressed on, the shadows of the forest parting before them as they rode towards their uncertain future, their hearts steeled for the battles that lay ahead. Two scouts, their faces drawn with urgency, burst through the underbrush. They sought Alden immediately, their voices cutting through the camp's relative calm. "Alden! Sir Alden!" one of them called, breathless. Alden turned sharply, eyes narrowing at the distress evident in their voices. He moved toward them, the camp's quiet falling into a tense silence as villagers and dwarves watched the exchange. "Speak," Alden commanded, his tone steady but urgent. The scout, sweat beading on his forehead, swallowed hard. "Soldiers, sir, not far from here. We think they have prisoners with them." The second scout, equally tense, nodded in agreement. "We spotted them just beyond the ridge. They're moving this way, sir." Alden's face hardened. He glanced around, taking in the faces of the villagers and dwarves who now looked to him for guidance. He raised his voice, commanding the attention of all present. "Everyone, listen. Scouts have spotted King Eric's soldiers nearby. They may have prisoners with them. We must prepare to defend ourselves and protect those who cannot fight." The crowd murmured, fear mingling with a growing resolve. Dwarves exchanged grim nods, their hands instinctively moving to their weapons. Villagers clutched each other, seeking reassurance in the face of the impending threat. Alden continued, "Torin, rally your warriors. Villagers, gather what you can and prepare to move quickly if needed. We will not let Eric's forces take us by surprise." The camp erupted into action. Alden, his gaze steely, turned back to the scouts. "Show me where you saw them." The scouts nodded, leading Alden away as the camp buzzed with the preparations for what lay ahead. As they moved through the dense forest, Alden's thoughts raced. He knew that this confrontation was inevitable, but he had hoped for more time to prepare. The lives of innocents and the future of their rebellion hung in the balance. The scouts led him to a vantage point just above the ridge, where they crouched low behind the cover of some shrubs. Below them, a small detachment of King Eric's soldiers marched through the underbrush, Heir, their armor glinting dully in the filtered sunlight. Alden's jaw clenched at the sight. He knew the cruelty of Eric's regime all too well. "We need to act swiftly and decisively," Alden whispered to the scouts. "Go back to the camp and inform Torin." As they slipped away, Alden remained, his eyes fixed on the soldiers below, a silent vow forming in his heart. He would protect these people, no matter the cost. Alden descended the ridge swiftly, his mind already formulating a plan with each step. As he re-entered the camp, the urgency in his stride caught the attention of everyone around, their conversations fading into a tense silence. "Listen up," Alden's voice cut through the noise, commanding immediate attention. "We need to split into two groups. The first group will continue on to Shadowspire Keep. The second will form a strike force to intercept the soldiers and free the prisoners." He scanned the crowd, noting the mix of determination and anxiety on their faces. "Torin," he called, turning to the stout dwarf leader, "I need you to lead the first group. Take the villagers and a small escort of your best warriors. Get them to Shadowspire, keep safely." "Aye, Alden, we'll get them there," he said, his voice a deep rumble of assurance. "Thank you," Alden replied, clasping Torin's arm briefly, a silent exchange of trust passing between them. He then turned to the rest of his party. "The rest of you with me will be the strike force. We have to move quickly and quietly." Marin stepped forward, his face set with determination. "I'm coming with you." Alden hesitated for a moment, weighing the risks, but then nodded. "All right, but stay close." The villagers began to gather their belongings, guided by the dwarves who had already started organizing the escort. Alden's squires prepared their weapons, their expressions hardened by the reality of the impending battle. "Syrala," Alden called out, catching the young girl's attention. "You stay with Torin. Your safety is paramount." Syrala looked like she wanted to argue, her eyes flashing with the defiance of youth. But then she nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation. "I will. Be careful." Alden gave her a reassuring nod before addressing the strike force. "We move out in 5 minutes. Stay sharp and stay together. We have the element of surprise, and we need to use it to our advantage." Alden's strike force gathered, their weapons ready, their expressions hardening into the steely resolve of those who had everything to lose. Alden looked at Torin one last time. "Take care of them. We'll join you as soon as we can." Torin nodded firmly, his grip on his warhammer tightening. "You do what you need to do, Alden. We'll be ready at Shadowspire." With that, Alden turned to his strike force. "Let's go," he commanded, leading them back toward the ridge. The mission ahead was clear: intercept the soldiers, free the prisoners, and ensure the safety of their people. Torin gathered the escort group at the edge of the camp, his voice carrying a tone of authority that left no room for doubt. The dwarven leader's presence commanded respect, his broad shoulders and muscular frame a testament to his years in battle. The villagers clustered around him, their eyes reflecting a mix of hope and anxiety. "Syrala," Torin called, motioning for her to step forward. She approached, the pendant around her neck glinting faintly in the morning light. Her auburn hair framed her determined face, though her eyes held a flicker of uncertainty. "We move quickly and quietly," Torin continued, addressing the group. "Stay close and follow my lead. We must reach Shadowspire Keep without drawing attention." She understood the weight of her role, the prophecy, and the responsibility she bore. The villagers, sensing her determination, seemed to draw strength from her presence. The elite dwarven warriors took their positions around the group, their movements precise and practiced. Each warrior carried a weapon, meticulously crafted and battle-tested, ready to defend the convoy at a moment's notice. Their faces were stern, their eyes scanning the surroundings for any sign of danger. "Form up," Torin ordered, his voice a low rumble. The group arranged themselves with Syrala and the villagers in the center, flanked by the dwarven warriors. Torin took the lead, his keen eyes assessing the terrain as they began their journey. He led them through narrow trails and hidden routes, avoiding open areas where they might be easily spotted. The dwarves moved with a quiet efficiency, their footsteps barely making a sound against the forest floor. As they traveled, Syrala glanced around at the villagers, their faces lined with fatigue and worry. Yet there was also a glimmer of hope in their eyes, a belief that this journey might lead to a better future. She felt a surge of determination, knowing that their safety depended on her reaching the keep and fulfilling her destiny. Torin paused at a crossroads, his hand raised to signal a halt. He turned to Syrala, his expression serious. "We're approaching a narrow pass. Stay close and keep your eyes sharp." Syrala nodded, gripping the pendant tightly. She could feel the weight of the prophecy, the power within her waiting to be unlocked. She was not just a girl from an orphanage. She was the key to restoring Lysaria. The group continued, their movements synchronized and purposeful. The dwarven warriors maintained their vigilant watch, their senses attuned to any threat. The villagers, though weary, pressed on, driven by the promise of safety at Shadowspire Keep. Torin led them with unwavering confidence, his tactical mind ensuring they stayed one step ahead of any potential danger. His leadership inspired trust, his presence a reassuring constant amidst the uncertainty. Under his guidance, the group navigated the treacherous terrain, inching closer to their destination. Shadowspire Keep loomed in the distance, a beacon of hope and refuge. For Syrala and the villagers, it represented a chance to regroup, to prepare for the battles ahead. For Torin, it was a stronghold where they could fortify their defenses and plan their next moves against King Eric. As they neared the keep, Torin's sharp eyes caught sight of movement ahead. He signaled for the group to halt, his hand resting on the hilt of his weapon. The dwarven warriors tightened their formation, ready to protect their charges. Torin stepped forward, his voice low but firm. "Stay alert. We're almost there." The towering fortress stood as a silent sentinel, its weathered walls promising safety and a chance to turn the tide against the oppressive reign of King Eric. Sir Alden stood at the edge of the camp, his eyes fixed on the horizon. The sun's first light filtered through the trees, casting long shadows over the forest floor, painting a tranquil picture that belied the tension simmering beneath. He turned to face the strike force assembled before him, feeling the weight of leadership settle on his shoulders. "Listen up," Alden began, his voice firm but steady, slicing through the morning quiet. "We have a chance to intercept Eric's soldiers and free the prisoners. Our actions today could change the course of this struggle." Marin stepped forward, his expression resolute and eyes burning with conviction. "We won't let them down, Sir Alden. Those people need us." Alden nodded. He scanned the faces of his squires, young, eager, and ready to prove themselves in the crucible of battle. Despite their youth, he saw in them the same fire that had driven him when he was their age, a fire that could forge true warriors. "Stay close and follow my lead," Alden instructed, his gaze sweeping over the group. "We move swiftly and strike hard, no hesitation." The squires, with their hands resting on their swords, nodded in unison. They had trained for this moment, and though they were still learning, Alden trusted their loyalty and bravery implicitly. Among the seasoned warriors stood a handful of dwarves from the Iron Fist clan, their eyes sharp and focused. They had fought many battles against Eric's forces, and their presence bolstered the strike force's strength immeasurably. One dwarf, his beard braided with iron rings, gave Alden a curt nod. "We're with you, Alden," the dwarf rumbled, his voice like the grinding of stones. "Let's show these soldiers what true warriors can do." Alden clasped the dwarf's forearm in a gesture of solidarity. "Your strength is invaluable, my friend. Together, we will make them regret their tyranny." With the plan set, Alden led the strike force into the forest. The underbrush rustled under their boots, but they moved with practiced stealth, each step a silent promise of retribution. Alden's mind raced with tactics, every move calculated to ensure their success. They reached a vantage point overlooking a narrow pass where the enemy was expected. Alden signaled for the group to halt and took a moment to survey the terrain, every detail committed to memory. He turned to Marin, who was watching him intently, ready for his command. "Marin, take 2 squires and flank them from the east," Alden ordered, his voice low but commanding. "We'll create a diversion from the west. Timing is crucial." Marin nodded, his jaw set in determination. "We'll be ready." As Marin and the squires moved into position, Alden gathered the remaining warriors around him. "We strike fast and free the prisoners," Alden reminded them, his voice a steady anchor. "No one gets left behind." The seasoned warriors, including the dwarves, nodded in agreement. They understood the stakes and were prepared to face whatever came their way, their resolve unshakable. Alden took a deep breath, feeling the familiar rush of adrenaline surge through his veins. "On my signal," he whispered, his voice barely audible over the pounding of his heart. With everything in place, the strike force waited in tense silence, poised on the edge of action, ready to unleash their fury upon King Eric's soldiers and turn the tide of their struggle. The strike force under Sir Alden rode through the dense forest, their eyes scanning for any sign of King Eric's soldiers. The underbrush rustled with their passage, the air thick with anticipation, and the scent of pine mingling with the earthy aroma of damp soil. As they emerged from the woods, the sight that greeted them was unexpected. A line of soldiers, already in a defensive position, weapons gleaming in the early light. The sun's first rays caught on their armor, creating an almost blinding reflection. Alden quickly assessed the situation, his mind racing through tactics and formations. "Form a line," he commanded, his voice cutting through the tension like a blade. His men sprang into action, each knowing their role in the formation, their movements a testament to countless hours of drilling and preparation. The seasoned warriors, clad in heavy armor, took their place at the center of the line. They moved with practiced precision, their shields interlocking to form a formidable wall. Their eyes, hardened by countless battles, locked onto the enemy with steely determination. These were the men who would absorb the brunt of the attack, holding the line and creating opportunities for counterattacks. Their breaths came in steady puffs, visible in the cool morning air. On either flank, the squires positioned themselves, their crossbows at the ready. Lighter in armor but quick and agile, they aimed their weapons at the enemy's flanking units. Their role was clear: protect the main force from being outmaneuvered and provide ranged support. The younger soldiers exchanged brief, nervous glances, but their hands remained steady, fingers poised on triggers. Behind the infantry line, the cavalry waited, both heavy and light. Their horses restless with anticipation, snorting and pawing at the ground. The heavy cavalry, with their lances and heavy armor, would deliver powerful charges at critical moments, aiming to break the enemy's formation. The light cavalry, swift and nimble, were ready to harass the enemy from the sides, disrupting their cohesion. The riders murmured soothing words to their steeds. Sir Alden positioned himself just behind the center of the infantry line, where he could oversee the battle and issue commands. Marin, ever vigilant, stood close by, ready to relay orders or engage in critical actions. The two exchanged a brief nod, a silent acknowledgement of the task ahead. "Steady, men," Alden called out, his voice a calm anchor amidst the rising tension. "Wait for my signal." The enemy soldiers, sensing the impending clash, tightened their grips on their weapons. A moment of stillness hung in the air, the calm before the storm. Each side knew that the coming moments would be decisive, a clash of wills and steel that would echo through the land. Alden raised his sword, his eyes locked on the enemy commander. "For Lysaria," he roared, bringing his sword down in a sweeping arc. The line surged forward, the seasoned warriors leading the charge, their shields absorbing the initial impact as they clashed with the enemy. The ground trembled beneath the onslaught, dust rising in swirling clouds. Crossbow bolts whistled through the air from the flanks, striking down enemy skirmishers and archers. The heavy infantry pushed forward, their weapons swinging in powerful arcs, breaking through the enemy lines. The cavalry, waiting for the opportune moment, prepared to unleash their devastating charge. The battlefield erupted in a cacophony of shouts, clashing steel, and the cries of the wounded. Alden's eyes darted across the scene, every move calculated, every command precise. The fate of the prisoners, and perhaps Lysaria itself, hung in the balance. His heart pounded in his chest. On the flanks, the squires took aim with their crossbows. Bolts whistled through the air, striking enemy soldiers and sowing chaos among their ranks. The squires then transitioned smoothly into melee combat, their lighter armor allowing for swift, precise movements. They guarded the sides of the heavy infantry, ensuring the enemy couldn't encircle them. From his vantage point behind the line, Sir Alden surveyed the battlefield, his keen eyes noting every shift and movement. "Steady," he called, watching the enemy become fully engaged with his infantry. With a nod from Marin, Alden saw his moment. He raised his arm, the signal for the cavalry to charge. The ground trembled as the heavy cavalry surged forward, their lances aimed at the enemy's flanks. They crashed into the exposed sides, their momentum causing a ripple of destruction through the enemy's formation. The light cavalry followed, weaving through the chaos to harass retreating units or assist the heavy cavalry in their charge. They were swift and relentless, ensuring no enemy soldier found respite. Alden monitored the engagement, ready to adapt. His focus sharpened as he noticed a part of the line beginning to falter. Without hesitation, he ordered the reserve units forward to reinforce the weakening section. The fresh troops bolstered the line, preventing any breakthrough. The heavy cavalry's charge had done its job, creating a significant gap in the enemy line. Alden saw the opportunity for a final push. "Forward," he commanded, and the infantry surged ahead, exploiting the breach. They drove the enemy back. The heavy cavalry continued pressing the advantage, while the light cavalry circled around to cut off any retreat. The enemy's formation crumbled under the coordinated assault. As the main engagement drew to a close, the light cavalry pursued the retreating foes, ensuring they couldn't regroup or launch a counterattack. The infantry consolidated their position, securing the battlefield and preparing for any further threats. Alden watched as his forces executed the plan with precision. The enemy had been driven back, their forces scattered. For now, the battlefield belonged to them. As the dust settled and the echoes of clashing steel began to fade, Sir Alden's keen eyes swept over the battlefield. Amidst the chaos and fallen soldiers, a troubling realization struck him. There were no prisoners. His heart sank, a heavy weight pressing against his chest. He had expected to find captives among the enemy ranks, but there was nothing, only the grim aftermath of the skirmish. Alden's jaw tightened. This was no rescue mission, he muttered to himself. The realization hit him like a cold wave. The enemy had lured them into a trap, an ambush carefully laid out to draw his forces into a pitched battle. The fighting had been fierce, both sides trading blows with a ferocity born of desperation and resolve. Bodies lay strewn across the forest floor, a somber testament to the cost of their clash. Alden's forces, though battered and weary, seemed to have the upper hand. His seasoned warriors, bolstered by the steadfast squires and the timely cavalry charges, had managed to break the enemy's formation. The enemy commander, recognizing the futility of further resistance, had called for a retreat, leaving behind their dead and wounded. Alden's gaze moved over his men, many of whom bore fresh wounds. They had fought valiantly, and it showed. The line had held, the flanks had performed admirably, and the cavalry had struck decisive blows. But the cost was steep. Among the fallen, Alden spotted familiar faces, men who had stood by him through countless battles now lying still. As Alden issued orders, directing his men to gather the wounded and prepare for a possible counterattack, he couldn't shake the feeling of unease. The enemy had intended to weaken them, and in many ways, they had succeeded. Yet his forces had endured, their resilience shining through the grim reality of their situation. The forest around them, once serene, now stood as a silent witness to the brutality of their encounter. The birds had ceased their singing, the rustle of leaves drowned out by the lingering cries of the injured. Alden took a deep breath, steeling himself for the next steps. They had survived the ambush. "How many have we lost?" Alden asked, his voice strained with the weight of unspoken grief. The answer came quietly, but hit like a hammer. "Too many," one of the squires replied, eyes cast down, unable to meet Alden's gaze. An eerie feeling crept over Alden, wrapping around his heart like a cold hand. He glanced around at the faces of his men, seeing the toll the battle had taken. "We have to leave here," Alden declared, the urgency in his voice cutting through the somber atmosphere. "The other group, they are vulnerable now." His words struck a chord, the realization dawning on them all. Every second they lingered put their comrades at greater risk. "Leave the dead and carry the injured," Alden commanded, his tone leaving no room for hesitation. "We owe it to those still fighting." The men sprang into action, their movements a blend of efficiency and desperation. The wounded were gently lifted, their pain met with quiet reassurances and promises of safety. Those still able-bodied worked swiftly, their faces set in grim lines as they prepared to move out from this haunted place. Alden took a moment to look over his men, noting the exhaustion in their eyes, the dirt and blood staining their armor. But there was also a flicker of resolve, a shared understanding of the stakes. They would not falter now, not when so much depended on them. With a final glance at the battlefield, Alden led his men away from the clearing, their footsteps a muted echo in the forest's silence. Sorcery urged his group forward, the sense of urgency palpable in every step they took. The path was rough and uneven, but the dwarves, used to the treacherous terrain of their mountain homes, moved with a determined swiftness. Syrala, clutching her pendant, kept pace with them, her eyes flicking around for any sign of danger. "We're making good time," Torin grunted, glancing back at Syrala and the others. "Keep moving. Shadowspire is close now." The group pushed through the dense underbrush, their movements swift and efficient. The towering trees seemed to close in around them, but the path, though narrow, was clear. Every now and then, Torin would signal for a brief pause, allowing them to catch their breath and ensure they were still on the right track. They ventured down the narrow trail, the forest around them becoming denser and more foreboding. Yet, there was a sense of hopefulness among them. They were on the right path, and every step brought them closer to safety. The trees began to thin out, and the oppressive canopy of leaves gave way to patches of open sky. The air grew lighter, and the scent of the forest started to dissipate, replaced by a fresher, crisper breeze. The group quickened their pace. Finally, they emerged from the woods, stepping out onto a rocky outcrop. There, in the distance, stood Shadowspire Keep. Its imposing stone walls and towering structure were a sight to behold, even in their state of disrepair. The fortress loomed over the landscape. "Shadowspire," Syrala breathed, her eyes wide with a mix of awe and relief. The others shared her sentiment, their faces lighting up at the sight. "We're almost there," Torin said, his voice filled with a rare note of optimism. "Just a bit further, and we'll be safe within those walls." The promise of Shadowspire lay before them, and with it, the hope of sanctuary and strength for the battles yet to come. Torin and his group trudged closer to Shadowspire, the fortress's stone walls emerging through the dense forest canopy. The closer they got, the more Torin's sense of foreboding grew. He tightened his grip on his axe, the weight of responsibility heavy on his shoulders. As they approached the gate, Torin's voice rang out, clear and commanding. "Open the gates." Silence. The wind rustled through the leaves, but no response came from the keep. Torin halted the group with a raised hand, his instincts screaming that something was amiss. His eyes scanned the surrounding area, seeking any sign of movement, any indication that his men were still at their posts. The silence was oppressive, unsettling. He shouted again, louder this time, "Open the gates." Again, no answer. The silence deepened, hanging over them like a shroud. Torin's gut twisted with unease. He motioned for the party to slow down, their steps becoming more cautious, their eyes darting around for any signs of danger. "We need to be careful," he muttered, mostly to himself, though Syrala and Marin were close enough to hear. Syrala clutched her pendant tighter, feeling the weight of the unknown pressing down on them. Torin stepped forward, his eyes narrowing at the massive iron-bound wooden gate that loomed ahead. He glanced back at his group, nodding to a few of his most trusted dwarves. They moved to flank him, their weapons at the ready. Torin's voice cut through the silence one more time, echoing against the ancient stone walls. "Open the gates." As Torin and his group drew closer to the gate, the sight of armored figures in the towers became unmistakable. The figures moved with a practiced precision that set Torin's teeth on edge. Before he could issue a command, arrows whistled through the air, aimed directly at them. Torin's reflexes kicked in, his voice booming. "Defensive line!" The dwarves moved with practiced efficiency, forming a solid barrier with their shields, protecting the villagers behind them. The metallic thud of arrows striking shields echoed through the clearing, mingling with the grunts of exertion from the dwarves holding the line. But the arrows continued, relentless and unforgiving. Raylan, standing tall and resolute, stepped forward. His eyes blazed with determination as he raised his hands, summoning the raw power of nature. Bolts of lightning crackled to life, arcing from his fingertips and streaking towards the archers in the towers. The scent of ozone filled the air as the bolts struck their targets, sending the archers tumbling from their perches. Beside him, Syrala's pendant glowed with a fierce light. She focused her energy, drawing from the wellspring of power within her. With a swift motion, she conjured a shimmering wall of energy, translucent yet impenetrable, shielding the group from the onslaught of arrows. The arrows struck the barrier and disintegrated, leaving the group unharmed. The dwarves, still holding their defensive line, watched with awe as the combined efforts of Raylan and Syrala turned the tide. The archers in the towers hesitated, their attacks faltering under the onslaught of lightning and the impenetrable wall. "Hold steady," Torin bellowed, his voice carrying over the din. His eyes flicked to Raylan and Syrala, a brief nod of gratitude and respect passing between them. The villagers, huddled behind the dwarves, began to regain their composure. The sense of impending doom lifted slightly, replaced by a glimmer of hope. They watched as Raylan and Syrala continued to fend off the attackers, but the battle was far from over. The armored figures in the towers regrouped, preparing for another assault. Torin knew they had to stay vigilant. Every second counted. Raylan looked among the fallen dwarves and villagers, his heart clenching at the sight of his comrades sprawled on the ground. Sweat poured down his face, and he trembled with exhaustion, but his resolve remained unbroken. With a roar that echoed through the clearing, he pointed his hand at the keep's gate. His fingers crackled with raw, untamed energy. A ball of fire burst forth from his palm, hurtling towards the gate with devastating force. The impact was immediate and violent, wood and metal splintering and shattering under the fiery assault. The gate exploded inward, leaving a gaping entrance to the keep. The immense effort drained Raylan of his remaining strength. His knees buckled, and he collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. His vision blurred, but he managed to lift his head and look at Torin. "Go," he rasped, his voice barely above a whisper, yet filled with an undeniable urgency. Syrala, standing nearby, felt her own strength waning. The energy barrier she had conjured flickered and faded, leaving them vulnerable once more. Her legs trembled, and she struggled to remain upright, her breathing labored. Torin, his eyes fixed on the fallen gate and the path now open before them, nodded grimly. He raised his warhammer high, the determination in his stance unmistakable. "Charge!" he roared, his voice carrying the weight of his conviction. The dwarves, despite their exhaustion and the toll the battle had taken, rallied at Torin's command. The villagers, inspired by the courage of their protectors, followed closely behind, their faces set with determination. As they stormed through the shattered gate, Torin led the way, his warhammer ready to strike down any who dared oppose them. Syrala, drawing on the last reserves of her strength, stumbled forward, her heart pounding with a mix of fear and hope. Raylan watched them go, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his lips despite his weariness. The path to Shadowspire Keep lay open, and with it, the chance for victory. Torin led the charge into the castle's courtyard, his warhammer swinging with brutal efficiency. The clang of steel against steel echoed off the stone walls as the dwarves of the Iron Fist clan engaged King Eric's soldiers in a ferocious melee. The air was thick with the sounds of battle, shouts, cries of pain, and the ringing of weapons clashing. The dwarves fought with a tenacity born of desperation and pride. The soldiers, though numerous, struggled against the ferocity and skill of the Iron Fist warriors. Syrala, despite her earlier exhaustion, pushed herself to keep up with the battle. She called upon the remnants of her strength to conjure barriers and fire bolts of energy at the advancing soldiers. Her vision blurred, and her limbs felt heavy, but she pressed on, determined not to falter. The tide of the battle began to shift as the soldiers' superior numbers became apparent. Torin, his face grim, barked orders to his dwarves, urging them to hold the line. Yet, despite their efforts, the enemy forces began to encircle them, their sheer numbers threatening to overwhelm the valiant defenders. Syrala stumbled, her energy waning. She fell to her knees, gasping for breath. Her vision swam, and she struggled to maintain focus. In the chaos, she didn't see the archer on the battlements, his bow drawn and aimed at her. A sharp pain tore through her side as the arrow found its mark. She cried out, clutching at the wound as blood seeped between her fingers. Her strength finally gave out, and she collapsed to the ground, her vision fading to black. The sight of Syrala falling sent a ripple of alarm through the dwarves and villagers. Torin's eyes widened in horror, but he couldn't reach her. He roared in fury, redoubling his efforts to break through, but the enemy's numbers seemed endless. The soldiers of King Eric pressed their advantage, their confidence growing as they saw their foes falter. As Torin's forces struggled to hold their ground against the relentless onslaught, the sound of hooves thundered through the forest, echoing ominously among the trees. Sir Alden and his men burst into the courtyard, their swords gleaming menacingly in the dim light, the reflections flickering like fireflies in the gloom. With a fierce battle cry that resonated through the chaos, Alden led the charge, his eyes burning with unwavering determination and a fierce loyalty to those he fought alongside. Alden's knights crashed into the flank of King Eric's soldiers with the ferocity of a tempest, their sudden arrival wreaking havoc among the enemy ranks. Caught off guard, the soldiers faltered, their formation breaking apart as Alden's men cut through them with precision and unbridled fury. Torin, witnessing the tide turn in their favor, felt a surge of hope and rallied his dwarves, their spirits ignited by the arrival of fresh allies. Together, they pushed back against the encroaching forces, their resolve solidified by the prospect of victory. The battle raged on, brutal and unrelenting, each moment filled with the clamor of war. Steel met steel in a cacophony of clashes that reverberated through the air, the scent of blood and sweat thickening around them. Alden fought with the strength of a man possessed, his sword carving a bloody path through the enemy ranks as if he were an avenging spirit. His squires followed closely, their faces set in grim determination, reflecting the seriousness of their mission. Casualties mounted on both sides, each fallen warrior a grim reminder of the stakes. Torin's dwarves, though fierce and resilient, fell under the relentless assault, their bravery evident even in the face of overwhelming odds. Alden's knights, despite their valor and skill, also paid a heavy price, their numbers dwindling as they fought valiantly for their cause. The courtyard transformed into a grim tableau of sacrifice and struggle, with both sides giving no quarter, their commitment unwavering. Finally, the last of King Eric's soldiers fell, and the battlefield grew eerily quiet, as if the world itself held its breath. The surviving defenders stood amidst the fallen, their breaths coming in ragged gasps, the weight of the battle settling heavily upon their shoulders. Alden wiped his bloodied sword on a fallen soldier's tunic, his eyes scanning the aftermath with a mix of relief and sorrow, the reality of their victory bittersweet. Torin, his heart heavy with despair and loss, rushed inside the keep, driven by a sense of urgency. He had left a contingent of his best dwarves to hold the inner defenses, and now he feared what he might find. As he entered the hall, the sight that greeted him made his stomach churn with grief and rage. The bodies of his kin lay scattered across the stone floor, their blood staining the cold surface. He knelt beside one of them, his eyes filling with grief. Meanwhile, Marin dashed to where Syrala lay, his heart racing with dread. He fell to his knees beside her, his hands shaking as he gently cradled her head, desperate to provide some comfort. Tears streamed down his face as he saw the arrow embedded in her side, a cruel reminder of the violence that surrounded them. "Syrala, stay with me." Marin's voice broke with panic, his eyes wide with fear and desperation. "Somebody help, please." His pleas echoed through the courtyard. He looked around frantically, his cries piercing the air like the arrows that had claimed so many lives. Syrala's breath was shallow, her face pale and drawn. Marin's tears fell onto her cheeks as he held her, his heart pounding with desperation. "Hold on, Syrala," he whispered, his voice choked with emotion as he fought to maintain his composure. "We'll get you through this, I promise." His pleas for aid grew louder, filled with the anguish and helplessness of a young man who could not bear the thought of losing his closest friend. The courtyard's chaos seemed to crystallize around Marin and Syrala, their small world narrowing to the desperate struggle for her survival. Marin's cries for help pierced the smoky air, drawing the attention of the exhausted fighters. Alden, bloodied but unbowed, strode over, his face hardening as he saw Syrala's condition. "We need a healer. Now!" His command cut through the din, snapping everyone into action. One of the villagers, an older woman with graying hair and steady hands, rushed forward. "Let me through," she insisted, her voice calm despite the urgency. Kneeling beside Syrala, she examined the wound with practiced eyes. "The arrow needs to come out, but it's deep. We'll need to stabilize her first." Marin nodded, his jaw clenched as he supported Syrala's head. "Do whatever it takes. Just save her. We need hot water, clean cloths, and someone to hold her steady." Two squires quickly fetched the supplies, while Alden took up position at Syrala's feet, ready to hold her down. Marin continued to whisper soothing words to her. As the healer worked, Raylan, having regained some of his strength, approached. His eyes were heavy with concern, yet a glimmer of hope shone within them. Raylan placed a hand on Marin's shoulder. "She has to. She's our hope." Torin re-entered the courtyard, his face a mask of sorrow and resolve. He surveyed the scene, his eyes lingering on Syrala before turning to Alden. "We've secured the keep, but at a great cost. We need to fortify our defenses and prepare for any retaliation." Alden nodded, his mind already turning to the next steps. "We'll tend to the wounded and gather our strength, but first, we need to make sure Syrala survives." The healer worked quickly and efficiently, her hands moving with the confidence of years of experience. She finally looked up, her face etched with concern. "The arrow's out, but she's lost a lot of blood. We need to get her to a safer place where she can rest and recover." Alden nodded. "We'll make a space for her in the keep. She'll have the best care we can provide." Together, they lifted Syrala gently, carrying her into the heart of Shadowspire Keep. Alden slumped against the rough stone wall, his eyes scanning the makeshift ledger in his hands. The flickering torchlight cast long shadows, making the grim tally of their losses feel even heavier. His body ached from the day's battle, and exhaustion gnawed at him, but he forced himself to focus on the task at hand. Torin settled beside him, his presence solid and reassuring. The dwarf leader's face was etched with lines of fatigue, yet his eyes held a steady determination. "How bad is it?" Alden sighed, rubbing a hand over his stubbled chin. "We've lost nearly 30% of our men," he said, the words tasting bitter. "And Syrala, she's wounded. She's resting now, but it was a close call." Torin nodded, his gaze distant and thoughtful. "A heavy toll, indeed, and we haven't seen the full extent of Eric's power yet. His dark forces, they're unlike anything we've ever faced before." Alden closed his eyes for a moment, the weight of responsibility pressing down on him like a physical burden. "I know, the ambush was a trap. We should have seen it coming, been better prepared. But hindsight doesn't change what's happened." Torin's hand gripped Alden's shoulder, a gesture of solidarity and shared burden. "We fought well, Alden. We held our ground and saved as many as we could. We need to focus on what's next. Strengthen our defenses, tend to the wounded, and prepare for the inevitable." Alden nodded, opening his eyes and meeting Torin's steady gaze. "You're right. We'll regroup, fortify Shadowspire, and ensure Syrala recovers. She's vital to our cause, more than any of us. If she falls—" "She won't," Torin interrupted. "We won't let her. We've come this far together, and we'll see it through." Alden allowed himself a brief, tired smile. "Thank you, Torin. Your strength, it's a beacon for all of us." Torin grunted, a hint of a smile tugging at his lips. "We're all in this together, Alden. Dwarves, men, and mages alike. We fight for Lysaria, for a future free from Eric's tyranny, and we will prevail." Alden's resolve hardened, the exhaustion momentarily pushed aside. For Lysaria, he echoed, determination flaring anew in his heart. The throne room was a cavernous space, its opulence tainted by the oppressive air that hung thick like a shroud. King Eric sat on his gilded throne, his eyes cold and calculating, as a knight in battered armor knelt before him, the weight of his failure evident in his bowed posture. The knight's voice trembled as he recounted the recent battle. Your Majesty, we engaged Sir Alden's forces near Shadowspire Keep. The fighting was fierce, and our losses were significant. King Eric's fingers tightened on the armrests of his throne, the knuckles whitening with the force of his grip. How significant? His voice was a low growl, each word laced with barely restrained fury. The knight swallowed hard, his gaze fixed on the cold marble floor. We lost the entire battle group, Your Majesty. Sir Alden's forces, they were better prepared than we anticipated. King Eric rose from his throne, his face a mask of seething anger. We lost the entire battle group? His voice echoed through the vast hall, sending a shiver down the spines of those present. The room seemed to shrink under the weight of his fury. The knight nodded, unable to meet the king's gaze. Yes, sire, but we did manage to hit the orphan girl with an arrow. She was wounded in the fight. An arrow? Eric's eyes blazed with rage. Losing half of our army to Alden and all you have to show for it is an injured girl? His voice rose to a roar, reverberating off the marble walls and causing the ornate chandeliers to tremble slightly. He pointed a trembling finger at the knight. Leave me, all of you. The command was a thunderclap, sending courtiers and guards scurrying from the room, their footsteps echoing like a retreating tide. As the heavy doors closed behind the last of them, King Eric sank back onto his throne. His head fell into his hands, fingers gripping his hair with a frantic desperation. The silence of the empty throne room was suffocating, broken only by the king's anguished shout. Why? His voice cracked with desperation. I need more power. The words hung in the air, a haunting echo of the king's unending quest for dominance, reverberating through the empty hall like a mournful dirge. Syrala's unconscious form lay still, her breath shallow and labored. In the depths of her sleep, her mind wandered into a nightmarish vision. A shadowy figure loomed before her, its presence malevolent and overwhelming. It spoke with a voice that echoed in her mind, dark and mocking. You think you can stop me, girl? The entity sneered. You are but a wounded child. This world will be mine, and you will be nothing but a pawn in my hands. The vision shifted, and Syrala found herself standing amidst a desolate landscape. The sky was an unending expanse of gray, the sun hidden behind oppressive clouds. Eldarhelm, once a thriving city, lay in ruins. The streets were empty, devoid of life and magic. Bodies of fallen mages littered the ground, their eyes staring blankly into the void. This is the future under King Eric, the dark force whispered, its voice dripping with malice. All magic destroyed, all hope extinguished, and you will be the key to my victory. Syrala screamed, the sound tearing through the silence of the vision. Her eyes snapped open, and she bolted upright, drenched in sweat. Her heart pounded in her chest, and her breath came in ragged gasps. Marin and Sir Alden rushed to her side, their faces etched with concern. Syrala, what happened? Marin's voice was urgent, his hand reaching out to comfort her. Her eyes darted between them, wild with fear and confusion. But before she could speak, exhaustion claimed her once more, and she slumped back onto the bed, her eyes fluttering shut. The pendant around her neck began to glow softly, casting a protective aura of energy around her. The light shimmered, creating a barrier that pulsed with gentle strength. Marin, determined to offer comfort, reached out to touch her shoulder. As his fingers brushed the energy field, a sharp shock jolted through him, causing him to yelp and pull back. She's protected, Alden murmured, his eyes narrowing as he observed the pendant's glow. Whatever it is, it's keeping her safe. Marin nodded, his eyes never leaving Syrala's face. We'll watch over her. She'll need us when she wakes again. The room fell into a tense silence, the pendant's light the only thing keeping the darkness at bay. King Eric's throne room trembled with his rage. He roared, the sound reverberating through the grand hall, causing the guards to flinch and step back, their armor clinking in a discordant symphony of fear. "Failure!" he bellowed, his voice echoing off the cold stone walls and shaking the very foundation of the palace. How could this happen? A dark laughter, cold and mocking, filled the air like a sinister mist, enveloping the throne room in an unsettling chill. It slithered from the shadows that clung to the corners of the room, tendrils of darkness seeming to reach out and caress the stone walls with eerie intent. This malevolent presence had been more than just a whisper in the ear of King Eric. It was his advisor and tormentor, a spectral companion that had steered his reign with a gleeful cruelty for years. The resonance of the laughter seemed to deepen the gloom, amplifying the sense of dread that settled over the grand hall like an oppressive weight. "I told you not to underestimate her," the voice taunted, its tone dripping with malevolence and dark amusement. "You thought her just a girl, but she wields power you cannot fathom." Eric's fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white, the tension radiating through his entire body. "You said the power would make me invincible," he snarled, his eyes burning with a mixture of fury and desperation. The veins in his neck throbbed as he glared into the shadows, where the ghostly advisor lurked, its presence an insidious whisper in the dark corners of his mind. His voice echoed through the grand hall, reverberating off the cold stone walls and mingling with the lingering malevolent laughter that had haunted him for so long. The laughter grew louder, more sinister, echoing through the throne room like a cursed melody. "I also warned you that such power comes with a price. Every force has its downside. You ignored the balance, and now you must face the consequences." Eric's eyes burned with fury, his mind racing like a storm-tossed sea. He could feel the dark energy swirling around him, a constant, suffocating reminder of the pact he had made. Turning on his heel, he began pacing the room, his thoughts a whirlwind of anger, frustration, and fear. In the quiet sanctuary of Shadowspire Keep, Marin and Sir Alden sat vigil by Syrala's side. The soft glow of the energy field around her cast gentle shadows on their faces, the light flickering like a protective flame, a beacon of hope in the dim room. Raylan entered the room, his expression grave but calm, a steadying presence amidst the tension that hung thick in the air. His every step was deliberate, exuding an aura of quiet authority as he approached Syrala's bedside. His eyes, wise and penetrating, studied the shimmering barrier that surrounded her with the practiced gaze of a sage who had seen much and learned more. The soft, flickering light from the energy field danced across his weathered features, highlighting the deep lines of worry etched into his face as he assessed the protective enchantment. "It's the pendant," Raylan explained, his voice steady and reassuring. "It's protecting her from the outside world until she has beaten the illness." Marin looked up, hope and worry mingling in his eyes. "Will she recover?" he asked, his voice tinged with a desperate plea. Raylan nodded, though his face remained serious and contemplative. "She will recover," he affirmed, his tone filled with the weight of certainty. "The pendant's magic is ancient and powerful, woven from the very essence of the old world. It will see her through this trial, just as it has shielded her from harm thus far." Far away, in a hidden chamber deep within Eldarhelm, Thorian the Blind Mage awoke with a start. His body trembled violently, and a scream tore from his throat, echoing through the dimly lit room like a harbinger of doom. The stone walls seemed to absorb his anguish, magnifying the terror of his cry. "The heir is in danger," he cried out, his voice filled with terror and urgency, cutting through the silence like a blade. "The dark force is near." His fellow mages, startled from their own rest, gathered around him, their faces pale with fear and concern. The flickering light from the enchanted torches cast eerie shadows on the walls, reflecting the growing dread in their hearts. Thorian's eyes, though sightless, seemed to see something far beyond the physical world, a vision of impending catastrophe that none of them could share. "We must act quickly," he continued, his voice rising with fervent urgency, echoing off the stone walls. If we do not, all will be lost. The balance of our world hangs by a thread, and we are its last defense." The urgency in his tone galvanized the mages into action. They exchanged quick, determined glances and began to gather their magical artifacts, relics of power that had been hidden away for such dire times. Syrala lay unconscious, her breathing shallow but steady, the pendant's protective glow bathing her in a soft, ethereal light. Marin watched over her, his heart heavy with concern, but also with a glimmer of hope. Sir Alden stood nearby, his expression a mixture of determination and weariness. The room, once a place of quiet desperation, now hummed with a sense of purpose and resolve. Raylan, having shared all he could about the pendant's power, retreated to a corner, his thoughts turned inward as he pondered the days ahead. Syrala was their beacon, their hope for a brighter future, even in her unconscious state. The knights and villagers outside the room moved with renewed energy, tending to their wounds, reinforcing the keep's defenses, and preparing for whatever challenges lay ahead. The battle had taken its toll, but the spirit of unity and determination had only grown stronger. They were bound by a common cause, their fates intertwined in the struggle against King Eric's tyranny. In the heart of the keep, the pendant's glow continued to pulse, a steady rhythm that seemed to echo the very heartbeat of Lysaria itself. Marin leaned closer to Syrala, his voice barely above a whisper. "We're here, Syrala. We're with you. Rest now and gather your strength. We'll protect you." Alden placed a reassuring hand on Marin's shoulder, his voice firm yet gentle. "She will awaken when the time is right. We must be ready for that moment." The two men exchanged a look of mutual understanding and resolve. Syrala's unconscious form was a reminder of the battles still to be fought, the sacrifices still to be made. In the quiet moments that followed, the room seemed to breathe with a collective sigh of anticipation. The future was uncertain, but in that space, filled with the soft glow of ancient magic, there was a sense of peace. Syrala lay still, the pendant's light cradling her in its gentle embrace. Her dreams, for now, were her own, untouched by the turmoil outside. And as the first light of dawn began to filter through the narrow windows of Shadowspire Keep, a new day began, carrying with it the promise of hope and the unyielding spirit of those who dared to dream of a better world. The keep stood as a silent sentinel, guarding its secrets and its heroes. Syrala, the forgotten heir, lay at its heart, her destiny intertwined with the fate of Lysaria. For now, she rested, gathering strength for the battles yet to come, surrounded by those who believed in her and the future she would bring. And in that moment, the world held its breath, waiting for the heir to awaken. Outside, the melodies of the forest began to stir, harmonizing with the hopes and dreams that filled the ancient walls. The birds, sensing the dawn of a new era, sang with renewed vigor, their songs a tribute to the courage and resilience of those within the keep. The sun slowly rose, casting golden rays through the trees, illuminating the path ahead. The light touched the faces of the knights and villagers. They were no longer just individuals. They were a force, bound together by a common cause, inspired by the promise that Syrala represented.
Book 2.
In the vast land of Lysaria, the forgotten heir, Syrala, lay in a deep sleep, encased in an impenetrable cocoon of energy. The pendant around her neck pulsed with a soft, rhythmic light, casting an ethereal glow over her delicate features. Her friends, Marin, Sir Alden, Raylan, and Torin stood by her, taking turns to watch over her, their expressions a mix of concern and hope. Marin, his brow furrowed with worry, gently touched the edge of the glowing barrier. "Do you think she'll wake soon?" His voice was barely a whisper, laden with the weight of his fears. Raylan, standing nearby, nodded slowly. "She will. The magic of the pendant is ancient and powerful. It's healing her, preparing her for what's to come." Sir Alden, his eyes sharp and vigilant, glanced at Torin. "We need to remain vigilant. King Eric won't rest until he finds a way to crush this rebellion." Torin, his broad shoulders tense, tightened his grip on his axe. "Let him come. We'll be ready." In his castle, King Eric's fury was palpable. He paced the grand hall, his footsteps echoing ominously against the stone walls. His court stood at a distance, their faces pale with fear, eyes avoiding the wrathful gaze of their king. How could a mere girl and her ragtag band of rebels cause such trouble? Eric's voice was a low growl, filled with venom. I will not tolerate this insolence. His advisors exchanged nervous glances, unsure how to placate their volatile ruler. One brave soul stepped forward, bowing deeply. My liege, we will redouble our efforts. The girl will be found, and this rebellion will be quashed. Eric's cold, calculating eyes narrowed. See that it is done, and remember, failure is not an option. In a hidden chamber far from the castle, 3 mages prepared for a long journey to Shadowspire. The blind mage, Eldric, and the hawk-eyed mage moved with purpose, gathering supplies and magical items essential for their quest. Eldric's piercing blue eyes scanned the room, his hands deftly selecting ancient tomes and vials of potent elixirs. We must be prepared for any eventuality. The blind mage, Thorian, nodded, his sightless eyes seeming to perceive more than the physical realm. The fate of Lysaria rests on our shoulders. We must reach Syrala and guide her. We leave at first light. The journey will be long, but we must succeed. With their preparations complete, the mages exchanged solemn nods, their resolve steeling against the challenges that lay ahead. The journey to Shadowspire awaited, and with it, the hope of a brighter future for Lysaria. The 3 mages began their long voyage toward Shadowspire, their cloaks billowing in the chill morning breeze. Eldric led the way, while the hawk-eyed mage walked with her usual alertness, eyes scanning their surroundings for any sign of danger. Thorian, the blind mage, followed with an eerie calm, his steps sure despite his lack of sight. As they traveled through dense forests and across rocky terrain, their conversation turned to the dire situation in Lysaria. We must assume Eric's forces are everywhere, Eldric said, his voice a low rumble. We can't afford any mistakes. The hawk-eyed mage nodded, her sharp eyes narrowing. Agreed. Every step we take could lead us into a trap. We need to stay one step ahead. Thorian remained silent for a moment, his head tilted slightly as if listening to something beyond their conversation. The dark entity is still here, he finally said, his voice soft but filled with an undeniable certainty. It knows Syrala is alive. Eldric's expression grew grim. How can you be sure? The pendant, Thorian replied, touching the amulet hanging from his own neck, a replica used for sensing magic. It's emitting far more energy than usual, and it's constant. I can feel its pulse even from this distance. The hawk-eyed mage glanced at Thorian, her eyes filled with concern. What does that mean? Thorian shook his head slowly. I can't say for certain, but I believe the pendant is trying to heal or protect her. The problem is, this energy, it's like a beacon. The dark entity will sense it too. They will all know where she is. Eldric clenched his fists, his jaw tightening. Then we have no time to lose. We must reach Shadowspire before Eric's forces do. We need to ensure Syrala is safe and ready for what's to come. The mages quickened their pace. Each step brought them closer to Shadowspire, and each moment was a race against the unseen forces that threatened their cause. As they moved through the forest, their minds whirled with strategies and contingencies, determined to protect the young heir and restore magic to their beleaguered land. Thorian's brow furrowed as he felt the pendant's energy pulsate more intensely with each step. The sensation gnawed at him, a relentless thrum that he couldn't shake. He had tried multiple times to shield the pendant's energy, to cloak it from the dark entity's awareness, but every attempt had ended in failure. The pendant's power was too overwhelming, too persistent. His fingers brushed the amulet at his chest, a poor imitation of the true pendant of Syrala. Despite its limitations, it served as a conduit, allowing him to sense the immense magic radiating from Syrala's pendant. It was like trying to bottle a storm. The energy surged and twisted, refusing to be contained. A cold knot of dread settled in his stomach. The pendant was meant to protect Syrala, to aid her in restoring balance to Lysaria. But now, its constant activity posed a grave risk. Thorian's unease did not go unnoticed. Eldric and the hawk-eyed mage exchanged worried glances, their expressions mirroring the anxiety that Thorian felt deep within his bones. "We must hurry," Thorian murmured, his voice barely more than a whisper. The urgency in his tone was unmistakable. Eldrick nodded, his face set in a grim mask of determination. "We cannot afford any delays. Shadowspire is still a distance away, and we need to get there before the enemy does." The hawk-eyed mage scanned the forest around them, her gaze sharp and unyielding. "Let's pick up the pace. We can't let them find her first." With a renewed sense of urgency, the three mages quickened their steps, their cloaks snapping in the wind. The forest seemed to close in around them, the trees casting long shadows that danced in the fading light. Every rustle, every whisper of wind through the leaves set their nerves on edge. Thorian's mind raced, searching for a solution, a way to shield Syrala and the pendant from the dark entity's prying senses. But the pendant's power was relentless, a constant hum that refused to be silenced. The feeling of impending danger grew stronger, but he pushed it aside, focusing on the task at hand. They had to reach Shadowspire. Syrala's life, and the fate of Lysaria, depended on it. King Eric rode out from the castle gates, his dark hair whipping in the wind as he led a small group of his most trusted guards. The hooves of their horses pounded against the cobblestone streets of Eldarhelm, echoing like a war drum through the narrow alleys and silent squares. Eric's cold, calculating eyes scanned the horizon as they moved toward the ancient secret ground, a place known only to him and his dark master. The journey took them through dense forests and over rugged terrain, the king pushing his horse harder with each passing mile. His guards followed in silence, their expressions masked by the steel of their helmets. The sun dipped lower, casting long shadows that seemed to reach out and grasp at their steeds' legs, creating an almost otherworldly scene that mirrored the dark purpose of their mission. As they approached the ancient ground, Eric signaled his men to halt. "Wait here," he commanded, his voice as cold as the steel of his sword. The guards nodded, reining in their horses and watching as their king dismounted and walked alone toward the circle of ancient stones, the weight of his presence seeming to make the very air tremble. The stones stood like silent sentinels, their surfaces covered in ancient runes that glowed faintly in the twilight. Eric moved with purpose, his every step echoing with the weight of dark rituals performed countless times before. He reached the center of the circle and began to gather dry branches and leaves, his movements precise and practiced, a routine etched into his muscle memory through years of sinister practice. Once the kindling was arranged, he struck flint to steel, sparking a fire that quickly grew into a small, crackling blaze. The flames danced, casting eerie shadows across the stone circle. Eric lowered himself to the ground, sitting cross-legged before the fire. He closed his eyes, allowing the rhythmic crackling to center his mind, shutting out the world and focusing solely on the dark task ahead. His breathing slowed, each inhale drawing him deeper into a state of meditation. The air around him grew colder, the shadows lengthening as if drawn to the dark energy he summoned. The runes on the stones began to pulse with an ominous light, syncing with the rhythm of his breath, their glow intensifying as the night deepened. Before long, a chill settled over the clearing, the fire flickering wildly as if struggling against an unseen force. Eric's eyes snapped open, his gaze fixed on the darkness beyond the firelight. The air grew thick, almost suffocating, as the ancient evil creature began to materialize. Its form twisted and shifted, an amalgamation of shadows and malevolent energy, its presence a palpable force that pressed down on the very soul, making the atmosphere heavy with dread and foreboding. Eric watched as the creature fully took form, its eyes glowing a sinister red, burning with a hatred that seemed to emanate from the depths of the abyss. The air around it shimmered, distorting as if reality itself recoiled from the entity's presence. "You summon me again, Eric." The creature's voice was a hiss, a grating sound that seemed to scrape against the bones. "What is it you seek?" Eric didn't flinch, his face a mask of steely determination. "The girl," he said, his voice unwavering. "She has resurfaced. Her power grows, I need more strength to crush her and her allies." The creature's eyes narrowed, studying Eric with an intensity that would have made lesser men cower. "You tread a dangerous path, mortal. The power you seek comes with a price." "I am aware," Eric replied, his tone sharp, "but I will not let this girl, this prophecy, dethrone me. I will maintain my reign over Lysaria at any cost." The creature seemed to smile, though its mouth never moved. "Very well," it said, its voice dripping with malevolent glee. "But remember, Eric, the power I grant you is not yours to command. It will consume you if you falter." Eric nodded, his resolve unshaken. "I understand." The creature extended a shadowy hand, and a tendril of darkness snaked towards Eric, wrapping around his arm like a vice. The pain was immediate, searing through his veins, but Eric did not cry out. He gritted his teeth, his eyes locked onto the creature's, refusing to show weakness. The dark energy flowed into him, filling him with a strength that was both exhilarating and terrifying. His muscles tensed, his senses sharpened, and he felt a surge of power unlike anything he had ever known. The connection between him and the creature deepened, a bond forged in the fires of their mutual malevolence. "Use this power wisely," the creature warned, its voice echoing in Eric's mind. "For if you fall, all you have built will crumble, and I will be there to collect what remains." Eric nodded, his eyes blazing with newfound determination. "She will not escape me. I will crush her and anyone who stands in my way." The creature's form began to dissolve, the shadows retreating back into the night. "Do not forget, Eric," it whispered as it vanished. "The darkness is always watching." As the last tendrils of shadow disappeared, Eric stood, feeling the dark energy coursing through his veins. He turned back to his guards, who had watched the ritual with a mix of awe and fear. "Prepare to move out," Eric commanded, his voice ringing with authority. "We ride to find the girl. The fate of Lysaria depends on it." The guards nodded, mounting their horses with renewed urgency. Eric climbed onto his own steed, feeling the weight of his dark purpose settle over him like a cloak. With a final glance at the ancient stones, he spurred his horse forward, leading his men into the night. While Eric rode away, the ground where the spirit had spawned began to tremble ominously. The ancient stones, etched with runes, pulsed with a malevolent glow, the intensity building until the air crackled with dark energy. The flames from the fire Eric had lit twisted and contorted, feeding off the sinister power seeping from the earth. A low rumble echoed through the clearing, growing louder with each passing second. Suddenly, with a deafening roar, the ground erupted in a violent explosion. Fire and debris shot skyward, and the very air seemed to ignite with dark flames. From within this inferno, 5 shadowy figures emerged, their forms taking shape as they rode out of the conflagration. These horsemen were clad in black armor that seemed to absorb the light around them. Their steeds, massive and nightmarish, snorted streams of smoke and flame. Each rider bore a different weapon: sword, axe, mace, lance, and bow, all gleaming with a dark, unholy aura. The first horseman, wielding a greatsword, raised his blade high, the edge shimmering with dark fire. His eyes, hidden beneath his helm, seemed to pierce the very soul of anyone who dared to meet his gaze. The second rider, with a massive axe, let out a guttural roar, the sound reverberating through the clearing and sending shivers down the spines of any who heard it. The third horseman held a spiked mace, its head glowing with a sinister light. He swung it with ease, the weapon's weight no burden to his supernatural strength. The fourth, with a lance as long as he was tall, pointed his weapon forward, as if already targeting some unseen enemy. The final rider, an archer, knocked an arrow on a bow of blackened wood, the arrowhead dripping with a dark, viscous substance. The horsemen rode in a tight formation, their movements synchronized and deliberate. As they circled the site of the explosion, the ground beneath them scorched and blackened. The flames from the initial blast began to die down, but the dark aura surrounding the riders remained, a constant reminder of the power they wielded. Without a word, the horsemen turned in unison and began to ride, following the path that King Eric had taken. The air around them seemed to chill, the very life draining from the land in their wake. Their purpose was clear, their destination set, and nothing would stand in their way. As they advanced, the forest seemed to recoil from their presence. Leaves withered and fell, the once vibrant greenery turning to ash. Animals fled, sensing the unnatural threat approaching. A silence, heavy and foreboding, settled over the landscape, broken only by the rhythmic pounding of the horsemen's hooves. The path they carved through the forest was one of devastation, an eerie testament to their dark mission. "We are nearing the source," Thorian said, his voice laden with gravity. The weight of his words settled over the group like a shroud. Eldrick, ever the strategist, walked beside him, his mind a whirl of calculations and contingencies. He understood the peril that lay ahead, but he also knew that there was no turning back. Their mission was too critical, the stakes too high. His piercing blue eyes scanned the path ahead, always thinking several steps forward. Suddenly, her eyes caught movement in the distance, shadows flitting through the darkness, barely visible but unmistakably there. Her heart quickened, and she narrowed her eyes, trying to discern more details. "We're being followed," Marilyn warned, her voice steely with determination. The others halted, their senses immediately heightened. Eldrick turned to her, his expression grim. "How many?" "Hard to say," she replied, her eyes never leaving the horizon, "but they're closing in." Thorian's face tightened. He could feel the dark presence growing nearer, like a storm on the horizon. "We must keep moving. We cannot let them catch us." With a renewed sense of urgency, the mages pressed on, aware that their mission had just become even more dangerous. The shadows continued to follow, a constant reminder of the peril that lurked behind them. The tension rose with every step, the fate of Lysaria hanging precariously in the balance. The mages knew they were being hunted, and their mission had just become even more dangerous. As they continued their journey, the air grew colder, and an unnatural silence fell over the landscape. Without warning, the ground trembled, and the sky darkened further as 5 horsemen emerged from the shadows, their eyes burning with unholy fire. Eldrick, realizing the imminent danger, quickly raised a protective barrier around the group, the magical energy crackling as it formed a shimmering dome of light. "We must be prepared to fight for our lives," he said, his voice calm but laced with tension. Thorian began to chant a protective incantation, enhancing the barrier with ancient runes that glowed with a soft blue light. Marilyn, always quick to act, notched an arrow infused with her magic and fired at the horsemen. Each arrow struck true, but the horsemen merely absorbed the impact, their dark magic repairing any damage almost instantly. The battle was intense and relentless, the horsemen attacking with overwhelming force. Their combined dark magic pressed against Eldrick's defenses, testing the limits of the barrier. As the horsemen's attacks grew more ferocious, Eldrick's barrier began to falter. Cracks appeared in the magical dome, and the mages found themselves slowly being pushed back. The pressure was immense, and Eldrick gritted his teeth as he struggled to maintain the barrier. Thorian's incantation grew louder, his voice filled with urgency as he attempted to bolster the weakening defenses. Marilyn, her arrows nearly spent, drew her sword, ready to engage in close combat if the barrier failed. The situation grew increasingly desperate, and the mages realized they were on the brink of being overwhelmed. As the barrier continued to crack under the relentless assault of the horsemen, Eldrick knew their only hope lay in reaching Syrala. The resolve in his heart crystallized into a singular decision. "Thorian, Marilyn," he called out, his voice steady with resolve, "you must go on without me. I will hold them here." Thorian, sensing the gravity of Eldrick's words, immediately protested. "Eldrick, no. We need you at Shadowspire." Eldrick shook his head, his expression firm. "This is the only way. Syrala is the key to Lysaria's future, and you must ensure she awakens. Go now." Marilyn's sharp eyes, usually cold and calculating, softened as she understood the weight of Eldrick's decision. "You will not be forgotten, Eldrick," she said, her voice betraying a rare hint of sorrow. Eldrick gave a brief, reassuring smile. "Protect her, protect Lysaria," he whispered, before turning his full attention to the barrier. Reluctantly, Thorian and Marilyn turned away, continuing their journey with heavy hearts. Eldrick stood firm, focusing all his power on the barrier. With a deep breath, he began chanting an ancient spell, one that would consume his life force. The ground beneath him glowed with runes, and a vortex of light and shadow began to form around him, pulling in the horsemen. Sensing the immense power of Eldrick's spell, the horsemen charged at him in a final, desperate attempt to break through. But Eldrick, with a last surge of energy, released the spell. The vortex expanded, engulfing the horsemen in a blinding light. Their screams echoed through the air as they were torn from the mortal realm. As the light faded, Eldrick collapsed to the ground, his life force spent. With his final breath, he whispered, "Protect her, protect Lysaria," before his body disintegrated, leaving only the faint glow of the runes as a testament to his sacrifice. Thorian and Marilyn pressed forward, determined to complete their mission. Shadows stretched unnaturally long, and the very air seemed thick with malice. Despite the peril, Marilyn, though weary, stayed alert, her senses finely tuned to any threats that might lurk in the darkness. As they approached Shadowspire Keep, the mages felt the potent magic radiating from Syrala's cocoon. The air hummed with energy. Thorian, with his deep connection to ancient magic, realized that the only way to awaken Syrala was to combine their powers with the ancient magic of the keep. "The keep itself is a source of great power," Thorian said, his voice tinged with awe. "If we can harness it, we may have a chance to awaken her. We must act quickly," Marilyn urged, her voice tense. "The dark creature is near. We cannot afford any delays." "Eldrick's sacrifice must not be in vain," he agreed, and the two mages quickened their pace, their goal clear in their minds. They knew that every moment counted, and that Syrala's awakening was their only hope for saving Lysaria. Thorian and Marilyn approached the foreboding gates of Shadowspire, their presence barely more than shadows against the vast stone structure. The air was thick with the remnants of old magic and the tension of an impending storm. Thorian's weathered face remained impassive, his blind eyes fixed ahead, while Marilyn's sharp gaze darted about. From the other side of the courtyard, Sir Alden and Raylan rode out to meet them. Alden's steed moved with practiced ease, the knight's posture straight and resolute. Beside him, Raylan's presence exuded an air of calm authority, his silver-gray hair catching the faint light that filtered through the dense canopy above. As they drew near, Raylan dismounted with a fluid grace that belied his age. His deep green eyes, sharp as ever, locked onto Thorian's form. "Thorian," he greeted, his voice carrying the weight of many years and shared struggles. "Raylan," Thorian replied, a faint smile touching his lips. Though his eyes saw nothing, his senses perceived much more. "It has been far too long, old friend." The two men clasped hands, a gesture of mutual respect and acknowledgement of their shared history. "Indeed," Raylan agreed, his voice warm with genuine affection. "We have much to discuss." Sir Alden, observing the exchange, felt a sense of reverence for the two elder mages. He knew that their combined knowledge and experience were invaluable assets in their struggle against King Eric. Marilyn stepped forward, her gaze steady. "We should not linger here. The keep awaits, and we have pressing matters to attend to." Raylan nodded, understanding the urgency. "Follow me," he instructed, turning back towards the entrance of Shadowspire. The group moved together, their footsteps echoing softly against the ancient stones. As they entered the keep, the heavy doors creaked and groaned before closing behind them with a resounding thud, sealing them inside the fortress that had stood as a sentinel through countless ages. Inside, the air was cooler, the oppressive heat of the outside world left behind. The walls seemed to whisper with the echoes of the past, the faint glow of magical runes casting a dim light on their path. Together, they ventured deeper into the heart of Shadowspire, ready to face whatever lay ahead. As Thorian and Raylan walked deeper into the heart of Shadowspire Keep, the memories of their shared past flowed silently between them, unspoken but deeply felt. Thorian's mind wandered back to the days when Raylan was a young, eager student. He remembered the first time he saw the spark of magic in Raylan's eyes, a spark that spoke of immense potential and a hunger for knowledge. Thorian had taken him under his wing, not out of obligation, but because he saw in Raylan the future of Lysaria's magical lineage. "Do you recall," Thorian began, his voice steady despite his blindness, "the time you tried to summon a storm without proper preparation?" Raylan chuckled, a sound that held both amusement and a hint of nostalgia. "I remember the aftermath more clearly. You made me clean the entire library as a lesson in humility." "You needed to learn that power without control is chaos," Thorian replied, a small smile playing on his lips. "And you did learn, eventually." Raylan's expression grew serious. "I did, thanks to you. Your teachings shaped everything I am today." Thorian paused, sensing the weight of Raylan's words. "And you have surpassed my expectations, Raylan. Your dedication to the principles of magic, to balance and restraint, has made you a beacon of hope in these dark times." Their journey continued in silence for a moment. Thorian placed a hand on Raylan's shoulder, a gesture of both comfort and affirmation. "We all make mistakes, Raylan. What matters is that we learn from them and grow stronger. You have done that, and I am proud of the mage you have become." Raylan met Thorian's blind gaze, feeling the depth of their connection. "And I am grateful for your guidance, Thorian. Without you, I would have been lost to my own arrogance." As they reached the central chamber, the runes on the floor glowed with a soft, welcoming light. Thorian's hand tightened slightly on Raylan's shoulder. "Remember, Raylan, the true power of magic lies not in its ability to destroy, but in its capacity to heal and restore." Raylan nodded, the lessons of his mentor echoing in his mind. "I will not forget, Thorian. Your wisdom will guide me, as it always has." Together, they stood at the threshold of the chamber, ready to combine their strengths and face whatever darkness lay ahead. Thorian and Raylan entered the chamber where Syrala lay cocooned in the pulsating energy of her pendant. The room hummed with ancient magic, the air thick with the weight of unspoken words and unfulfilled destinies. The glow from the runes cast eerie shadows on the stone walls, illuminating the somber faces of those gathered. Torin and Marin stood by Syrala's side, their expressions a mix of hope and exhaustion. Marin's eyes widened as he saw the mages approach, curiosity and anticipation sparking within him. He had heard stories of powerful mages, but had never been this close to their enigmatic presence. Raylan nodded to Torin, acknowledging the dwarf's steadfast presence. "Torin, it's good to see you. Your bravery in the face of such overwhelming odds is commendable." Torin grunted, his eyes never leaving Syrala. "We do what we must for Lysaria. She fought valiantly. Now, it's up to you mages to see her through this." Marin stepped forward, his gaze fixed on Thorian. "What will you do? How can we help her?" Thorian turned his sightless eyes toward Marin, his expression unreadable yet filled with an unspoken depth of knowledge. "I will awaken her. We will awaken her. But first, we must regain our strength and energy." Marin nodded, his eagerness tempered by the gravity of the situation. "What do you need from us?" Thorian's voice softened, carrying the weight of their recent loss. "We lost a great mage today. Eldrick's sacrifice must not be in vain. We need time to meditate, to renew our strength." Torin's hand rested on Marin's shoulder, a silent reminder of their shared purpose. "We'll keep watch. Do what you must." The mages settled around the room, finding quiet corners to rest and meditate. Raylan closed his eyes, focusing on the steady rhythm of his breath, drawing energy from the ancient runes beneath him. Thorian, despite his blindness, moved with practiced grace, sinking into a meditative state, his presence a calming anchor in the turbulent sea of magic. Marin watched them with a mix of awe and reverence. He knew that the mages held the key to Syrala's awakening, and by extension, the hope for Lysaria's future. As he stood guard, he vowed to protect them, ensuring they had the time they needed to restore their strength. The room grew quiet, the only sound the soft hum of magic as the mages immersed themselves in their rituals. In the stillness, Marin felt a sense of peace, a brief respite from the chaos that had consumed their lives. Raylan and Sir Alden stood apart from the others, their faces lit by the flickering light of the runes. The gravity of recent events weighed heavily on them both, casting long shadows over their expressions. Alden broke the silence first, his voice low and filled with concern. "Raylan, what happened out there? What of the mages?" Raylan took a deep breath, his eyes closing momentarily as he gathered his thoughts. "We faced 5 horsemen, conjured by King Eric's dark powers. Eldrick. Eldrick sacrificed himself to banish them. His spell was powerful, but it came at a great cost." Alden's jaw tightened, his eyes reflecting a mix of sorrow and anger. "It's a relief to know those 5 horsemen were banished from this plane. At least we won't have to face them again." Raylan's eyes opened, a somber look settling on his face. "No, Alden. Eldrick's magic was not strong enough to banish them from this plane entirely. They were driven from the battlefield, yes, but they will spawn again. His sacrifice gave us time, but it did not end the threat." Alden's shoulders slumped, the weight of the news pressing down on him. "So, that means we will see those riders very soon. We're not rid of them after all." Raylan nodded, the lines on his face deepening with worry. "Yes, we must remain vigilant. Eldrick's sacrifice was not in vain, but our fight is far from over." Alden's eyes hardened with resolve. "Then we'll be ready. We'll face them again if we must, for Lysaria and for those we've lost." At the crack of dawn, the remnants of the group gathered in the dimly lit dining hall. The air was filled with the smell of freshly baked bread and herbal tea. Alden and his friend Marin shared a small meal, quietly replenishing their strength after the long and taxing night. Marin broke off a piece of bread. "Where's Thorian?" a hint of concern in his voice. Raylan, sipping his tea, glanced up. "He wasn't here when I woke," he replied. "Perhaps he needed some time alone." The group fell silent, each member lost in their thoughts. Thorian's wisdom and presence had been a steadying force, and his sudden disappearance was unsettling. Meanwhile, Thorian, despite his blindness, moved through the ancient halls of Shadowspire Keep with a quiet purpose. His fingers traced the rough, cold stones of the walls, feeling the intricate patterns of the secret runes etched into them. The ancient magic thrummed under his touch, whispering tales of the past, the rise and fall of the keep, and the battles fought within its walls. He paused at a particularly worn section of the wall, his fingers brushing over a series of runes that glowed faintly under his touch. The runes told a story of an old alliance, of magic wielders who had once stood united against a great darkness. Thorian's brow furrowed as he absorbed the ancient knowledge, the weight of history pressing upon him. The energy of the keep resonated with him, and he could feel the echoes of long-forgotten spells and incantations. It was as if the keep itself was speaking to him, sharing its secrets and offering its strength. Thorian closed his eyes, letting the magic flow through him, connecting him to the very essence of Shadowspire. Satisfied that he had gleaned what he could, Thorian turned and made his way back through the winding corridors. His steps were sure, his mind filled with the knowledge he had uncovered. As he neared the dining hall, the sound of quiet conversation reached his ears. He stepped into the room, his presence immediately drawing the attention of the group. Raylan set down his cup of tea, relief evident on his face. "Thorian, where have you been?" Thorian offered a faint smile, his sightless eyes seemingly looking through them. "Exploring," he said simply. "The keep has much to tell if one knows how to listen." Thorian's voice cut through the heavy silence of the room. "We should start," he beckoned to Raylan, his tone firm but calm. Raylan nodded, understanding the gravity of what was about to transpire. "I will need your power too," Thorian added, his blind eyes seeming to pierce through the very air. "The pendant is so powerful that it will take everything we have." With a resolute nod, Raylan rose from his seat. Together, the two mages made their way to the chamber where Syrala lay encased in her cocoon of protective energy. The pendant around her neck crackled with a fierce, almost sentient energy as if it sensed the mage's intent. Raylan and Thorian sat down in a meditative pose, facing each other with Syrala between them. They took out their books, artifacts, and amulets, laying them carefully on the ground. "It is best if you leave us alone," Thorian said to the others gathered in the room. His voice held a note of finality that brooked no argument. Marin opened his mouth to protest, but the weight of the situation pressed down on him. He glanced at Syrala, then back at Thorian and Raylan. Reluctantly, he gave in, nodding his head and stepping back. The room emptied, leaving the two mages in a bubble of quiet anticipation. Thorian and Raylan closed their eyes, their breathing synchronizing as they began to chant in low, melodic tones. The air grew thick with the scent of ancient magic, and the runes around the room began to glow, pulsing in time with the rhythm of their incantations. The pendant around Syrala's neck reacted, its glow intensifying, casting eerie shadows across the walls. From the very walls of the keep, energy flowed to both mages, filling the room with an otherworldly hum. Thorian's blind eyes lit up with a rare smile, sensing the ancient magic awakening around them. "The keep has heeded my call," Thorian said, his voice filled with awe and reverence. Raylan felt the surge too, a palpable force that seemed to seep into his very bones. "The ancient powers of the great knights of the Vale," Raylan murmured, his eyes widening in realization. "They are still lingering here, joining our efforts to help the heir." The room became a nexus of raw, untamed power. The runes on the floor glowed brighter. Syrala's cocoon of energy pulsed in response, resonating with the same rhythm as the chanting mages. As the ancient energy mingled with their own, Thorian and Raylan felt their abilities amplified, their connection to the arcane deepening. The sheer magnitude of the power in the room was immense, a torrent of force that could reshape reality itself. It felt as though the very essence of the keep, the memories and valor of the knights who once defended it, had come alive to aid them in their critical task. Thorian and Raylan continued their incantations, their voices blending into a harmonious chorus that filled every corner of the chamber. The artifacts and amulets they had placed on the ground began to levitate, caught in the swirling vortex of energy. Sparks of light danced around Syrala's cocoon, creating a dazzling display of magic. The pendant around Syrala's neck responded, its glow intensifying to a blinding brilliance. It was as if the pendant recognized the power being channeled, accepting it, amplifying it. The cocoon around Syrala shimmered and expanded, its protective barrier becoming even more impenetrable. For a moment, Thorian and Raylan felt a deep connection to the very fabric of Lysaria, a sense of unity with the ancient forces that had long protected the realm. They knew that this was a pivotal moment, one that could turn the tide in their favor. The combined power of the mages and the lingering spirits of the great knights of the Vale created a beacon of hope that pierced through the darkness surrounding them. The air crackled with energy, and the very stones of Shadowspire Keep seemed to hum in resonance with the mages' efforts. The immense power in the room surged, creating a protective sanctuary around Syrala, ensuring her safety as she gathered the strength needed for the battles to come. Slowly, the energy in the room built up, swirling around them like a tangible force. Thorian's face remained serene, though beads of sweat formed on his brow. Raylan's hands trembled slightly as he focused, channeling his energy into the pendant. The cocoon around Syrala crackled louder, as if resisting the intrusion, but the mages held firm, their combined power pressing forward. The pendant pulsed violently, then settled into a steady, radiant glow, its power finally beginning to align with their efforts. For a moment, the world seemed to hold its breath, waiting to see if their combined strength would be enough to awaken Syrala. Rain began to fall, a torrential downpour that engulfed Shadowspire Keep, soaking its weathered stones and filling the air with the scent of damp earth. Heavy thunder rumbled overhead, and lightning slashed through the darkened skies, casting eerie shadows that danced across the ancient stone walls. It was as if nature itself felt the magic surging within the keep, as if the gods were disturbed by the immense power being wielded within its confines. Sir Alden, sensing the brewing storm, began to order everyone to come inside and secure all doors and gates. The villagers and knights hurried to comply, their faces pale with fear and uncertainty. The wind howled through the narrow corridors, and the castle's walls seemed to groan under the weight of the tempest, as if they too were straining against the storm's fury. Alden, Torin, and Marin made their way to the war room, their footsteps echoing through the stone halls. Outside, the storm raged with a ferocity that mirrored the tension within the keep, each clap of thunder a reminder of the stakes they faced. "What a storm," Alden muttered, his voice barely audible over the din of the thunder and the lashing rain. "How long will they be busy?" Marin asked, his eyes filled with worry and his voice trembling. "There is no way to know," Torin replied, his expression grim and resolute. "We can only wait and hope." The castle shook violently as lightning struck nearby, sending a tremor through the very foundations. Panic began to ripple through the inhabitants of Shadowspire, their fear palpable in the charged air. Alden and Torin did their best to calm them, their authoritative voices cutting through the chaos like a beacon. "Stay calm," Alden shouted, his voice firm and reassuring. "We are safe within these walls. Trust in the mages and in each other." Meanwhile, in Syrala's room, both Thorian and Raylan continued their intense magical work, their spells lighting up the air with a brilliance that seemed to rival the storm outside. Thorian's deep voice resonated as he began to speak in an ancient tongue, his words carrying a weight and authority that commanded attention and respect. Raylan, sweating from the exertion, glanced at Thorian with a mix of awe and disbelief. Is he actually communicating with the pendant? He wondered aloud, his voice filled with reverence. Thorian's voice grew even deeper as he invoked the ancient language of magic, ensuring the pendant recognized his identity and their intentions. His words were both a plea and a command, a call to the very essence of the pendant to acknowledge their purpose. "We seek to save Syrala," Thorian intoned, his voice echoing through the room with a powerful resonance. "We seek to protect her and to restore balance to Lysaria. Let her go and let her awaken so that we may care for her and for this land." The pendant's glow intensified, as if responding to Thorian's words. The air crackled with energy, and the cocoon around Syrala seemed to shimmer in response. The ancient magic was at work, and the fate of Syrala, and perhaps all of Lysaria, hung in the balance, awaiting the outcome of this pivotal moment. While Alden was looking into the distance from the war room, he noticed something strange. In the woods, almost out of sight, he seemed to spot a horseman waiting in the dark and the storm. The air felt colder, and an unsettling chill ran down his spine. He could suddenly feel its gaze piercing through the night. In shock, he looked to the other side and saw another one, equally menacing and still. He clenched his fists, a mix of dread and determination flooding him. "Thorin, Morelin," Alden's voice cut through the tension. "Get me that young squire, Elian. He's part elf." Within moments, Elian arrived, his half-elven eyes keen and alert. The squire's emerald gaze swept across the landscape, easily picking out the 5 horsemen standing in the storm, their presence unbothered by the raging elements. "They're surrounding us," Elian confirmed, his voice steady despite the gravity of the situation. Morelin, with a quick incantation, confirmed the sighting. "Indeed, they are here. Their dark magic is palpable." Alden didn't waste a second. "Get me archers, longbows and crossbows, poison the arrows and bolts." The war room buzzed with urgent activity. Men and women moved with purpose, gathering weapons and preparing for the impending confrontation. 5 archers at each corner, ready to fire, Alden commanded, his tone leaving no room for hesitation. Marilyn stepped forward, her hawk-like eyes gleaming with resolve. "Give me the arrows," she demanded. "I will put a spell on them to give them more power." Torin, standing resolute and unyielding, nodded in agreement. He knew the gravity of the moment and the importance of every action taken. Alden turned to his companions, his gaze firm and unyielding. "Now is the time for good ideas," he said, looking at each of them in turn. "We need to outthink and outfight them." Marilyn began chanting over the arrows, her voice weaving ancient spells of power and protection. Elian, with his heightened senses, continued to monitor the horsemen, ensuring they were aware of any movement. Torin coordinated the defenses, his experience and leadership evident in every decision. The storm raged on, but inside the keep, while the knights, squires, dwarves, and even villagers prepared and armed themselves, tension filled the air like an impending storm. Weapons clanged, voices barked commands, and hurried footsteps echoed through the stone halls of Shadowspire Keep. In Syrala's room, a different battle was reaching its climax. After a long struggle, the magical cocoon that had enveloped her slowly began to dissolve. The mages, Thorian and Raylan, their energy nearly spent, stood up with visible effort. "Get me Marilyn and healers, now!" Thorian's voice rang out, urgent and commanding. As the cocoon continued to fade, revealing more of Syrala, she looked pale but seemed to rest easy. Her breath came in regular, steady rhythms. The healers arrived swiftly, their eyes darting from the mages to Syrala, one of them immediately taking Syrala's pulse, the other preparing water and potions. Marilyn entered the room. She approached Syrala, her focus unwavering. Placing a hand on Syrala's forehead, she channeled her healing power. The air around them seemed to hum with a soft, radiant energy. "She's stable," one of the healers murmured, relief evident in her voice. "We need to keep her hydrated and continue administering these potions." Marilyn nodded, her hand still on Syrala's forehead. "She'll need rest, but she's strong. We can't let her slip away now." Thorian and Raylan, though visibly exhausted, exchanged a glance of mutual understanding and relief. Their combined efforts had not been in vain. The mages stepped back, giving the healers space to work while they observed, their roles shifting from active participants to vigilant guardians, ready to intervene if needed. Syrala's chest rose and fell rhythmically, her pale face slowly gaining a hint of color as the potions took effect. The healers worked methodically, ensuring her comfort and monitoring her vital signs with meticulous care. Every movement was precise, every action deliberate, as they applied their knowledge and skill to aid the young girl. Marilyn continued to channel her healing power, a steady flow of warmth and light that seemed to soothe Syrala's entire being. The room, filled with the soft glow of magic and the focused energy of those present, became a sanctuary amidst the chaos outside. The air hummed with an almost tangible sense of hope, a stark contrast to the turmoil that had brought them all together. As the minutes passed, the sense of urgency in the room began to ebb, replaced by a quiet determination. Syrala was stable, and for the moment, that was enough. The healers exchanged nods of reassurance, their hands never lingering idly. Thorian and Raylan, standing by with watchful eyes, allowed themselves a brief moment of respite, knowing the battle for Syrala's survival was far from over, but also recognizing the small victory they had achieved this day. The weather, which had been a tempest of rain and wind, suddenly calmed. It was as if an unseen hand had drawn a curtain over the storm, leaving a heavy, expectant silence in its wake. Sir Alden and Torin gathered in the war room, joined by Thorian and Raylan. The gravity of the situation hung in the air, unspoken yet palpable. Alden spoke first, his voice steady but strained. "We have no idea how many there are." "5," Torin interjected. "They will have no escorts." Alden frowned. "Escorts will run away in fear." "We need more magic for this," Thorian added, his voice carrying the weight of certainty. Meanwhile, in Syrala's chamber, Marin burst through the door. He rushed to her side, his face breaking into a relieved smile as he saw the faint color returning to her cheeks. Syrala lay still, her breath even and steady, surrounded by the gentle hum of magical energy. Back in the courtyard, Alden and Torin organized the defenses with precision. 2 lines of archers were set up, their bows strung and arrows at the ready. Spears were positioned in front, their tips gleaming menacingly. Behind them, the cavalry and elite dwarven warriors stood, their faces set in grim determination. "How do we get more magic?" Alden asked. "I can summon my mages," Thorian replied. "They would come and be here in 2 days, but without an escort, they are vulnerable." "We can ride out with extra horses and go get them," Torin suggested. "We can protect them." Alden's brow furrowed. "But what will the 5 horsemen do? Will they stay here or follow them?" "I think they will stay," Thorian said, "but I can cast a barrier to give them some time to put some distance between them." The plan began to take shape, each detail meticulously considered. The room buzzed with a sense of purpose, the camaraderie between warriors and mages growing stronger with each passing moment. Outside, the calm after the storm seemed almost eerie, a quiet before the impending clash. Yet within the walls of Shadowspire Keep, Alden's mind raced, the strategy forming like a blueprint in his thoughts. He turned to Torin and the others, his voice steady and clear. "All right, here's how we're going to do this," Alden began, his voice carrying a reassuring steadiness. "We have 5 horsemen and 4 towers with archers. We'll take the one near the gate and bolster it with more archers and a mage. Our focus will be on the horsemen closest to the gate." Torin nodded, his sharp gray eyes narrowing as he visualized the plan, the scar on his brow adding to his intense demeanor. "With some luck," Alden continued, "he'll either retreat into the forest or the others will come to his aid. While they rally, we ride out with our heaviest cavalry. They'll think it's an all-out attack." His voice grew more resolute, underscoring the urgency of their mission. Moralen raised an eyebrow, her fingers twitching with nervous energy. "And if they haven't rallied by then? We abort," Alden said firmly. "Everyone comes back, but if they do gather, we bombard them with arrows and bolts, supported by our elite cavalry." Raylan's eyes gleamed with approval. "And the trick?" Alden continued, his confidence growing. "As the cavalry charges, they split into 2 groups. The rear group heads straight to your mages, picks them up, and returns. The front of the attacking force circles back, defended by archers and mages, and rides back inside." Torin clapped a hand on Alden's shoulder, a rare smile breaking his stern face and softening his usual gruff demeanor. "That's a hell of a plan, my friend," he said, his voice carrying a warmth and approval that was seldom heard. Alden returned the smile, albeit with a hint of grim determination. "If all goes well." "And if the horsemen don't rally?" Raylan asked. "We abort," Alden repeated. "Everyone retreats to the keep." Thorian, who had been silent, spoke up. "What if they follow through the gates?" Alden's gaze hardened, steely with resolve. "We have 2 lines of archers and warriors, plus those who rode out, and the archers providing cover. If they follow us through the gates, the battle starts early. We'll fight them with everything we've got, no holding back." His voice carried the weight of a man ready to face whatever came their way. The room fell silent, each member of the group absorbing the gravity of the plan. Alden looked around, meeting each of their eyes. "This is our best shot. Let's make it count." With that, they dispersed, each to their assigned tasks. Torin approached Alden, a twinkle of mischief in his steely gray eyes. "I might have a little surprise for ye," he said, a hint of pride in his voice. Alden raised an eyebrow, curiosity piqued. "What's that, Torin?" As if on cue, 2 dwarves emerged from the shadows, their sturdy frames moving with purpose. Each bore a bow that caught Alden's eye, a design unlike any he had ever seen. The craftsmanship was exquisite, each curve of the bow finely etched with intricate patterns that spoke of a mastery he could only admire. "These bows shoot very hard," Torin continued, gesturing to the dwarves as they approached. "And I mean very hard, but there's more." Torin lifted the lid of a weathered chest, revealing a collection of arrows that shimmered in the dim light. Alden leaned closer, intrigued. "These arrows are unique," Torin declared, his voice low and conspiratorial. He lifted one, its shaft glinting with an otherworldly sheen. "The alloy is a very rare combination of different elements. There's even silver in there and diamond." He chuckled, shaking his head. "Don't ask me how they did it, only the master of the forge knows how it's done." Alden examined the arrow closely, marveling at its construction. "These might be very good against magical creatures," Torin added, pride swelling in his chest. Torin nodded, motioning for Alden to look closely at the arrowhead. "Look at this," he instructed, pointing. "It's made in such a way that it can penetrate deeper. You can even light them on fire." Alden's eyes widened as he understood the implications. "Fire arrows," he murmured, feeling a rush of excitement at the thought of their potential in the battle ahead. Torin grinned, his beard shifting with the movement. "Aye, with these in hand, we stand a much better chance." The dwarves exchanged knowing glances, their anticipation palpable as they prepared to arm the archers with these powerful new weapons. The archers looked in awe at the arrows, their eyes wide with amazement as they examined the finely crafted weapons. Better use your own bows, boys, Torin advised, his voice carrying a note of authority. You're used to them. The archers nodded, understanding the wisdom in his words, but the crossbowmen exchanged hopeful glances, as if they expected a similar treat. Torin caught their looks and shook his head with a wry smile. Not yet, he said, his tone firm. We're working on enhanced bolts, but we don't have them now. The crossbowmen sighed, their shoulders slumping slightly in disappointment. They knew that every advantage counted, and the promise of enhanced bolts gave them a glimmer of hope for future battles. Meanwhile, in a secluded chamber within the keep, Syrala began to stir. Slowly, as if emerging from the deepest dream, she awoke. Her vision was blurry, but she could make out a familiar figure beside her. It was Merrin. Syrala, Merrin said, his voice thick with emotion, tears of happiness brimming in his eyes. You are back. Syrala sat up, feeling an unexpected surge of energy coursing through her veins. She looked at Merrin, her expression one of confusion mixed with determination. What happened, Merrin? She asked, her voice steady despite the whirlwind of thoughts in her mind. She reached out and took his hand, seeking both comfort and answers. Alden looked at his men in the courtyard, the flickering torches casting determined shadows across their faces. Defensive line. You must stay and hold the line in case someone breaks through the wall. You will have all our archers in the towers to help you. The men and dwarves nodded, their faces set with grim resolve. As long as the gate is not breached, or I give another order, you will stay here at the ready, Alden continued, his voice steady and commanding. The men and dwarves nodded once more, their collective determination palpable. Attack group, on my mark, you will ride out and attack the target or targets without mercy. Give them all you've got. A murmur of agreement rippled through the ranks, the tension thickening the air. For Lysaria, Alden declared, raising his sword high. For our home, for our way of life. For Lysaria, the men and dwarves echoed, their voices a thunderous roar that reverberated off the stone walls. Alden's gaze swept over the attack group, locking eyes with each warrior. Those in the rear of the attack group will either ride at full speed on my order to the place Thorian explained to get our allies, the hidden mages, or you will return with your group inside the keep if I order it. He paused, letting his words sink in. Be vigilant, be concentrated, be focused, be deadly. The knights nodded and roared, the sound like a rolling wave of defiance. They began clanging their swords against their shields, the metallic rhythm a war drum in the night. Sir Alden, they shouted in unison. Torin Ironfist, others joined, the dwarves' voices deep and resonant. For Syrala, for Lysaria, the cry rose, filling the courtyard with a fierce, unyielding spirit. Alden felt a surge of pride and purpose. He looked to Torin, who met his gaze with a fierce nod. Together, they turned to face the looming threat, united in their resolve to protect their land and their people. Alden looked at his ranged warriors in the tower. The elven squire had also joined, his keen vision and exceptional archery skills a valuable asset. He wielded a bow of elven design, its craftsmanship evident in its elegant curves and intricate carvings. Light his arrow, Alden ordered, his voice firm. Elian, the squire, knocked a flaming arrow and drew his bow, aiming with practiced precision. He released the arrow, and it soared through the air, a trail of fire behind it. The arrow struck the rider, causing him to recoil slightly. The fiery projectile fell to the ground, and the horseman quickly regained his position. Alden's voice boomed through the tower. All archers with flaming arrows, shoot at him. Crossbowmen, aim for the horse. Reload as fast as you can and do it again. You too, Elian. The archers and crossbowmen sprang into action. Flaming arrows and bolts flew through the sky, striking the horseman and his mount. The horse neighed in distress, and the rider seemed momentarily puzzled by the barrage. Raylan, standing nearby, raised his staff and summoned a great fire atronach near the rider. The fiery creature roared into existence, its flames casting an eerie glow. At the same moment, Thorian fired a lightning bolt at the horseman, the crackling energy illuminating the night. The horseman was hit hard, the combined force of the fire atronach and the lightning bolt sending him backward. His horse roared in pain and confusion. "Another volley," Alden commanded. The archers and crossbowmen unleashed another round of flaming arrows and bolts. The sky filled with streaks of fire and steel, all aimed at the struggling horsemen. "Keep an eye on the other riders," Alden added, his gaze sweeping the battlefield. The defenders in the tower remained vigilant, their eyes scanning the darkness for any signs of movement. The relentless assault began to take its toll. The horseman and his mount were visibly weakened, their movements sluggish and uncoordinated. The flame Atronach lunged at the rider, its blazing form crackling with intense heat. The horseman parried the fiery strikes with his dark blade, each clash sending showers of sparks into the night air. Flaming arrows rained down relentlessly, embedding themselves in the horseman's armor and piercing the flesh of his steed. Some arrows bounced off the enchanted plates of his armor, but others found weak spots, making the rider wince in pain and his horse stagger under the assault. With a final, furious shriek, the horseman slashed through the flame Atronach, causing it to burst into a cloud of embers and acrid smoke. His victory was short-lived. Before he could catch his breath, a new and more formidable threat emerged. An ice Atronach, larger and more menacing, materialized from the ether. Its crystalline body radiated a chilling aura that seemed to freeze the very air around it, and it let out a deep, resonant growl that echoed across the battlefield. The ice Atronach advanced on the beleaguered horsemen, its fists like boulders of frozen power ready to crush anything in their path. The archers continued their relentless volley, flaming arrows streaking through the darkness. The horse, already struggling under the weight of its injuries, buckled further under the onslaught. The ice Atronach swung its massive fists, connecting with the horseman's chest with a bone-crushing force. The impact sent the rider reeling, ice spreading rapidly across his armor. He fought back with desperate fury, dark magic swirling around his weapon. Another devastating swing from the icy giant smashed into the horse, causing it to whinny in agony and collapse under its own weight. Arrows continued to rain down from the defenders, each one finding its mark more easily as the horseman's defenses crumbled. His steed, now heavily injured and unable to rise, lay on the ground, its breath coming in ragged gasps. The horseman himself staggered, blood seeping through the gaps in his once impenetrable armor, his movements growing increasingly sluggish. The ice Atronach roared, its breath turning the air to frost, and struck again. The battlefield was a maelstrom of fire and ice, and the horseman was caught in its merciless grip. The horseman shrieked, his eyes burning with dark energy. From his palm, he launched a heavy fireball that collided with the ice Atronach, throwing the icy giant aside in a burst of steam and shattered ice. The force of the spell left the horseman trembling, but he turned his gaze toward the tower with grim determination. Another fireball erupted from his hand, streaking through the night sky. The power needed for such an attack made him fall to his knees, his strength visibly waning. "Get down or run away!" Alden shouted, his voice cutting through the chaos. The fireball hit the tower with a deafening explosion. The impact sent shards of stone and wood flying in all directions. Alden jumped aside just in time, rolling to avoid the worst of the debris. A few others followed his lead, hitting the ground hard but safe. But 3 archers and 1 dwarven archer, along with Elian, weren't so fortunate. They fell from the tower, their bodies engulfed in flames, their screams of agony echoing across the battlefield. Alden roared furiously, his heart aching at the sight of his fallen comrades. "Shoot at all the horsemen and keep firing." The mages had already summoned a magical shield, protecting themselves from the blasts and debris. The shimmering barrier held firm, keeping the mages safe from harm. Alden turned his attention back to the immediate crisis. "Put out the fire here and repair what you can," he shouted, directing the remaining soldiers. He raced down to the courtyard, his anger fueling his movements. He found his battle group, their eyes reflecting his own fury and determination. "Charge!" Alden bellowed. The gate creaked open, and the knights rode out with a fury that matched their leaders. Their horses pounded the ground, hooves kicking up dirt and debris. Swords were drawn, shields raised, and the knights formed an unstoppable wave of steel and resolve. The sight of the charging knights brought a surge of hope to the defenders still holding their positions. As Alden led the charge, he knew this battle was far from over, but he was determined to fight with every ounce of strength he had left. The horsemen sensed their companions' distress, a silent scream of pain reverberating through their dark bond. As one, they turned their focus towards him, their eyes blazing with malevolent light. The air grew thick with their collective rage. At that very moment, the horsemen received a full volley of arrows. Shafts of wood and steel streaked through the air, their tips gleaming in the dim light. Several found their marks, embedding in the dark armor of the horseman. The wounded one staggered, his horse whinnying in distress. In their deep, dark form of communication, the horsemen rallied to their hurt companion. Their formation tightened, creating a protective barrier around him, a sinister dance of death and darkness. Alden rode out with his strike force, the clamor of hooves and the clang of armor creating a thunderous symphony. He glanced at the tower meant to provide cover, now nearly destroyed. Despite the damage, the remaining archers continued their relentless assault. On Torin's command, archers from the other tower rushed to aid their beleaguered comrades. The mages, though exhausted, fired beams of lightning and other energy attacks. No longer focused on a single rider, their efforts scattered, aiming to disrupt the horsemen's defense. The sky lit up with the crackling energy. The cavalry roared as they closed the distance, the sound a primal declaration of their determination. Yet the horsemen, sensing the impending clash, formed a small wall, keeping their wounded companion behind them. Their dark steeds pawed the ground, snorting defiantly. Raylan and Thorian watched the scene unfold, their faces etched with worry. Their strength was not at full power, drained from awakening Syrala and the ongoing battle. Thorian's heart ached with the desire for more mages, knowing their current numbers were insufficient against such formidable foes. "We need to break their line," Raylan murmured, his voice heavy with fatigue. "Agreed," Thorian replied, his eyes never leaving the horsemen. "But how?" Before Raylan could respond, the cavalry clashed with the horsemen's wall, the sound of metal on metal echoing across the battlefield. The horsemen held their ground, their dark energy a formidable shield against the onslaught. Alden's strike force pushed harder. The mages continued their assault, beams of light and energy slicing through the night. Each attack was a desperate attempt to breach the horsemen's defense, to find a way through the wall of darkness that protected their wounded companion. Torin watched the battle from a vantage point, his eyes narrowing as he took in the scene. The knights and dwarves fought valiantly, but the horsemen's dark power was formidable. He could see Alden's forces struggling to break through the horsemen's defensive wall. Torin turned away from the sight and headed into the courtyard where the defensive lines were stationed. He could feel the tension in the air, the anticipation of the soldiers waiting for his command. "Charge!" he bellowed, his voice carrying over the din of battle. "Help Alden destroy the riders. Go!" The knights and dwarves didn't need more. They sprang into action, marching with a determined stride to aid their comrades. Their movements were swift, their faces set with resolve. Marin approached, his brow furrowed with concern. "Is that wise? We have no defense here. We'll make sure they can't come. We must take them right there," Torin interrupted. "You see their power." A defensive line wouldn't have mattered. Marin nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation. He glanced around, taking in the scene with a critical eye. "What are you doing here, lad?" the dwarf asked, his tone softer. Torin turned around, only to see Syrala and Marilyn approaching. Syrala's pendant glowed with a fierce light, casting an eerie glow around her. "Oh, lassie, you're back!" Torin said with joy, a rare smile breaking across his rugged face. Marin stepped forward, his voice steady. "I told him everything, Sir Torin." Syrala nodded, her eyes shining with determination. "We must continue with the plan to get the mages. My sleep and magical healing have brought me back with full energy, and Marilyn is ready too. We'll go to the tower where the archers are. Marin is a pretty good archer himself. We will support the battle." Torin looked at them, his expression a mix of pride and determination. Make sure the rear part of the strike force rides to get the mages. We'll support. As Syrala's pendant glowed, it seemed to pulse with an angry smile, its light a beacon of hope and power. Alden's fury mounted as he clashed with the dark horseman. He observed the wounded rider, now lurking at the back of the enemy lines, its strength returning at an unnaturally rapid pace. His eyes narrowed in suspicion. Are they healing him? He muttered through gritted teeth. Rage flared hotter within him, propelling him forward with a conviction he'd never known before. His forces pressed onward, the defensive line swiftly approaching. A voice echoed in his head, clear and commanding. Break, Alden faltered, confusion flickering in his eyes. Break the group now, the voice insisted. It was Syrala, her presence unmistakable even in the midst of chaos. Break, Alden roared, his voice slicing through the tumult of battle. The rear part of the force immediately veered off, galloping in the direction Thorian had indicated. Fall back, Alden commanded his own men, his voice carrying authority and urgency. They retreated, the defensive line providing cover as they moved. Yet 2 of the horsemen broke off, pursuing the rear riders with dark intent, their eyes gleaming with malevolence. Syrala's eyes flashed with determination. Now, she said, her voice steady and unwavering. Her pendant glowed with an uncanny energy, its light pulsating with raw power. With fierce concentration, she directed its force at the pursuing horsemen. The energy struck them with a blinding intensity. Simultaneously, Raylan and Thorian unleashed the remnants of their strength, magical bolts firing with desperate precision. Marilyn, still fresh and full of resolve, summoned her magic. Flaming missiles erupted from her hands, hurtling toward the horsemen. The air crackled with power as the combined assault bore down on their foes with relentless fury. Syrala, Raylan, Thorian, and Marilyn pressed their attack, each strike driven by the determination to protect their comrades and the hope of restoring Lysaria to its former glory. The horsemen's pursuit faltered, their advance halted by the relentless barrage, their combined efforts momentarily turning the tide in the chaotic battle, giving hope to those fighting for freedom. While the mages unleashed all their magic on the 2 horsemen pursuing the rear group, the remaining 3 horsemen endured a relentless rain of arrows and bolts. They held their ground, but slowly began to recoil under the unyielding assault. Marin, his eyes wide with both fear and insight, spoke urgently. They'll flee. We've seen them regenerate. Syrala's voice cut through the chaos. We can't beat 5 at once. We can probably not even beat 3 at once. She paused, the intensity in her gaze sharpening. But we've shown we can weaken one and probably destroy him. Now we have to kill those 2 following our riders. The other 3 won't interfere. They're weakened for now. As she spoke, Syrala closed her eyes and summoned every ounce of her strength. A massive bolt of energy shot from her hands, hurtling toward the 2 pursuing horsemen. The sheer power behind it was staggering, lighting up the battlefield. Marilyn, standing firm beside her, added her own destructive magic to the mix. I can summon 1 more Atronach, she said, her voice tinged with exhaustion. Then I'll be powerless. She raised her hands, calling forth a storm Atronach. The creature materialized in a swirl of dark clouds and lightning, immediately launching a ferocious attack on the horsemen. The ground trembled beneath its might. Syrala nodded, focusing her energies once more. She conjured a formidable wall of energy, blocking the horsemen's path and preventing them from following the rear riders. Meanwhile, the other 3 horsemen had retreated, their forms flickering and unstable under the continued barrage of arrows and bolts. They seemed unwilling or unable to engage further. Seizing the moment, Alden's voice cut through the chaos of battle. Charge, he bellowed, his command echoing across the field. Open the gate! All forces, attack the 2 followers. With a thunderous creak, the gate swung wide, unleashing a torrent of warriors. Every able-bodied knight, dwarf, and villager surged forward, their collective roar a symphony of defiance. The forces of Shadowspire poured through the entrance, converging upon the 2 isolated horsemen, The ground trembled under the weight of their charge, the air thick with the clamor of battle cries and the sharp clash of steel. Alden's knights and Torrhen's dwarves surged forward with a fury born of desperation and hope. The ground trembled under the weight of their charge, the air thick with the clash of steel and the roar of battle cries. Syrala, though weakened, stood at the center, her hands ablaze with arcane power. She unleashed torrents of energy that crackled and seared through the air, targeting the two dark horsemen who pursued their comrades. Torrhen's dwarves formed an impenetrable wall, their shields and axes flashing in the dim light as they engaged the horsemen. Each strike was precise. Alden's knights flanked the dwarves, their swords cutting through the air with deadly precision. The two horsemen, though formidable, began to falter under the relentless assault. Syrala's magic intertwined with the physical prowess of the knights and dwarves. Bolts of energy and elemental fury bombarded the horsemen, breaking through their dark defenses. The combined force was overwhelming. With a final, desperate push, the two horsemen were driven to their knees. Alden, leading the charge, delivered the final blow, his sword glowing with a strange, radiant light. The horsemen disintegrated, their dark forms crumbling into ash and dust. Alden, panting heavily, watched as the remains of their enemies scattered in the wind. Without hesitation, he ordered the ground where they had fallen to be burned. Flames roared to life, consuming the earth and ensuring no trace of the dark magic remained. "Make sure they don't come back," Alden muttered. The journey back to Shadowspire Keep was arduous. Alden, weakened by a wound he had sustained in the battle, nearly fell from his horse as they approached the gates. Torrhen ordered his men to take Alden inside immediately. "Get him to bed," Torrhen commanded, his voice brooking no argument. "Have his wound looked after, and make sure the towers are watched at all times. Guards in the war room, keep an eye out." As Alden was carried to his chambers, Torrhen turned his attention to the mages. "You all need to rest," he said, his tone softer but no less firm. "Gather your energy, we'll need you again soon." Marin, standing nearby, nodded in agreement. "I'll stay awake with you," he offered, his eyes reflecting the same determination as Torrhen's. The mages reluctantly agreed, retreating to their quarters to regain their strength. King Eric's rage echoed through the grand hall of Eldarhelm, a storm of fury barely contained within his imposing frame. He had tried to summon his Dark Lord, yet there was no reply. The silence was maddening, an affront to his authority and his desperation. He paced the room, the rich, regal clothing that adorned him rustling with every agitated step. The news from his spies had been a bitter pill to swallow. The demonic riders he had sent to crush the rebellion had failed, 2 of them destroyed. He could hardly fathom it. "How could Alden do that?" he snarled, his voice reverberating off the stone walls. "What power does he possess?" His advisors dared not speak, fearing the king's wrath. Eric's mind raced, trying to piece together the puzzle. Alden, a disgraced knight, now stood against him with a strength that defied reason. There was something more at play, something Eric needed to understand. His Dark Lord had the answers, and he would have them, no matter the cost. Eric stopped his pacing abruptly, his decision made. He would not return to the ritual site, not again. The place reeked of desperation and dark promises that seemed ever more distant, his expression a mask of cold determination. "I demand to speak with my Dark Lord here," he commanded, his voice a dangerous whisper that brooked no dissent. "Prepare the chamber, now." The advisors hurried to obey. Eric's mind was a maelstrom of anger and frustration. He needed answers, he needed power, and he would stop at nothing to maintain his iron grip on Lysaria. As his advisors scurried about, preparing the chamber for the summoning, Eric's thoughts returned to Alden and the rebellion. The knight's unexpected strength was a threat, one that needed to be understood and eradicated. Eric clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms. "I will find out what happened," he muttered to himself, his eyes narrowing, "and I will crush them all." The chamber filled with the acrid scent of burning incense, the air thick with dark energy as King Eric stood at the center, arms raised in summoning. His voice echoed, chanting in the ancient tongue, desperate to reach the malevolent force that had granted him power. The runes on the floor glowed dimly, pulsing in time with his words, but the entity remained silent. Sweat beaded on Eric's forehead, his frustration mounting. He needed answers, needed power. But the silence was deafening, a void that mocked his desperation. Finally, he lowered his arms, his breathing ragged, his chest heaving from the exertion. "Damn you," he hissed to the empty air. The runes flickered and died, leaving him in the dim light of the chamber's torches. Anger bubbled within him, a volcanic force seeking an outlet, threatening to erupt. He turned to leave, his steps heavy with fury. As he reached the ornately carved door, a lone guard stood there, eyes fixed on the ground. "Have I not told everyone to leave the room?" Eric snarled, his voice a dangerous growl, the sound reverberating off the chamber walls. The guard looked up, a hint of sarcasm in his eyes. "You say many things, King Eric." Rage flared within Eric, and he raised a hand, summoning his dark power. He would teach this insolent guard a lesson. Energy crackled around his fingers, but before he could release it, the guard's eyes flashed with a hidden power. With a small flick of the guard's hand, Eric was hurled across the throne room, his body slamming into the cold, unforgiving stone floor. He lay there, astonished, pain radiating through him like a wildfire. The guard's footsteps echoed, slow and deliberate, as he approached the fallen king. "So, my king," the guard's voice dripped with contempt, "who do you think you are exactly?" Eric shut his mouth, watching the guard approach with a mixture of fear and disbelief. How could this be happening? He had gained so much power through the dark entity, yet here he was, at the mercy of a mere guard. Summoning his strength, Eric roared, directing a powerful energy attack at the guard. The force was immense, enough to obliterate any normal being, but the guard just continued walking, the energy passing right through him as if it were nothing more than a gentle breeze. The guard laughed, a chilling sound that sent shivers down Eric's spine. "Really, Eric? What do you think you can do?" The guard lifted his head, a vicious smile spreading across his face. Suddenly, Eric felt himself lifted into the air, paralyzed, unable to move. The guard's laughter echoed in his ears, a haunting melody of dominance. "You are nothing, Eric," the guard said, his voice filled with disdain. "You are my servant." With a final mocking laugh, the guard released him, and Eric fell to the ground, pain searing through his body as he lay there, utterly defeated. His mind raced, grappling with the reality that his reign, built on fear and dark magic, had brought him to this humiliating end. Eric struggled to his feet, his body trembling with a volatile mix of pain and unbridled rage. The guard stood motionless before him, his mocking smile never wavering, a cruel twist that seemed to mock Eric's very existence. In that moment, Eric's eyes blazed with fury, but he couldn't deny the sickening truth. He was at a distinct disadvantage. This was no ordinary guard. This was something far more sinister, a manifestation of his own fears made flesh. "You seek advice, Eric," the guard said, his voice dripping with condescension, as if he were addressing a child rather than a king. "But the situation gets more interesting, doesn't it?" The words curled around Eric like smoke, suffocating and taunting. Eric clenched his fists, the knuckles turning a stark white against the backdrop of his regal attire. He had never felt so powerless, so exposed, like a king stripped of his crown and left to the whims of fate. The guard's words cut deep, slicing through the carefully constructed facade of control that he had upheld for so long, leaving him vulnerable to the piercing truths beneath. "Anyway," the guard said, his voice softening to a dangerous whisper that slithered through the air, "if you want advice from the dark side, I will be your new contact." Eric's eyes narrowed, suspicion mingling with a desperate need for power. He needed to maintain his grip on Lysaria, a kingdom teetering on the brink of chaos. But could he trust this enigmatic figure, this embodiment of the very darkness he had sought to control? Could he afford not to? "What do you want from me?" Eric demanded, his voice a precarious blend of defiance and fear, fighting to mask the tremors of uncertainty that threatened to betray him. The guard's smile widened, a predator savoring its prey, relishing the moment. What I want, Eric, is very simple. I want to see you succeed, to see you maintain your throne. But you must understand that power comes at a price. The guard's tone was almost seductive, luring Eric into a web of temptation. He had sacrificed so much already, had plunged Lysaria into darkness to secure his reign, drowning his kingdom in fear and despair. But was he willing to pay an even steeper price, to barter away the remnants of his soul for the promise of power? The guard extended a hand, an offer laden with both promise and peril, the air crackling with unspoken possibilities. Join me, Eric. Embrace the darkness fully, and you will have the power you seek. The invitation hung in the air, both alluring and dangerous, like a siren's call echoing through stormy seas. Eric stared at the outstretched hand, his mind racing with the weight of this moment. This was his moment of decision, a crossroads that would irrevocably determine his fate and the fate of his kingdom. The guard's eyes bored into him, a silent challenge that dared him to choose. With a heart heavy with uncertainty, Eric reached out, his hand trembling slightly as he grasped the guard's. The contact was electric, a surge of dark energy that flowed through him like wildfire, igniting his veins with raw, intoxicating power that whispered promises of dominion. The guard's smile grew, a satisfied gleam shining in his eyes, a reflection of the darkness that now bound them. "Welcome to the true darkness, King Eric. Now, let us begin." "But wait," Eric said, his voice hoarse and strained. "Who are you?" The guard's grin widened, revealing teeth that seemed sharper than humanly possible, glinting ominously in the dim light. "I am the Shadow King," he replied, his voice dripping with malevolence and a chilling certainty. Eric recoiled slightly, his grip faltering but not breaking. "I am your king, Eric," he insisted, trying to muster his usual authoritative tone, though it sounded weak even to his own ears. The Shadow King's laughter filled the chamber, a sound that echoed off the ancient stones and seemed to seep into Eric's very soul. It was a laughter that held no warmth, only a cold, calculating amusement that sent shivers down his spine. "King Eric," the Shadow King mocked, shaking his head slowly with a predatory gleam in his eyes. "You are but a pawn in a game far greater than you can comprehend." Eric's hand trembled, and he pulled it back, wiping it on his regal robes as if to rid himself of the Shadow King's touch. His mind raced, struggling to grasp the full extent of what he had just heard. The words echoed in his head, each one a dagger to his pride and sense of control. The Shadow King's eyes gleamed with a dark light, and he took a step closer to Eric, towering over him. "You may sit on the throne," he said, his voice a sinister whisper that seemed to wrap around Eric like a suffocating cloak. "But it is I who wields the true power." Eric swallowed hard, his throat dry and parched. He wanted to argue, to assert his dominance, but the words caught in his throat. He had always known he was playing with forces beyond his control, but this was something else entirely, something far more terrifying. The Shadow King laughed again, a sound that seemed to make the very shadows dance around them. "Do not worry, Eric," he said, almost soothingly, with a touch of mockery that stung. "Our goals are aligned, for now." Eric's mind raced with questions, doubts, and a growing sense of dread, but he forced himself to nod. "Very well," he said, his voice steadier than he felt, though his heart pounded in his chest. "But remember, I am still king." The Shadow King's smile never wavered, a smile that promised nothing but darkness. "Of course, Your Majesty," he said with a mocking bow, his eyes never leaving Eric's. "For now." The night settled heavily over Shadowspire Keep, a fortress of ancient stone, standing resilient against the encroaching darkness. Flickering torches cast long, restless shadows along the walls, painting the halls with a sense of eerie vigilance. Though fortified and formidable, the keep felt like a lone sentinel surrounded by a vast, unseen menace. Inside the war room, the air was thick with tension and a fragile hope. A large, weathered table took center stage, its surface littered with maps, battle plans, and hastily scrawled reports. A dim chandelier and the soft glow of the fireplace provided scant illumination, casting wavering light on the gathered faces. Alden leaned over the table, his eyes scanning the maps. "The recent battle," he began, his voice steady, showed us both our strengths and weaknesses. We defeated 2 of the horsemen, but it came at a cost. Raylan, standing beside him, nodded thoughtfully. The magic we used was potent, but the power behind those horsemen is vast. We must be prepared for them to return with even greater force. Thorian, seated at the far end of the table, leaned forward. We need to anticipate King Eric's next move. He won't rest until he crushes us. The group fell silent. Torin broke the silence, his voice gruff but determined. We must fortify the keep further. Gather more allies. Prepare for another attack. Syrala, still pale from her recent ordeal, listened intently from her chair near the fireplace. Though recovering, her eyes were sharp, reflecting the gravity of the situation. She understood her role was pivotal in the battles to come. Meralin placed a reassuring hand on Syrala's shoulder. Your strength is growing, Syrala. With each day, you'll be more prepared to face what's ahead. Alden straightened, his resolve evident. We need to focus on our defenses. Torin, can your dwarves reinforce the walls and gates? Torin nodded. Consider it done. We'll make this keep impregnable. Thorian added. We should also send out scouts to gather intelligence on Eric's movements. Knowledge will be our greatest asset. Raylan glanced at Syrala. And you, Syrala, must continue your training. Your power is the key to our victory. Syrala nodded, determination etched on her face. I won't let you down. The group continued their discussion, laying out plans and contingencies, each member contributing their expertise. The atmosphere, though tense, carried an undercurrent of unity and purpose. The mages, huddled together in a secluded glade, looked up with weary eyes as Alden's knights approached. Among Alden's knights, Sir Robert stepped forward. His demeanor was resolute, his voice steady. We come with dire news and a mission, he announced, the weight of his words hanging in the air. Eldric has fallen, but we cannot let his sacrifice be in vain. Fear flickered across the faces of the mages. The news hit them like a hammer blow. Eldric, their revered leader, had fallen. A state of defeatism and sorrow enveloped the mages. Eldric had been their guiding light, the one who had always known the way forward. Now, with his loss, the path seemed obscured by a thick fog of despair, but it was quickly followed by a spark of anger. The injustice of Eldric's death fueled their determination. They were no longer just mages in hiding, they were avengers of their fallen leader. Robert continued, I am here with an escort and spare horses. We have come to fetch you and bring you safely to Shadowspire Keep. Sir Alden and the others are preparing for the battles to come, and your presence is needed. The mages exchanged glances, the weight of their decision evident in their eyes. Robert's words carried not just the promise of safety, but also a call to arms, a reminder of the fight that lay ahead. And there's more, Robert added, his voice lowering as if to underscore the gravity of his next words. 5 hellish horsemen were sent by King Eric. We managed to defeat 2 of them, but the threat remains. Your skills, your magic, are crucial if we are to stand a chance against the remaining horsemen and the darkness that follows them. The mages felt a renewed sense of purpose. They knew the risks, the dangers that lay ahead, but they also knew they couldn't remain in hiding any longer. Eldric's sacrifice had to mean something. They would honor his memory by continuing the fight. The mages gathered what they needed swiftly. Hands moved with practiced precision, collecting artifacts and scrolls, securing them in leather satchels. Their faces, etched with a mixture of sorrow and determination, spoke of the urgency of their task. The forest around them seemed to hold its breath, as if sensing the weight of the moment. One mage paused to adjust the strap of a worn bag, her fingers brushing against the cold metal of a pendant hidden within. With their preparations complete, the mages mounted the horses provided by the knights. The animals shifted uneasily under the weight of their new riders, but the knights' steady hands and reassuring murmurs soon calmed them. Robert mounted his steed and looked back at the group. "Let's ride," he said, his voice carrying a note of finality. He spurred his horse forward, taking the lead. The journey back to Shadowspire began with a sense of urgency. The knights and mages moved as one, their ranks tight, their movements synchronized. The path through the forest was narrow and treacherous. Each step forward brought them closer to their destination, yet the emotions swirling within the group were far from uniform. For some, there was a sense of hope, a belief that they could make a difference in the battles to come. For others, there was fear, the uncertainty of what lay ahead casting long shadows over their thoughts. But all shared a common thread of determination, a resolve to see their mission through to the end. Robert rode ahead, his eyes scanning the path before them. His thoughts were a whirlwind of strategy and concern, but he kept his focus on the task at hand. He knew the importance of their journey, the vital role the mages would play in the defense of Shadowspire. As the leader of this convoy, it was his duty to ensure their safe arrival. The forest began to thin, the trees giving way to open land. The sight of the horizon brought a fresh wave of resolve to the group. They rode on. As they rode through a dense thicket, the path narrowed, forcing the group into a single file. The forest seemed to grow darker, the air thick with an eerie stillness. Suddenly, the quiet was shattered by the rustling of leaves and the snapping of twigs. A group of ragged bandits, their faces twisted with malice, emerged from the underbrush, blocking the path. Alongside them, small, vicious goblins snarled and brandished crude weapons. "Hold!" Robert called out, raising a hand to halt the group. The knights immediately drew their swords, the sound of metal ringing through the air. The mages dismounted, their hands already glowing with the promise of magic. One of the bandits, a scarred man with a crooked grin, stepped forward. "Looks like we got ourselves a prize," he sneered. "Hand over your valuables, and maybe we'll let you live." Robert's expression hardened. "We do not have time for this," he said coldly. "Stand down or face the consequences." The bandit laughed, a harsh, grating sound. Brave words for a man outnumbered. "You are the ones who are outnumbered," he said, his tone carrying a quiet authority. "Leave now, and you may yet see another day." The bandits and goblins laughed, but their mirth was short-lived. With a nod from Robert, the knights charged forward, their swords flashing in the dim light. The mages followed, their hands weaving intricate patterns in the air, calling forth spells of fire and lightning. The battle was swift and decisive. The bandits, caught off guard by the ferocity of the attack, fell back under the relentless assault. The goblins, though fierce, were no match for the combined might of the knights and mages. Robert cut down the scarred bandit with a single powerful stroke, his expression one of grim determination. Around him, the other knights dispatched the remaining foes with practiced ease. The air was filled with the sounds of battle, the clash of steel and the crackle of magic. Within moments, it was over. The bandits and goblins lay defeated, their bodies scattered among the fallen leaves. The knights and mages regrouped, their expressions resolute. "Let's move," Robert said, his voice firm. "We still have a long way to go." In the shadowed depths of Shadowspire Keep, Thorian called out, his voice echoing off the stone walls. "Raylan, come here. I need your assistance." Raylan, his robes whispering against the floor, joined Thorian with a sense of urgency. The blind mage stood before a massive wooden door, intricately carved with symbols of an ancient order. With a touch of his hand, the door creaked open, revealing a hidden library within. Thorian extended his hand, conjuring a soft, glowing orb of light that illuminated the room. Shelves lined with books stretched up to the ceiling, untouched by time. Dust motes danced in the light, adding to the air of mystery and wonder. Raylan's eyes widened, and he let out a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. "It looks untouched," he whispered, awe evident in his voice. Thorian moved with the confidence of someone who knew the layout by heart, despite his lack of sight. He found a sturdy wooden table in the center of the room and sat down. "Tell me, Raylan, what books are here, and find any that mention the Knights of the Vale." Raylan nodded and began his careful examination of the shelves. His fingers traced the spines of the ancient tomes, his eyes scanning the faded titles. He pulled out volumes and placed them gently on the table before Thorian, creating small stacks of potential treasures. Meanwhile, in the underground forge, the rhythmic clang of hammer on metal echoed through the cavernous space. The master of the forge, his face streaked with soot, focused intently on crafting a sword. Sparks flew with each strike, the blade taking shape under his skilled hands. Torin watched, his broad shoulders framed by the flickering light of the forge. His eyes moved to a set of armor displayed nearby, the master's recent creation. The craftsmanship was exquisite, each piece fitting together with precision. Torin's admiration for the master's work was palpable, a deep respect for the art of forging weapons that could turn the tide of battle. In the courtyard, Sir Alden leaned against a wooden post, his side bandaged but his spirit unbroken. He observed his men as they trained and sparred, their movements a blur of steel and determination. He called Merrin over, the young man's curiosity evident in his eyes. "Watch closely," Alden instructed, demonstrating a series of precise sword maneuvers. "It's all about balance and timing. A slight shift in your stance can make all the difference." Merrin mimicked the movements, his form improving with each attempt. Alden nodded in approval, his gaze shifting back to the courtyard, where the clang of swords and the shouts of men filled the air. Syrala and Marilyn sat cross-legged on the cold stone floor, their eyes closed, breaths synchronized in a rhythmic harmony. A faint, shimmering glow surrounded them, the product of their shared meditation, casting ethereal patterns on the walls. The room was steeped in a profound sense of calm and focus, interrupted only by the occasional flicker of magical energy that danced around them. Marilyn opened her eyes first, her hawk-like gaze settling on Syrala with an intensity that spoke of unspoken wisdom. "I think you're ready for something more advanced," she said, her voice low and steady, a whisper of promise. Syrala's eyes fluttered open, curiosity and eagerness lighting up her emerald green eyes like twin beacons. "Show me," she replied, her voice tinged with anticipation and a hint of reverence. With a fluid motion, Marilyn extended her hand, conjuring a series of small, intricate illusions that hovered in the air between them. Each illusion shimmered and danced, shifting through a kaleidoscope of shapes and colors, mesmerizing in their complexity. Syrala watched with rapt attention, her focus intense, as Marilyn manipulated the illusions with deft, practiced movements. "These rings," Marilyn said, producing a set of ornate bands from a pouch at her waist, "will help you channel your magic more efficiently." She handed the rings to Syrala, who examined them closely, her fingers tracing the ancient runes engraved on their surfaces. The rings gleamed with latent power. "Thank you," Syrala whispered, slipping the rings onto her fingers. She could feel the magic coursing through them, a gentle hum that resonated with her own abilities, amplifying them. At that moment, the heavy door to the chamber creaked open, and Torin entered. His presence was commanding, his expression one of determined purpose. "Marilyn," he called, his voice echoing in the room. "Are you a rune crafter?" Marilyn nodded, her sharp features softening into a smile. "I am," she replied, her tone warm yet authoritative. Torin's own smile was brief but genuine. "I need your services," he said, his tone indicating the gravity of his request. Marilyn rose gracefully, casting a final, reassuring glance at Syrala before following Torin out of the chamber. They walked through the dimly lit corridors, the air thick with the scent of metal and magic, until they reached the forge, where the heart of their resistance beat strongest. In the courtyard, the clashing of swords rang out, drawing the attention of the gathered knights. Merrin and Sir Alden were locked in a sparring match, their movements a blur of skill and precision. The knights cheered them on, their voices rising in a chorus of encouragement and admiration. Merrin moved with surprising agility, adapting quickly to Alden's strikes and countering with impressive speed. Alden, his brow furrowed in concentration, couldn't help but feel a twinge of unease. Merrin's rapid progress was extraordinary, almost unnatural. As they continued their bout, Alden's mind raced with questions. He couldn't shake the feeling that there was something more to Merrin's abilities, something beyond mere talent. The thought nagged at him, a mystery that demanded to be unraveled. Marilyn and Torin entered the forge, the air thick with the scent of molten metal and the rhythmic clanging of hammer on steel. The master of the forge, a burly dwarf with arms like tree trunks, remained engrossed in his work, meticulously shaping a glowing sword on the anvil. Sparks flew with each strike, illuminating his focused expression. Torin led Marilyn past the master until they reached a pedestal where a set of armor stood in all its glory. The armor gleamed under the flickering torchlight, each piece meticulously crafted and polished to perfection. Intricate designs adorned the metal, reflecting the craftsmanship and dedication that had gone into its creation. Marilyn's eyes widened, her sharp gaze taking in every detail. "It's beautiful," she breathed, her voice filled with genuine awe. The armor was not just a piece of protection. It was a work of art. Torin's stern face softened into a proud smile. "Aye, it is," he agreed, his voice carrying a hint of satisfaction. He turned to her, his expression becoming more serious. "Would you edge runes into the armor to strengthen its defensive capabilities? Or even enchant it so it becomes an armor worthy of a defender of worlds?" Marilyn looked at Torin for a long moment, rode her piercing gaze searching his face. She could see the hope and determination in his eyes, the weight of his people's expectations. Slowly she smiled, a determined glint in her eyes. "I can," she said, her voice steady and confident. "I will," she added, her tone resolute. She reached out, her fingers tracing the lines of the armor, already envisioning the runes and enchantments that would transform it into a legendary piece of defensive magic. "Good," Torin nodded, his smile widening. Torin watched the mage at work, his steely eyes never leaving Marilyn's deft hands. Each movement she made was precise, each gesture purposeful. She held a fine chisel, its tip glowing faintly with her magical energy. As she pressed it against the armor, intricate runes began to take shape, the metal yielding to her will with an almost organic fluidity. Marilyn's lips moved in silent incantations, her breath steady and controlled. The runes glowed faintly as she etched them, the magic within them coming to life with each whispered word. Her concentration was absolute. Torin stood there, absorbing every detail. He did not move, nor did he flinch, even as the runes flared brightly for a moment before settling into a steady, otherworldly glow. His respect for the mage grew with each passing second. Here was someone who understood the weight of their task, someone who poured their very soul into their work. In the background, the sound of hammer and anvil rang out in a steady rhythm. The master of the forge continued his work, shaping another piece of armor with the same dedication and skill. The two artisans, one of metal and one of magic, worked in harmony, their efforts combining to create something truly extraordinary. Torin felt a swell of pride and determination within him. This was what they fought for, this unity of skill and magic, this relentless pursuit of excellence. The runes she etched were more than mere symbols. They were a promise of protection, a testament to the resilience and strength of those who would wear the armor. Torin watched, his heart filled with a quiet resolve. They were readying themselves for the battles ahead, preparing to stand against the darkness that threatened their world. And in this forge, amidst the glow of runes and the ring of hammer on anvil, they were creating the tools they would need to fight for Lysaria's future. Raylan sat in the dim light of the ancient library, the scent of old parchment and ink filling the air. He held a tome in his weathered hands, its pages brittle but still legible. His eyes scanned the text, his mind absorbing the rich history contained within. Across from him, Thorian sat with his eyes closed, his senses attuned to every word Raylan spoke. The Sentinels of the Veil were not just warriors, Raylan read aloud, his voice steady and measured. They were guardians of ancient magic, protectors of the delicate balance between our world and the realms beyond. Shadowspire Keep was their stronghold, a place imbued with powerful enchantments and hidden knowledge. Thorian nodded slightly, indicating his rapt attention. Raylan continued, "There are mentions of an ancient memorial temple and burial ground not far from here. This site was revered by the Sentinels, a sacred place where their greatest champions were laid to rest." Thorian's eyes snapped open, the clouded orbs focusing intently on Raylan. "Tell me that part again," he instructed, his voice calm but commanding, "and see if you can find more about it." Raylan turned the page, his fingers gently brushing the fragile paper. "These are the burial grounds of the Sentinels of the Veil," he repeated, "a place where their spirits are said to linger, watching over the lands they once protected. The memorial temple, built to honor their sacrifices, stands as a testament to their enduring legacy." Thorian stood up, his posture rigid with newfound determination. "We need to learn everything we can about this place," he said, his voice carrying the weight of urgency. "It may hold the key to unlocking more of the Sentinel's power, or perhaps even provide us with allies in our struggle against King Eric." Raylan nodded, his eyes scanning the shelves around them. "There must be more references in these texts," he mused. "I'll continue searching. The Sentinels left behind many secrets, and if this temple is as important as it seems, we must uncover its full history." Thorian moved closer to the shelves, his fingers brushing against the spines of the books. "Time is of the essence," he murmured. "We must be prepared for whatever lies ahead." Raylan's eyes narrowed in concentration as he pulled another book from the shelf, its cover adorned with symbols of the Old Order. "Let's see what more we can find," he said, his voice filled with resolve. Nearby, Sir Alden observed Merrin's training with a mixture of pride and concern. Merrin moved with a speed and precision that belied his young age, his sword flashing in the afternoon sun as he parried and struck against an invisible opponent. His movements were fluid, almost instinctual, and Alden couldn't help but admire the boy's progress. "You're pushing yourself too hard, Merrin," Alden finally said, stepping forward. "Take a break." Merrin paused, wiping sweat from his brow. "I need to be ready," he insisted, his voice resolute. "I need to protect Syrala. I can't afford to rest." Alden placed a hand on Merrin's shoulder, his grip firm yet gentle. "Your dedication is commendable, but remember, strength comes from balance. Overworking yourself will only lead to mistakes." Merrin looked up at Alden, a flicker of uncertainty in his eyes. I want to prove myself. I want to be strong enough to help." "You already have," Alden reassured him. "Your progress is remarkable. Just remember, it's not just about the fight, it's about the endurance to see it through." Merrin nodded, taking Alden's words to heart. He sheathed his sword and took a deep breath, the tension in his muscles slowly easing. As the day wore on, the preparations within Shadowspire continued. Every corner of the keep was alive with activity, each person contributing to the collective effort. As they continued reading, Raylan suddenly halted, his finger tracing an underlined passage. "Wait," he said, his voice a mix of curiosity and urgency. "It speaks of a hidden compartment in the library." Thorian's clouded eyes sharpened, his senses immediately on high alert. "A hidden compartment?" he echoed, his voice tinged with intrigue. Raylan stood, his gaze sweeping the room. "Yes, somewhere within these walls," he replied, his eyes narrowing as he scrutinized the stonework and shelves. Thorian closed his eyes, extending his mind outward, scanning the room with a meticulous focus. The air seemed to hum with energy as he probed for any anomalies. Raylan moved along the walls, his fingers brushing against the rough stone, seeking any sign of a hidden mechanism. After much searching, Raylan paused, his hand resting against a section of the wall. A faint, cool draft brushed against his skin. "Thorian," he called softly, his voice barely above a whisper. "Come here." Thorian moved to Raylan's side, his hand reaching out to the same spot. He felt the subtle movement of air, confirming Raylan's discovery. "There's definitely something here," he muttered. With a few ancient words spoken under his breath, the stonework glowed faintly, revealing the outline of a concealed door. "There's your door," Thorian said, a slight smile playing on his lips. Raylan pressed against the door, trying to budge it, but it remained stubbornly closed, clearly untouched for countless years. "It hasn't been opened in a long time," he noted, frustration evident in his tone. Thorian stepped forward, placing his palm flat against the stone. He whispered an incantation, his voice resonating with power. The stone shivered and began to move, grinding slowly as it yielded to his magic. The door creaked open, revealing a dark passage beyond. Raylan and Thorian exchanged a look of triumph, the hidden compartment now accessible. Deep within the bowels of Shadowspire Keep, Thorian and Raylan navigated the labyrinthine corridors that led to the hidden library. The air was thick with dust, and the flickering light of their torches cast eerie shadows on the stone walls. Despite the oppressive silence, an aura of ancient knowledge and forgotten power filled the space. Thorian's blind eyes, clouded and unseeing, moved as if they could perceive the hidden currents of magic that still lingered in the air. "This way," he murmured, his voice a whisper against the cold stone. Raylan followed closely, his keen eyes scanning the surroundings with a scholar's intensity. They reached an old wooden door, its surface etched with runes that glowed faintly in response to their presence. Thorian raised a hand, and the runes flared briefly before the door creaked open, revealing a vast chamber lined with shelves of ancient tomes and scrolls. Raylan's eyes widened in awe. "This place. It's incredible," he breathed, stepping inside. "The knowledge contained here could change the course of our battle." Thorian nodded, though his expression remained focused. "We must find the texts on the Knights of the Vale." They moved deeper into the library, their fingers brushing against the aged spines of books and scrolls. Hours passed as they pored over the ancient texts, the flickering torchlight their only companion. At last, Raylan's eyes lit up as he pulled a dusty tome from the shelf. "Thorian, look at this," Raylan said, excitement tinging his voice. He placed the book on a nearby table and opened it, revealing pages filled with intricate illustrations and detailed accounts of the Knights of the Vale. Thorian leaned in, his senses attuned to the magical resonance of the text. The Knights of the Vale were formidable warriors, guardians against dark magic. This could be what we need. "Here," Raylan said, pointing to a passage that described a temple hidden deep within the mountains of Lysaria. The hidden library had given them the key, and now it was up to them to unlock the power that could save Lysaria. The forge's heat radiated through the underground chamber, casting a fierce glow on Torin and the master blacksmith as they worked. The clang of hammer on metal echoed through the stone walls, a rhythmic testament to their tireless efforts. "Pass me the tongs," Torin instructed, his voice steady despite the intensity of the work. The master blacksmith, a seasoned dwarf with a face etched by years of labor, handed over the tongs without hesitation. Together, they maneuvered the blade back into the roaring forge, its edges glowing a brilliant orange. As the metal heated, Raylan entered the forge, her presence a calm counterbalance to the frenetic energy of the blacksmiths. She approached the anvil where the unfinished blade lay, her eyes assessing the weapon with a critical gaze. "Time to weave the runes," she said, her voice firm yet gentle. Torin nodded, stepping aside to give her space. Raylan produced a set of delicate chisels and a vial of shimmering liquid. With a deft hand, she began to inscribe intricate symbols along the blade's surface. Each stroke of her chisel was precise, every rune a conduit for ancient magic. The air seemed to hum with energy as Raylan worked, the runes glowing faintly with each completed symbol. Torin watched with a mix of admiration and respect. "These runes will make the blade unlike any other," he remarked. Raylan glanced up, a small smile playing at her lips. "It's not just about the strength, it's about the purpose." Sir Alden was summoned to the forge, his footsteps echoing through the ancient stone corridors of Shadowspire Keep. He had caught snippets of conversation about the work being undertaken, the collaborative efforts of Torin, the master blacksmith, and Raylan, the hawk-eyed mage. Yet, no amount of rumor could have prepared him for the scene that awaited. As he stepped into the forge, the intense heat wrapped around him like a cloak, and the sight before him stole his breath. Torin stood beside a suit of armor and a gleaming blade, both masterpieces that far surpassed anything Alden had ever encountered. Raylan, her hands still shimmering with residual magic, acknowledged him with a knowing smile, her piercing gaze softened by a rare moment of camaraderie. Alden's mouth fell open as he absorbed the sight. The armor was a marvel of steel and enchantment, each piece meticulously crafted and inscribed with protective runes that emitted a soft, ethereal glow. The blade, sharp and impeccably balanced, seemed to hum with an intrinsic energy, resonating with the ancient magic woven into its core. "This is the armor and the blade worthy of a king," Torin declared, his voice brimming with pride and steadfast conviction. Alden could only stand in awe, his heart pounding in his chest. Throughout his life, he had donned many suits of armor and wielded countless blades, but none had ever felt so profoundly right. Torin stepped closer, his intense, steely gaze locking onto Alden's. "You are our leader, Alden. Be our king. Be our champion. Be our hero. Be the slayer of demons and evil forces. Be the protector of the air." The weight of Torin's words hit Alden like a physical blow. He had always envisioned himself as a knight, a protector, but never as a king, never as the beacon of hope and strength his people desperately needed. The enormity of the responsibility being placed upon him pressed down on him, and for a fleeting moment he was unsure how to respond. Slowly, he sank to his knees, overwhelmed by the gravity of the moment and the unwavering support of his allies. His voice, barely above a whisper, was thick with gratitude and steely determination. "Thank you." In that instant, surrounded by the glow of the forge and the encouraging presence of Torin and Marilyn, Alden felt an internal shift. The armor and blade were not merely tools, they were tangible symbols of the faith and hope entrusted to him by his people. With that faith bolstering him, he knew he could rise to meet the challenge ahead. Sir Robert and the mages approached Shadowspire, the imposing fortress looming ahead like a sentinel of ancient times. The heavy wooden gates, fortified with iron bands, stood resolute against the surrounding forest. The air was thick with anticipation and urgency, the group keenly aware of the danger pressing upon them. Robert raised his voice, his tone authoritative and unwavering. "Open the gates." For a moment, silence hung in the air. Then the sound of gears turning and chains clinking echoed through the dense foliage. The massive gates creaked open, revealing the courtyard beyond. Without hesitation, the knights and mages sprinted through the gap, their footsteps a thunderous chorus on the cobblestones. Once inside, the gates clanged shut, sealing them in a temporary sanctuary. A mage, his face lined with concern, scanned the gathering. "Where is Thorian?" he demanded, his voice edged with anxiety. Marin approached the mage, his nod firm and reassuring. "I will prepare a meeting." The group moved with purpose through the winding corridors of Shadowspire, eventually arriving at a spacious room dominated by an oval table. The table, carved from dark wood and polished by time, was surrounded by seats quickly occupied by the key figures of the resistance. Syrala, still recovering but resolute, joined them, her presence a beacon of hope. As everyone settled, Sir Alden took the lead. "We welcome you to Shadowspire," he began, his voice steady. "Let's discuss what has transpired and what we expect moving forward." The room filled with the sound of voices, each recounting their recent battles and hardships. The mages detailed their harrowing journey and the loss of Eldrick, their words heavy with sorrow. They spoke of the hellish horseman and the dark magic that seemed to tighten its grip on Lysaria with each passing day. Sir Robert, his face etched with determination, leaned forward. "We must fortify our defenses and prepare for the next assault. King Eric will not rest until he has crushed us." Marilyn nodded, her eyes sharp and calculating. "Our magic can bolster the keep's defenses, but we need time to weave the enchantments." Syrala, her voice soft yet filled with resolve, added, "And we must continue to train and grow stronger. The pendant's power is still largely untapped." The conversation flowed, strategies forming and alliances strengthening. Each word spoken around that table was a step toward reclaiming Lysaria, a collective vow to stand against the darkness. The mages and knights, including Sir Alden, gathered around the oval table. Syrala, still pale but determined, sat among them, her presence lending an air of gravity to the room. The weight of recent events hung over them like a storm cloud, each face marked by concern and resolve. "Welcome," Sir Alden began, his voice steady but tinged with weariness. "We have much to discuss." Thorian, his blind eyes seemingly gazing into the depths of the room, nodded in acknowledgement. "We face a formidable foe. King Eric's forces grow bolder and darker with each passing day." The discussion began in earnest, voices rising and falling like the tides. Sir Robert recounted their perilous journey, the loss of Eldric still fresh in their minds. The mages listened intently, their expressions grave. "We must fortify our defenses," Marilyn interjected, her tone sharp. "Shadowspire can be made impregnable, but it will require time and cooperation." "Time we may not have," countered Torin, his voice gruff. "Eric's forces could be upon us at any moment." The room buzzed with overlapping voices, some raised in urgency, others in cautious deliberation. Sir Alden leaned forward, his face resolute. "We cannot afford to act separately. Unity is our greatest weapon." Syrala, her voice soft yet filled with conviction, added, "The pendant's power is still largely unknown to me, but with training, I can harness it to our advantage." Marin, seated beside her, nodded in agreement. "We need every edge we can get. Syrala's magic could turn the tide." Thorian's voice cut through the murmurs, calm yet commanding. "We must combine our strengths, magic, steel, and strategy. It is the only way to stand against the darkness that Eric commands." The discussion continued, sometimes erupting into heated exchanges, other times descending into hushed whispers. Each word spoken was weighed with the fate of Lysaria. Dwarves and humans toiled side by side, their combined efforts turning Shadowspire Keep into a fortress bristling with defenses. Stone by stone, they reinforced the walls, adding layers of protection against the inevitable siege. Blacksmiths hammered away, crafting intricate traps designed to maim and delay any who dared to breach their gates. Torin oversaw the work with a keen eye, barking orders and offering encouragement. His people, accustomed to the depths of the earth, worked tirelessly, their hands as steady as their resolve. The humans, inspired by the dwarves' dedication, matched their pace, creating a harmonious rhythm of labor. Meanwhile, riders rode out in pairs, scouting the surrounding forests and hills for any sign of approaching forces. Their horses' hooves drummed against the ground, carrying them swiftly through the underbrush. Eyes sharp, they scanned for the glint of armor or the flicker of torchlight that would signal an enemy's advance. In the courtyard, Sir Alden tested his newly forged armor and blade. Clad in the masterful suit crafted by Torin and enhanced by Marilyn's enchantments, he faced off against his best knights. The clang of steel echoed as he moved with practiced precision, his blade a blur of deadly grace. "Come at me, Robert," Alden called, his voice a challenge and a command. Robert lunged, but Alden sidestepped, deflecting the blow with ease. Another knight joined the fray, but Alden's movements were fluid, his strikes both swift and decisive. He was formidable, a living testament to the skill and craftsmanship of the dwarves and the power of human determination. Elsewhere in the keep, Raylan and Thorian delved deeper into the library's hidden recesses. Shelves lined with ancient tomes and scrolls stretched out before them, a treasure trove of forgotten knowledge. They worked in tandem, their hands brushing over the worn leather bindings and brittle parchment. Raylan pulled a particularly thick volume from a shelf, its cover embossed with the sigil of the Sentinels of the Veil. "This one looks promising," he remarked, setting it down on a nearby table. Thorian nodded, his fingers tracing the raised emblem. "Let's see what secrets it holds." They pored over the text, discovering detailed accounts of the temple and cemetery associated with the Sentinels. The temple, a place of worship and power, was described as a sanctuary where ancient rituals were performed. The cemetery, hallowed ground, held the remains of countless guardians, their spirits still believed to watch over the land. Thorian listened intently, absorbing every word. Their exploration yielded not just knowledge, but hope, a glimmer of light in the shadow of their impending battle. Thorian had called for a meeting. The atmosphere in the war room was tense as everyone took their seats around the oval table. Mages, knights, dwarves, villagers, Marin, and Syrala, all were present, their faces etched with worry and determination. Thorian, standing at the head of the table, waited until the murmurs of conversation ceased. He cleared his throat, drawing everyone's attention. "The dark force we've been sensing," he began, his voice grave, has at last revealed itself. A collective shiver seemed to pass through the room. Marin leaned forward, eyes wide with concern. Syrala, her pendant still glowing faintly, listened intently. This is very dangerous, Thorian continued, his brow furrowed. None other than the Shadow King has King Eric in his grasp. He is behind all this chaos. Gasps of shock and disbelief echoed around the table. Sir Alden clenched his fists, his knuckles white. Raylan exchanged a worried glance with Marilyn, who looked pale but resolute. But who is the Shadow King? One of the villagers dared to ask, voicing the question on everyone's mind. Thorian sighed deeply, the weight of history pressing down on him. The Shadow King, he began, is an ancient and malevolent entity. During the War of the Fractured Crown, his influence spread like a plague, corrupting and dividing the realm. It was his dark machinations that led to the crown's fracturing, pitting noble houses against each other and plunging Lysaria into chaos. He paused, letting the gravity of his words sink in. Back then, we had the Sentinels of the Veil to protect us. They were powerful warrior mages dedicated to maintaining balance and safeguarding our realm's magic. But now, we have no such guardians. A heavy silence filled the room as the enormity of their situation settled over them. Thorian's eyes swept over the assembled group, seeing the fear and determination mirrored in their faces. But, Thorian added, his voice taking on a note of hope, there is a glimmer of hope. If the Shadow King reveals himself now, it means he fears what we can do. Our united strength poses a threat to him. Syrala, emboldened by Thorian's words, straightened in her chair. Marin gave her a reassuring nod. We must prepare, Thorian concluded. Our unity and resolve are our greatest weapons. Together, we can stand against the Shadow King and restore balance to Lysaria. There is a place not far from here that might give us more answers, Thorian continued, his eyes scanning the room. We should form a strong, well-protected party and seek it out. The secrets it holds may be what we need. Raylan nodded in agreement, his expression resolute. Raylan and I should be able to find it. Alden shook his head, a frown creasing his brow. We shouldn't divide our strength now. We should stay united. Maybe, Raylan said thoughtfully, but we need to find this place. It is not far from here. The room fell silent as everyone considered the weight of Raylan's words. The tension was palpable, each person wrestling with the risks and rewards of the proposed expedition. Very well, Alden conceded, his voice steady. We'll form a party, but it must be strong and well protected. A murmur of agreement rippled through the group. Plans were quickly laid out. Torin, with his unyielding resolve, volunteered to lead the dwarves in fortifying Shadowspire Keep while the others were away. I'll ensure the defenses hold, Torin declared, his eyes burning with determination. Syrala, still recovering but eager to contribute, insisted on joining the party. I can't just sit here and wait, she argued, her pendant glowing with renewed vigor. My magic can help. Raylan placed a hand on her shoulder, his gaze soft yet firm. You are indeed strong, Syrala, but you must conserve your energy. We'll need your strength for the battles ahead. Marin, standing beside Syrala, voiced his support. I'll go with you. Syrala's right. We need to act, not just wait. Alden considered the proposal, his eyes narrowing as he weighed their options. Finally, he nodded. Marin, Syrala, you'll come with us, but we move cautiously. Thorian, Raylan, Alden, Marin, and Syrala formed the core of the party, each member equipped and ready for the journey. The rest of the group, including Torin and the remaining knights, prepared to defend the keep. As the party gathered their supplies and made final preparations, Thorian and Raylan shared a brief, knowing glance. They both understood the significance of the place they sought and the potential answers it could provide. With a sense of urgency and determination, the party set out from Shadowspire Keep, leaving behind the fortified walls and the comforting presence of their allies. They ventured into the unknown, driven by the hope that the secrets they sought would help them defeat the Shadow King and restore balance to Lysaria. The party that set out from Shadowspire Keep comprised 5 key members, each bringing unique strengths to the mission. Thorian, the blind mage, led them, his wisdom and experience providing a guiding light through the darkness that enveloped Lysaria. Despite his lack of sight, Thorian's magical abilities and deep understanding of ancient lore made him an invaluable leader. Raylan, the sage, walked beside him. His elemental mastery and tactical acumen complemented Thorian's knowledge. Raylan had mentored Syrala, guiding her through the basics of magic and preparing her for the immense responsibility that lay ahead. His calm demeanor and strategic mind were assets the group relied on. Alden, the knight with a troubled past, provided the party's martial strength. His experience on the battlefield, coupled with his leadership skills, made him the party's stalwart protector. Clad in the enchanted armor forged by Torin and the master blacksmith, Alden carried a sword imbued with protective runes, ready to face any threat that came their way. Syrala, the young girl with the powerful pendant, was the heart of the party. Her innate magical abilities, though still developing, had already shown great potential. The pendant she wore not only connected her to the ancient magic of Lysaria, but also marked her as a key figure in the prophecy to restore balance to the land. Her determination to uncover the secrets of her past and her role in the prophecy fueled her resolve. Marin, Syrala's steadfast companion, rounded out the group. His unwavering loyalty to Syrala and his burgeoning skills in both combat and strategy made him an indispensable ally. Though not a mage, Marin had proven his worth time and again, standing by Syrala through every trial they had faced. Together, this diverse group set out with a shared purpose, to seek the answers that might turn the tide against the Shadow King and bring hope back to Lysaria. Their journey was fraught with danger, but their combined strengths gave them a fighting chance against the encroaching darkness. The forest closed in around them, dense with shadows and the rustling whispers of unseen creatures. Thorian led the way, his steps confident despite his blindness. His fingers traced invisible patterns in the air, sensing the magical currents that guided their path. Raylan walked beside him, eyes sharp and vigilant. "We must remain cautious," he murmured. "The Shadow King's reach extends further than we know." Alden, bringing up the rear, kept a watchful eye on the surroundings. "We've faced worse," he said, his voice steady. The weight of his enchanted armor was a reassuring presence. "We'll handle whatever comes our way." Syrala, positioned between Raylan and Alden, clutched her pendant. The energy within it pulsed in time with her heartbeat. She felt its power, a constant reminder of her role in the unfolding prophecy. Marin walked close by, his gaze flicking between Syrala and the path ahead. The group moved in silence for a while, each lost in their thoughts. The path they followed was narrow and overgrown, but it was the safest route Raylan knew. "Where exactly are we headed?" Marin finally asked, breaking the quiet. "There's an ancient site not far from here," Thorian replied. "A place where the veil between our world and the magical realms is thin. It's said to hold answers, perhaps even allies." "Let's hope it holds what we need," Alden said, scanning the forest for any sign of movement. As they continued, the forest began to change. The trees grew taller and older, their trunks twisted and gnarled. The air grew cooler, and a faint, almost musical hum filled the air. It was as if the very forest itself was alive with magic. "We're close," Raylan said, his voice tinged with awe. They reached a clearing, dominated by a large stone archway covered in ancient runes. The symbols glowed faintly, pulsing with a soft, ethereal light. Thorian stepped forward, his hands tracing the runes with a delicate touch. "These runes speak of protection and hidden knowledge," he said. "We must proceed carefully." Alden drew his sword, the blade glinting in the dim light. "I'll take point. Raylan, Syrala, stay close to Thorian. Marin, watch our flank." The group moved through the archway, the air shimmering around them as they passed. Beyond it, the forest seemed even more alive, the magic almost tangible. They had entered a place where the boundaries of reality were thin, where the ancient secrets of Lysaria might finally be revealed. The group pressed on through the dense woods, the air thick with the scent of pine and earth. Their footsteps were muffled by the soft, moss-covered ground, and the only sounds were the occasional rustle of leaves and the distant call of a bird. The forest seemed to close in around them, the trees growing closer together, their branches intertwining to form a canopy that filtered the sunlight into a dappled pattern on the forest floor. Suddenly, a low growl broke the silence. Alden halted, raising a hand to signal the others to stop. His eyes scanned the shadows, muscles tense. From the underbrush emerged a large, wolf-like creature with fur as black as midnight and eyes that glowed with an eerie, unnatural light. It snarled, baring its teeth. "Stand back," Alden ordered, stepping forward with his sword at the ready. Raylan and Thorian quickly positioned themselves to either side of Syrala, who clutched her pendant tightly, feeling its warmth. Marin drew his blade, ready to defend. "We can't let it separate us," he said, his voice steady despite the tension. The creature lunged, and Alden met it head-on, his sword clashing with its claws. The beast was strong, but Alden's enchanted armor absorbed the brunt of its blows. Raylan and Thorian chanted in unison, summoning a burst of light that momentarily blinded the creature, giving Alden the opening he needed. With a swift, powerful strike, he drove his sword into the beast's side. It let out a pained howl before collapsing to the ground, lifeless. "Is everyone all right?" Alden asked, breathing heavily as he wiped his sword clean. "We're fine," Syrala replied, her grip on the pendant relaxing. "Thank you." They resumed their journey, moving with renewed caution. The encounter had shaken them, but it also strengthened their resolve. They pressed on, the forest gradually changing around them once more. The trees grew older, their trunks thicker and their branches more gnarled. A sense of ancient power permeated the air. After what felt like hours, they emerged into a clearing. Before them lay the sacred cemetery, a place of eerie beauty and profound stillness. The graves were marked by weathered stone slabs, each inscribed with runes and symbols that glowed faintly in the dim light. Moss and ivy crept over the stones, intertwining with the carvings in a delicate embrace. Tall, ancient trees surrounded the cemetery, their roots weaving through the graves, as if nature itself guarded this hallowed ground. In the center of the cemetery stood a large, ornate mausoleum, its stone walls adorned with intricate carvings and more glowing runes. The air here was thick with magic, a palpable presence that seemed to hum with the energy of the ages. "This is it," Thorian said softly, his voice filled with reverence. "The sacred cemetery. We've found it." The sacred cemetery stretched before them, a somber testament to time and history. The air was thick with an almost tangible sense of reverence, every stone and statue exuding an aura of ancient power. Each grave was marked by a weathered stone slab, some leaning precariously as if bowed under the weight of countless years. The inscriptions on the stones were in a language long forgotten by most, but the runes glowed faintly, as though the spirits of the past still lingered, watching over the resting place of their ancestors. Moss and ivy had taken hold of the stones, their green tendrils creeping over the runes and intertwining with the carvings. The natural embrace gave the cemetery a sense of being reclaimed by the earth, a harmonious blend of life and death. The tall, ancient trees surrounding the graves seemed to guard the sacred ground, their roots weaving through the earth, anchoring the stones in place. In the center of the cemetery stood the mausoleum, an imposing structure of stone and magic. Its walls were adorned with intricate carvings, depicting scenes of valor and sorrow, of battles fought and lives lost. The runes on the mausoleum glowed more brightly than those on the graves, their light pulsating in a slow, rhythmic pattern, as if the building itself were alive, breathing with the energy of the ages. Statues flanked the entrance to the mausoleum, each one a masterful work of art. One statue depicted a knight in full armor, sword raised high in a gesture of eternal vigilance. The other statue was of a robed figure, a mage, holding a staff that seemed to crackle with latent energy. Their expressions were solemn, their eyes gazing out over the cemetery as if standing eternal watch over the hallowed ground. A strange wind blew through the clearing, rustling the leaves and causing the runes to flicker. It carried with it whispers of the past, ghostly murmurs that seemed to speak of long-forgotten tales and ancient secrets. The wind wound its way through the cemetery, lifting leaves and causing the ivy to dance around the gravestones. It brought with it a chill, not of cold, but of an ethereal presence, a reminder that this place was steeped in magic and history. The group stood in silence, absorbing the weight of the atmosphere. The wind brushed past them, tugging at their cloaks and hair, as if urging them forward, deeper into the heart of the cemetery, toward the mausoleum and the secrets it held. The party moved through the graveyard with deliberate caution, each step carefully placed to avoid disturbing the resting places of those who had come before them. The air was thick with an unseen force. It was as if the spirits of the sentinels of the Vale, long forgotten by the world, still lingered, their presence felt in every rustle of leaves and flicker of runes. Syrala paused by a gravestone, her fingers brushing over the faintly glowing runes. Sir Gideon Thorne, she read aloud, her voice a whisper, fell defending the northern border against the Wraith Legion. The inscription continued, detailing his bravery and the many lives he had saved with his sacrifice. Nearby, Alden knelt beside another stone, his eyes tracing the name etched into the weathered surface. Lady Elara Stormwind, he murmured, perished in the Battle of the Fractured Crown, struck down by dark magic. The gravestone bore a carving of a fierce warrior, her face set in a determined expression, a testament to her valor. Marin, always curious, wandered a bit further and found a small cluster of graves. "These are the graves of the Sentinel's apprentices," she said softly, pointing to the names. Young and full of promise, lost in the Great Purge when magic was outlawed. They knew the stories well, had studied them in the ancient texts. Here, those tales were given form, each gravestone a chapter in the long and storied history of the Sentinels of the Vale. As they moved deeper into the graveyard, the presence of magic grew stronger, almost overwhelming. The runes on the gravestones glowed brighter, and the air seemed to hum with an unseen energy. It was as if the very ground they walked on was infused with the remnants of the spells cast by the Sentinels, their magic woven into the fabric of the earth itself. The party strode carefully, aware of the significance of the place. Each step was taken with respect, each name read with reverence. They felt the eyes of the past upon them, the presence of those who had dedicated their lives to protecting Lysaria. The long-forgotten Sentinels were not truly gone. Their legacy lived on in the stones and the magic that surrounded them. Together, they continued their journey across the graveyard, the mausoleum drawing ever closer, its light guiding them forward through the silent watch of the past. The mausoleum stood at the center of the cemetery, an imposing structure of aged stone and intricate carvings. The exterior walls were covered in ivy, tendrils creeping over the faded engravings that depicted scenes of battles and moments of valor. Statues of ancient warriors flanked the entrance, their expressions solemn and watchful, as if guarding the secrets within. Above the arched doorway, an inscription in an old dialect of the magical language read, "Here rest the Sentinels, guardians of Lysaria's light." The runes pulsed faintly, a testament to the enduring magic that still lingered in this sacred place. The massive wooden doors, reinforced with iron bands, were partially ajar, creaking softly in the breeze that whispered through the graveyard. The party approached the mausoleum with a mix of awe and trepidation. Each step echoed on the stone path, the sound swallowed by the dense, magical atmosphere. Syrala's pendant glowed softly, resonating with the ancient energy that surrounded them. Alden placed a hand on the door, feeling the cold metal beneath his fingers. "Ready?" he asked, his voice low. Nods from the others. Together, they pushed the doors open, the heavy wood groaning in protest. The interior of the mausoleum revealed itself slowly, shadows retreating from the light that spilled in from outside. Inside, the mausoleum was a testament to the passage of time and the decay that had set in. The air was thick with the scent of damp stone and ancient dust. Columns lined the walls, their surfaces cracked and worn, yet still bearing the remnants of once detailed carvings. The floor was littered with debris, fallen stones, broken tiles, and remnants of long-forgotten artifacts. At the center of the mausoleum stood a grand sarcophagus, its lid slightly askew. It was adorned with intricate reliefs depicting the life and deeds of the sentinel entombed within. The lid's displacement revealed a glimpse of the skeletal remains, draped in tattered ceremonial robes. Stained glass windows, though now shattered, had once bathed the chamber in a kaleidoscope of colors. The The fragments lay scattered on the floor, their vibrant hues dulled by time and grime. The light that filtered through the broken panes cast eerie patterns on the walls, dancing with the flickering glow of Syrala's pendant. Ancient tapestries, now mere tatters, hung from the walls, their once bright colors faded and designs barely discernible. In one corner, an altar stood, covered in dust and cobwebs, with the remnants of ritual objects strewn about, a tarnished chalice, a rusted dagger, and a cracked crystal orb. The party moved cautiously through the ruined mausoleum, the weight of history pressing down on them. Every step was careful, respectful, as they took in the somber beauty of the place. This was a sanctuary for the fallen, a monument to the sentinels who had given their lives to protect Lysaria. The party moved slowly through the mausoleum, their eyes absorbing the grandeur and decay. The air was thick with history, each step echoing with the whispers of the past. Symbols etched into the stone walls glowed faintly, their magical essence still potent after all these years. Ancient runes, spirals, and sigils adorned every surface, telling stories of valor and sacrifice. Syrala paused by one of the columns, tracing her fingers over a series of interlocking circles. "What do these mean?" she asked, her voice reverent. Thorian stepped closer, his sightless eyes seemingly seeing more than those with vision. "Those are the symbols of unity and protection," he said. "They were used during ceremonies to invoke the collective strength of the sentinels." Alden nodded, standing by a large mural depicting a battle scene. "And these?" He pointed to the intricate designs woven into the warrior's armor. "Those are the marks of the High Guardians," Thorian explained. "Each symbol represents a virtue, courage, wisdom, honor. They were bestowed upon the sentinels during rites of passage, marking their readiness to defend Lysaria." Marin, standing near the altar, picked up the tarnished chalice, inspecting the delicate engravings. "This must have been used in their rituals," she mused. Thorian nodded. Indeed, the chalice was central to the ceremonies of light. It held the elixir of unity, a potion brewed from the essence of sacred herbs and imbued with powerful enchantments. Drinking from it symbolized the merging of their spirits with the magic of Lysaria. Raylan, near the grand sarcophagus, brushed away the dust to reveal a series of glyphs. "And these glyphs?" he asked. "Those," Thorian began, "are the oaths of the Veil. Each sentinel would carve their personal vow into the sarcophagus upon their induction. It was a pledge to uphold their duties, even in death. Their magic and essence remained bound to this place, ensuring its protection." The group fell silent, contemplating the weight of the history around them. The mausoleum was not just a resting place, but a testament to the enduring legacy of the sentinels. Every symbol, every artifact was a piece of a larger story, a story of sacrifice, honor, and unyielding duty. Syrala's pendant glowed brighter, resonating with the ancient energy. She felt a deep connection to this place, a sense of belonging. The mausoleum's silent guardians seemed to watch over them, their presence a reminder of the past and a guide for the future. Thorian's voice broke the silence. Ceremonies were held here to honor the fallen and to induct new sentinels. The rituals were elaborate, filled with chants, incantations, and the sharing of the elixir. It was a time of great reverence, a reaffirmation of their commitment to protect Lysaria. The party listened, their respect for the sentinels deepening with every word. The symbols and artifacts around them were not just relics, they were the echoes of a noble legacy that had shaped their world. As they moved deeper into the mausoleum, a strange light began to envelop the chamber. It grew eerie, casting elongated shadows that danced unsettlingly along the walls. The ground beneath them started to tremble, causing dust to fall from the ancient ceiling. Syrala gripped her pendant tighter, her heartbeat matching the tremors. An unease settled over the group, an instinctual sense that something was not right. Before their eyes, a faint apparition began to take shape. It started as a mist, swirling and condensing until it formed the vague outline of a figure. A howling sound erupted from the apparition, so piercing that they all clutched their ears in agony. The creature continued to materialize, its form solidifying into that of a spectral guardian, clad in ethereal armor. The hollow eyes of the apparition bore into them, its presence both awe-inspiring and terrifying. "Who goes there?" The voice echoed through the chamber, resonating with a power that seemed to come from the very stones. "None are allowed in this sacred place." Alden stepped forward, instinctively moving to shield his companions. His hand went to his sword, ready to draw and defend. "No," Thorian's voice was firm, cutting through the tension. "Don't draw the blade. No hostile actions." Alden hesitated, his hand falling away from the hilt. The apparition's gaze turned to Thorian, its form shimmering with ancient magic. "None can disturb the sentinels," the creature intoned, its voice filled with authority. Thorian stepped forward, opening his palm. The pendant around Syrala's neck responded, glowing with a shining, blinding light that filled the mausoleum. "Except for the heir," Thorian declared, his voice echoing with conviction. The light from the pendant intensified, casting away the shadows and illuminating the entire chamber. The apparition recoiled slightly, its form wavering as it acknowledged the pendant's power. A sense of anticipation hung in the air, the very stones of the mausoleum seeming to hold their breath. The spectral guardian's gaze locked onto Thorian, its ethereal eyes narrowing with an intensity that seemed to pierce through the mage's very soul. "The pendant," the creature said, its voice a chilling echo in the ancient chamber. "Who are you that you can command it?" Thorian stood tall, his presence commanding despite his frail appearance. "Not I," he replied, his voice steady and calm, "but the true heir." The guardian's form flickered, uncertainty crossing its spectral features. "It is through her that I command the pendant," Thorian continued, his tone unwavering. "But this girl, Syrala, is the heir that will restore the magic to Lysaria." Syrala, standing beside Thorian, felt a surge of energy from the pendant. It pulsed in rhythm with her heartbeat, casting a warm, golden glow that filled the chamber with an almost sacred light. "It is she," Thorian said, gesturing towards Syrala, "that will defeat the Shadow King, your ancient enemy." The Guardian's eyes shifted to Syrala, studying her intently. For a moment, silence reigned, broken only by the soft hum of the pendant's magic. Then, the creature's form solidified, and it stared at Syrala with an intensity that sent shivers down her spine. Without warning, the Guardian let out a deafening roar, a sound filled with both anger and pain. The walls of the mausoleum trembled, dust and debris cascading down like a waterfall. The force of the roar pushed the group back, their ears ringing from the sheer power of it. Syrala stood her ground, her eyes locked with the Guardian's. The pendant's light flared, pushing back against the creature's anger. Thorian, Raylan, Alden, and Marin braced themselves, ready to defend Syrala if needed. The Guardian's roar subsided, but its gaze remained fixed on Syrala. The challenge in its eyes was clear: prove your worth. Syrala, feeling the weight of her destiny, took a deep breath. The pendant's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope in the darkened chamber. She knew that this was only the beginning of her journey, and that the true test was yet to come. The spectral guardian's roar reverberated through the mausoleum, shaking the very foundations of the ancient structure. Syrala felt the vibration in her bones, her heart pounding in sync with the pendant's pulsating light. "I see the creature roared," Thorian said, his voice barely audible over the echoes. "I feel it." The Guardian's form seemed to waver, its eyes narrowing as it spoke directly into Thorian's mind. "You occupy the old keep, do you not?" Thorian nodded, understanding the weight of the question. The Guardian's expression turned thoughtful, as if contemplating the implications of this revelation. "I must think and talk this over with the spirits," the Guardian intoned, its voice filled with ancient wisdom. "I can feel the return of the evil already." A sense of urgency gripped the group as the Guardian's words settled over them. The air grew heavy with the promise of impending danger. "Go to Shadowspire," the Guardian commanded. "Go back there and wait. Hurry." The creature's form began to shimmer, its edges blurring as it prepared to summon allies. "I will summon creatures that might not see you as allies," it warned, its voice growing more distant. Another roar, and the creature seemed to expand. "Go," Thorian shouted, his voice cutting through the tension like a blade. "Go now!" The party didn't need to be told twice. They turned and fled the mausoleum, their footsteps echoing in the silent, hallowed halls. As they burst out into the cemetery, the graves around them seemed to shudder, the ground trembling beneath their feet. Voices filled the air, ghostly whispers lamenting the disturbance. The group hurried through the ancient graveyard, their path illuminated by the eerie glow of the runes on the tombstones. The whispers grew louder, a chorus of sorrow and warning that urged them to move faster. Syrala clutched the pendant tightly, its warmth a comforting presence against the chill of the night. They reached the edge of the cemetery, the boundary marked by an ancient, crumbling wall. With one last glance at the mausoleum, they pushed forward into the forest, their breaths coming in ragged gasps. The shadows of the trees enveloped them, but the urgency of the Guardian's command propelled them onward. They knew they had to reach Shadowspire Keep before the summoned creatures found them. The fate of Lysaria depended on it. The party hastened through the forest, urgency pushing them forward. Thorian led the way, his senses heightened despite his blindness. Raylan and Alden flanked Syrala, their eyes scanning the darkened woods for any signs of danger. Marin, ever vigilant, brought up the rear, ensuring their path remained clear. Shadowspire Keep loomed in the distance, a beacon of hope amidst the encroaching darkness. As they approached, the sounds of preparation reached their ears, hammers striking anvils, voices raised in hurried commands, and the occasional clash of practiced swords. The keep was a hive of activity, every corner buzzing with the anticipation of battle. Inside the war room, mages and knights alike gathered, their faces set in grim determination. Torin stood at the center, his booming voice directing the fortifications. Dwarves and humans worked side by side, reinforcing walls, setting traps, and sharpening weapons. The mages, however, were less unified. Heated arguments erupted over past decisions and strategies. "How could you have allowed such darkness to take hold?" one mage accused, pointing a trembling finger at Thorian. "We should have acted sooner." Thorian's expression remained calm, though his voice carried a note of finality. "We did what we could with the knowledge we had. Blame will not help us now." Raylan stepped forward, his voice steady. "We must focus on the present. The past is a lesson, not a burden. We are stronger together." The room fell silent, the weight of his words settling over them. Slowly, the mages nodded, the tension easing as they turned their attention back to the task at hand. Meanwhile, in the darkened halls of Eldarhelm, King Eric stirred from his despondence. His eyes, once cold and calculating, now burned with renewed determination. The whispers of his dark advisors had not fallen on deaf ears. He rose from his throne, a sinister smile playing on his lips. "Summon the courtiers," he commanded, his voice echoing through the chamber. "It is time to reclaim my power." The courtiers, a mix of nobles and dark entities, gathered quickly, their expressions a mix of fear and reverence. Eric stood before them, his presence commanding and malevolent. "Lysaria will bow before me," he declared, his voice dripping with malice. "We will crush this rebellion and ensure that magic remains under my control." The courtiers murmured their assent, the air thick with dark energy. Eric's eyes gleamed with the promise of victory, his mind already plotting the downfall of his enemies. The battle for Lysaria was far from over, and King Eric intended to emerge victorious. In the quiet moments before dawn, Shadowspire Keep was a place of subdued yet purposeful activity. The night's preparations had finally wound down, and those within the ancient fortress took what rest they could manage. Syrala lay on a cot in a secluded chamber, her mysterious pendant dimly glowing against her chest. Marin sat beside her, his hand gently resting on hers, watching her breathe steadily, his eyes filled with concern and resolve. In the adjacent room, Sir Alden, Torin, Thorian, and Raylan gathered around a map spread across a large wooden table. The remnants of their hurried meal lay pushed to the side, and the air was thick with the mingling scents of burning candles and parchment, creating an atmosphere of tense anticipation. Alden traced a finger along the map, pointing out strategic locations with a sense of urgency. "Here and here. We need to ensure these points are fortified. If Eric's forces breach these areas, they could easily overwhelm us." Torin nodded, his brow deeply furrowed in thought. We've got the trap set and the dwarves are ready, but we need more hands if we're to hold them off. Our numbers are too few. Raylan leaned back in his chair, rubbing his temples wearily. We'll make do with what we have. Our magic will need to support the physical defenses. Every spell must count, and we cannot afford any mistakes. Thorian, who had been silent until now, spoke softly, yet with a tone of gravity. Our greatest strength lies in our unity. Syrala's awakening has given us hope, but it also places a target on her back. We must protect her at all costs. Alden's gaze hardened, his eyes reflecting both determination and concern. She is our key, but she's also just a young girl, and we cannot forget that amidst our plans and strategies. The group fell silent, the weight of their responsibility settling over them like a heavy shroud. The fire in the hearth crackled, offering a momentary distraction from the gravity of their situation and casting flickering shadows on the walls. In the forge below, blacksmiths and enchanters worked tirelessly, their hammers ringing out in a rhythmic cadence that echoed through the stone corridors. Armor and weapons, newly forged and enchanted, were lined up against the walls, gleaming and ready for the battles ahead. Torin's voice could occasionally be heard, offering guidance, encouragement, and the wisdom of his years. Back in the keep's infirmary, healers moved among the injured with practiced grace, tending to wounds and offering words of comfort. The room was filled with the soothing scent of herbs and the low murmur of whispered reassurances. Despite the weariness in their eyes, there was a quiet determination that underpinned their every action. As the first light of dawn began to filter through the windows, casting a gentle glow over the ancient stone, a sense of calm settled over Shadowspire Keep. It was a brief respite, a moment of collective breath before the storm. Those within the keep knew that the battle was far from over, but for now, they found solace in their unity and the strength they drew from one another. In this precious moment of rest, they prepared for what was to come. Their resolve steeled and their hearts unwavering. The fight for Lysaria was just beginning, and they would face it together, bound by a common purpose and an unbreakable bond. Far away at the cemetery, a dark mist curled and twisted among the ancient gravestones, shrouding the area in an ominous gloom. The creature, a ghastly figure draped in shadows, stood at the center of the mausoleum, summoning his spirits with an incantation that seemed to draw the very light from the air. The atmosphere crackled with an eerie energy as the spirits materialized, their whispers carrying secrets of the pendant, the true heir, and the ever-looming presence of the Shadow King. The spirits' whispers grew louder, evolving into a cacophony of hisses and murmurs. Their translucent forms flickered like dying embers, casting an unearthly glow that filled the mausoleum with a haunting light. Amidst this spectral gathering, a group of undead knights entered, their armor clanking with each step, echoing like a death knell. Leading them was Ardor, the great battle mage, his eyes glowing with an unnatural light that hinted at powers beyond mortal understanding. As the talk of the air intensified, Ardor's voice cut through the din like a blade. What about the other? Every ghostly head turned in astonishment. What do you mean? What other? One of the spirits asked, its voice a whisper of the wind, carrying an edge of fear and curiosity. Ardor sighed, the sound imbued with the weight of ancient knowledge and untold burdens. Not even the Shadow King knows this, he said, his voice resonating with an authority that demanded attention. There are two heirs, and they must work together for the pendant to reach its full power. Panic erupted among the spirits, their whispers turning into frantic shouts that reverberated off the stone walls. The mausoleum echoed with the sounds of chaos, the undead knights shifting uneasily as the air grew thick with tension. The very stones of the mausoleum seemed to vibrate with the weight of this revelation, as if the structure itself could sense the gravity of Ardor's words. Ardor raised his hand, his expression stern and commanding. The room fell silent once more, the spirits and knights alike falling into an uneasy stillness. His eyes, filled with a strange mix of determination and sorrow, scanned the room, ensuring that his message had been understood. The implications of his revelation hung heavy in the air, adding a new layer of complexity to the already perilous quest. A quest now fraught with the realization that the fate of the pendant, and perhaps the kingdom itself, depended on a unity that had long been forgotten.
Book 3.
Nestled deep within the heart of the forest of Detour lay the ethereal city of Eloria, home of the Wood Elves. Eloria was an architectural marvel, seamlessly integrated with the towering trees and verdant foliage. Intricate walkways and bridges, crafted from living vines and sturdy branches, connected tree houses and platforms high above the forest floor. These structures, adorned with bioluminescent flowers and woven with enchanted vines, glowed softly, casting a serene light that illuminated the city's nocturnal beauty. The city's heart was marked by the great tree, an ancient behemoth whose trunk was wide enough to house an entire council chamber within its hollowed interior. This tree served as both a meeting place and a symbol of unity for the Wood Elves. Its branches stretched out like protective arms, sheltering the city beneath its canopy. Leading Eloria was the wise and revered Eldrin, a figure of immense respect among the Wood Elves. Eldrin's long silver hair and piercing green eyes spoke of centuries of wisdom and experience. He was often seen in deep meditation beneath the great tree, communing with the forest spirits and seeking guidance for his people. Alongside Eldrin was Leora, the city's chief healer. Her knowledge of herbs and potions was unmatched, and she spent her days tending to the sick and wounded, using her skills to heal both physical and spiritual ailments. Leora's gentle demeanor and nurturing presence made her a beloved figure among the Wood Elves. The daily life in Eloria was a harmonious blend of work and reverence for nature. At dawn, the city came alive with activity. Wood Elves, agile and swift, moved gracefully through the trees, gathering fruits, nuts, and medicinal herbs. Their diet was primarily plant-based, supplemented by the occasional fish caught from the crystal-clear streams that meandered through the forest. The artisans of Eloria were known for their craftsmanship, creating exquisite weapons, tools, and garments from the natural materials around them. Their work was not just functional, but also imbued with intricate designs that reflected their deep connection to the forest. While life in Eloria was largely peaceful, it was not without its challenges. The Wood Elves faced threats from encroaching dark forces and had to remain ever vigilant. Patrols were regularly sent out to ensure the safety of their borders, and warriors trained diligently to protect their home. Despite these dangers, the community thrived on its sense of unity and purpose. Festivals and gatherings were common, celebrating the cycles of nature and the bond they shared with the forest. Songs and dances echoed through the trees, a testament to the enduring spirit of the Wood Elves. In Eloria, every day was a testament to the balance between work, nature, and the shared values that bound the Wood Elves together, creating a sanctuary of peace and resilience amidst the vast expanse of the forest of Detour. The Wood Elf archers, known for their unparalleled stealth and precision, guarded Eloria with an almost ethereal presence. Positioned high in the trees, they were nearly invisible to any who might wander into their domain. Their lookout towers, seamlessly integrated into the forest canopy, were crafted from living wood and camouflaged with foliage. From these elevated perches, the archers had a perfect vantage point, allowing them to see far and wide without being seen themselves. Clad in garments that blended with the greens and browns of the forest, the archers moved with a grace that seemed almost supernatural. Their bows, crafted from the finest yew, were strung with silk-like threads that made no sound when drawn. The arrows, tipped with razor-sharp obsidian and fletched with feathers from sacred birds, were both deadly and silent. The archers themselves were trained from a young age, their eyes sharp as hawks and their aim unerring. They communicated with subtle hand signals and bird calls, ensuring that any threat was known and neutralized before it could come close to the city. Deep within Eloria lay a place of great reverence and tranquility, the sanctuary of the healers. This sacred space, nestled in a grove of ancient oaks, was where the healers worked their miracles and offered their prayers. The grove was encircled by a crystal-clear stream, its waters believed to have healing properties. Small stone bridges arched gracefully over the stream, leading to the heart of the sanctuary. At the center of the grove stood the Temple of Lysaria, a structure built from white marble and adorned with intricate carvings depicting scenes of healing and renewal. Vines of fragrant jasmine and blooming lilies climbed its walls, their blossoms adding a gentle perfume to the air. Inside, the temple was bathed in soft, diffused light that filtered through stained glass windows depicting the forest's gods and spirits. The floor of the temple was a mosaic of polished stones, each one imbued with healing energies. Around the edges of the room, low benches and cushions were arranged for those who came seeking solace and aid. In the center, an altar carved from a single piece of ancient oak stood as the focal point. Upon it, bowls of sacred herbs, crystals, and healing salves were meticulously arranged. The healers, led by Lysaria, moved with quiet purpose, their hands glowing with a soft, warm light as they tended to the sick and injured. Their prayers, spoken in the ancient tongue of the wood elves, filled the air with a soothing melody, invoking the blessings of the forest spirits. Here, in this holy place, the balance between body, mind, and spirit was restored, and the healer's tireless work ensured that Lysaria remained a sanctuary of peace and vitality. High in the trees, a wood elf guard's keen eyes caught the glint of metal moving through the forest below. He narrowed his gaze, watching the approaching figures. Recognizing the group, he descended swiftly and silently to inform his superiors. Within moments, Lysaria transformed from a tranquil sanctuary into a fortress of protection. Archers took their positions, arrows nocked and bows drawn. Hidden traps were activated, ready to spring upon any threat. The sanctuary of the healers was quickly fortified, with additional guards stationed at every entrance. The air grew tense as the wood elf community prepared to defend their home. Sir Alden approached the city with his party, leading them cautiously to the outskirts of the grove. He raised his hand in a gesture of peace, hoping to convey their intentions without words. The tension was palpable as the wood elf guards kept their bows trained on the newcomers. "We bring you back your son who has fallen in battle with the evil," Sir Alden said, his voice heavy with sorrow. 4 dwarves, their faces solemn, carried a coffin draped in the colors of the Iron Fist clan. Inside lay the body of Elian, once a proud member of the wood elf community. An anguished cry pierced the air. Elian, a wood elf, his face contorted with grief, pushed through the crowd. He glared at Sir Alden with a fury that burned hotter than any flame. "I told him not to join your forces, knight. This is your fault." The words hung in the air, a bitter accusation that deepened the already thick unease. The wood elf community watched, their eyes shifting between Sir Alden and the grieving father. Alden stood firm, his expression one of pained acceptance. The dwarves set the coffin down gently, their heads bowed in respect. The air grew heavy with a mix of sorrow and anger, the tension threatening to snap at any moment. Alden took a deep breath, his eyes meeting those of the wood elf father. "I am truly sorry," Alden said quietly, his voice breaking the silence but doing little to ease the tension. A hush fell over the gathering as the wood elf father's grief poured out in raw, unfiltered waves. The elves, dwarves, and knights stood still, each breath seeming too loud in the solemn silence. Alden felt the weight of their eyes on him, felt the collective pain of a community mourning a lost son. "I am truly sorry," Alden repeated, his voice steady but filled with genuine remorse. "Elian fought bravely, not for me, but for Lysaria. His sacrifice will not be forgotten." The tension was palpable. Whispers of anger and sorrow swirled around the clearing like a storm brewing. Elian's father, eyes wet with tears, clenched his fists at his sides. "This is your fault," he cried, his voice cracking. "You brought this upon us." Murmurs of agreement rippled through the crowd. A young elf stepped forward, his eyes burning with accusation. "Why should we, the wood elves, bleed for human wars? This battle is not ours." Others nodded, echoing his sentiment. "We should protect our own, not die for human quarrels." Alden took a step back, feeling the intensity of their words like blows. He opened his mouth to speak, but Torin beat him to it, his deep voice booming. "Enough." The dwarf's words cut through the air like a hammer striking an anvil. "Alden didn't come here seeking your dead. He came for allies, for those who value freedom over tyranny." Raylan, standing tall beside Thorian, added, "The Shadow King threatens all of Lysaria. His darkness will not stop at the edge of human lands. If he is not defeated, his shadow will consume us all, elf and human alike." An older elf, Leora, stepped forward, her voice calm but firm. "Our goals are the same. We all wish to see Lysaria free from the Shadow King's grip." Elian understood that. He gave his life for a future where all can live without fear. The fierce discussion raged on, voices rising and falling like the tide. Accusations were thrown, rebuttals made, until finally, the clamor began to die down. The raw emotions slowly gave way to a begrudging understanding. "We are not so different," Marin spoke up, his voice soft but carrying through the silence. "We all want peace. We all want to protect our homes, our families. This is a battle for all of Lysaria, not just for humans or elves." Alden looked around, meeting the eyes of those who had shouted the loudest. "Elian's sacrifice will not be in vain. Together, we can honor his memory by standing united against the darkness." A moment of silence followed, the weight of the truth settling over them. The Wood Elf father, his anger now mingled with a deep sorrow, nodded slowly. The fierce discussions had run their course, leaving behind a tentative, fragile truce. The mood in the clearing quieted, the realization dawning on them all. Their paths, though different, led to the same goal. As the emotional storm began to subside, the gathered crowd seemed to collectively breathe easier. The shared understanding, though delicate, had planted a seed of unity. Torin stepped forward, his expression softening as he addressed them once more. "Let us honor Elian not just with words, but with our actions. We must forge a new alliance, one based on mutual respect and a shared vision for a free Lysaria." Raylan nodded in agreement, his eyes scanning the faces before him. "The strength of our unity will be our greatest weapon against the Shadow King. Let us not forget that." Slowly, the elves, dwarves, and humans began to mingle, exchanging quiet words and solemn nods. The initial hostility was replaced by a burgeoning camaraderie, each member of the gathering realizing the importance of their collective strength. Marin approached Alden, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "We will make it through this, Alden, together." Alden gave a small, grateful smile, feeling the hope rekindling within him. The path ahead was fraught with danger and uncertainty, but for the first time, it felt possible. As the night wore on, plans were made and strategies discussed. The clearing, once a place of grief and accusation, transformed into a space of resolve and determination. The alliance, though still in its infancy, began to take shape, driven by the shared desire to see Lysaria free from the Shadow King's tyranny. And so, with the dawn of a new day, they stood united, ready to face the darkness together. The father's anger flickered, a brief crack in his resolve. He glanced at the coffin, the vibrant colors stark against the somber mood. His lips trembled, the fight draining out of him as sorrow overtook his rage. The other elves, sensing his inner turmoil, lowered their weapons, their expressions softening in empathy. Leora, the healer, stepped forward, her presence a calming balm. "Elian's spirit is with us," she said softly, placing a gentle hand on the father's shoulder. "He is part of our legacy now, his bravery and sacrifice a testament to our strength and unity." The father's shoulders slumped, the tension leaving his body. He nodded, tears streaming down his face. "He was always so brave," he whispered, his voice breaking. "Too brave for his own good." Alden stepped closer, extending a hand. "Elian's bravery has given us hope," he said. "We stand united because of him." The father hesitated, then clasped Alden's hand, the gesture bridging the gap between them. The crowd released a collective breath, the unease lifting as the moment of understanding settled over them. The elves lowered their bows, and the atmosphere shifted from one of confrontation to one of solidarity. "We must honor Elian's memory by continuing to fight for what he believed in," Alden continued, addressing the gathered crowd. "Together we can restore Lysaria and bring an end to the darkness that threatens us all." Leora nodded in agreement. "Let us prepare a proper ceremony for Elian. We will celebrate his life and his contributions to our cause." The father, still holding Alden's hand, looked around at his fellow elves, his grief now tempered by a sense of purpose. "Elian's spirit will guide us," he said, his voice gaining strength. "We will honor him by standing together, stronger than ever." As the elves and dwarves began to organize the ceremony, a sense of unity and resolve settled over Eloria. The unease that had gripped them moments before was replaced with a shared determination to continue the fight for Lysaria's future. The elder elf, tall and stern, glared at Alden. His voice, dripping with disdain, cut through the tense silence. "So what do you want, knight? And you, mage? More elven blood?" Alden looked at the ground, the weight of guilt pressing down on him. "I don't want any blood," he began, his voice steady yet tinged with sorrow. "I just want to defend our world." Raylan stepped forward, his eyes meeting the elders. "The Shadow King has returned," he said, his tone grave. "You all know what that means." A murmur of emotion and fear rippled through the assembled elves. Faces turned pale, eyes widened in alarm. The elders' stern demeanor wavered, replaced by a flicker of dread. "The Shadow King," one of the younger elves whispered, his voice trembling. "But it means darkness will consume us all if we don't stand together," Raylan interrupted, his voice firm and resolute. "We've seen what he can do. Entire villages burned, children taken. We can't let it happen again." The elder's gaze hardened once more, but his voice was softer. "And you think we can stop him? With what? Our arrows? Your swords?" Thorian, the blind mage, stepped forward, his presence commanding respect despite his lack of sight. "With unity," he said, his voice calm but powerful. "With the combined strength of elves, dwarves, humans, and mages, only together can we hope to defeat the Shadow King." The elder's eyes narrowed, studying Thorian's face. "You speak of unity, yet it was your kind who brought this darkness upon us in the first place." Thorian nodded, accepting the accusation. "Yes, mistakes were made, but now we have a chance to make things right, to protect all of Lysaria, including your home, Eloria." The elves exchanged uneasy glances, the fear in their eyes mingling with a glimmer of hope. Finally, the elder spoke again, his voice heavy with the weight of his decision. "We will listen to your plans," he said, his tone reluctant but yielding. "But know this, knight and mage, if you betray us, there will be no forgiveness." Alden lifted his head, meeting the elder's gaze with unwavering determination. "We seek only to save our world. We need your help, and we offer ours in return." The elder nodded, a silent agreement passing between them. The elves' fear remained, but now it was tempered with a resolve to fight. Together, they would face the darkness, united in their common cause. Alden and Raylan found a secluded corner of the wood elf village, the sounds of the bustling sanctuary fading into the background. The weight of their conversation hung heavily between them as they sat on a fallen log, feeling the ancient wood beneath them, a silent witness to their grave discussion. "Syrala," Alden began, his voice hushed, laden with the gravity of their situation. "She's the heir. The pendant. It's more than just a symbol. It's a beacon of hope, a lifeline for our beleaguered realm." Raylan nodded, his expression thoughtful as he traced the memories of ancient texts and prophecies. "The pendant of Syrala has powers we are only beginning to understand. It's tied to the very essence of Lysaria's ancient magic. With it, she can restore what was lost, rekindle the fading embers of our land's vitality." Alden's gaze drifted to the horizon, his thoughts miles away, traversing the storied past of Lysaria. The sentinels of the Vale once protected this land, their legacy of bravery and magic unmatched. But now, with the dwarves of the Iron Fist clan by our side, we might just have a fighting chance. Their strength and resilience echo the valor of the sentinels. "The sentinels were more than warriors," Raylan mused, his voice tinged with reverence. "They were guardians of balance. The dwarves, with their unmatched craftsmanship and unwavering loyalty, remind me of that same spirit. Together, we must embody that legacy if we hope to stand against the Shadow King, the true orchestrator of our despair." Alden clenched his fists, the gravity of their mission sinking in deeply. "And if the Shadow King wins?" Raylan's face darkened, the shadows of ancient fears crossing his features. "If the Shadow King triumphs, darkness will consume Lysaria. The land will wither, its magic corrupted to the core. Every creature, every soul will be enslaved or destroyed. The very essence of life as we know it will be extinguished, leaving only a barren wasteland in its wake." The two men sat in silence for a moment, the weight of Raylan's words settling over them like a shroud. the ambient sounds of the village a distant hum. "And then there's King Eric," Alden continued, his voice filled with bitterness and sorrow. "He's not just a tyrant, he's a puppet of the Shadow King. His reign of terror, his ban on magic, it's all part of a larger plan to weaken us, to make us vulnerable to the encroaching darkness." Raylan's eyes flashed with determination, a spark of the ancient magic he wielded. "We must be stronger than our fear, Alden. Syrala's pendant is a beacon, yes, but it is also a weapon, one that we must learn to wield with precision and purpose, a tool to carve our path to victory." Alden nodded, the resolve in his eyes matching Raylan's. "For Syrala, for Lysaria, and for every soul that has suffered under Eric's rule, we must prevail. We fight not just for ourselves, but for the very soul of our land." Their conversation was a mixture of hope and grim determination, the path ahead fraught with danger, but also with the possibility of redemption and restoration. The future of Lysaria hung in the balance, and their resolve was the first step towards tipping the scales in favor of light. The Wood Elves, with their grace and reverence, invited Alden, Raylan, Syrala, Marin, and Thorian to a grand dinner in the heart of Aloria. The ancient trees seemed to hum with approval as the village prepared for the feast. Tables carved from the living wood of the forest were adorned with flowers and glowing orbs of light. The scent of roasted meats and fresh bread wafted through the air, mingling with the earthy aroma of the forest floor. As they gathered, the elves offered their guests seats of honor, acknowledging the significance of their presence. Plates were filled, goblets were raised, and the atmosphere became a blend of celebration and somber reflection. The food was exquisite, each bite a testament to the elves' deep connection with nature. The wine, made from the finest forest fruits, flowed freely, loosening tongues and lifting spirits. Laughter rang out as stories of old were shared, tales of bravery and unity, of the sentinels of the Vale and the ancient bonds between races. Yet, amid the joy, there was also mourning. Elian's death cast a shadow over the evening, a reminder of the cost of their struggle. The Wood Elf, who had blamed Alden for his son's death, now sat beside him, their grief a silent bond that needed no words. The night wore on, the firelight casting flickering shadows on the gathered faces. They drank to the memory of the fallen and to the hope of a brighter future. The bond between the party and the elves strengthened, a shared resolve growing with each passing moment. When the last of the wine had been drunk and the embers of the fire began to fade, the guests were led to their sleeping quarters. The elves had prepared soft beds woven from moss and leaves, nestled within the trees themselves. Exhausted but content, they settled down, the sounds of the forest lulling them into a deep, restful sleep. Morning arrived, heralded by the gentle light of dawn filtering through the dense canopy of the forest. The Wood Elves, ever vigilant and purposeful, were already awake, tending to their tasks with practiced ease. As the party gathered, the elder elf approached Raylan with a measured stride. "You must return to Shadowspire," he said, his voice brimming with quiet determination and authority. "In 5 days' time, I will send you aid. Our finest archers, skilled healers, and powerful druids will come to your assistance. Together, we will fight to save Lysaria." Raylan nodded, his eyes reflecting both gratitude and unwavering resolve. "Thank you, friend. We will await your arrival with anticipation." The elder placed a reassuring hand on Raylan's shoulder, a gesture of solidarity and shared purpose. "Go now. We will see each other again, and when we do, it will be to reclaim our land." With those words, the party began their preparations to leave, their hearts bolstered by the promise of the Wood Elves' formidable support. The journey back to Shadowspire awaited them, and with it, the next pivotal chapter in their relentless fight for the future of Lysaria. Within the fortified walls of Shadowspire Keep, the air buzzed with an intensity that had become the new norm. The stone halls echoed with the sounds of clanging metal and hurried footsteps. Blacksmiths and enchanters worked tirelessly in the forge, their hammers striking rhythmically against glowing steel. Torin oversaw the production, his keen eyes ensuring each weapon and piece of armor met the highest standards. The blacksmith's fire roared, casting flickering shadows on the walls as molten metal was shaped and tempered. Enchanters muttered incantations, their hands weaving intricate spells into the weapons, infusing them with protective and offensive magic. A sword, once ordinary, now shimmered with an ethereal light, ready to cut through the darkness that threatened Lysaria. In the central courtyard, knights and villagers alike trained with unwavering determination. Sir Alden, despite the weariness etched on his face, led the drills. He moved with precision, demonstrating combat techniques and overseeing sparring matches. Each swing of his blade, each block and parry, was a lesson in discipline and readiness. Marin, having recovered from the earlier battle, practiced alongside the knights. His progress was swift, his movements increasingly fluid and powerful. Alden watched with a mixture of pride and concern, aware of the young man's potential and the burden that came with it. In a secluded chamber, Thorian and Raylan pored over ancient texts and maps. The discovery of the Knights of the Vale's sacred burial grounds had reignited their hope. Thorian traced his fingers over the worn parchment, deciphering runes and annotations. Meanwhile, Syrala and Marilyn sat in deep meditation, their energies intertwined. Marilyn guided Syrala through advanced magical practices, her voice calm and steady. Focus, Syrala. Feel the magic within you, let it flow through the pendant and into the world. Syrala's pendant glowed softly, resonating with her growing power. The light it emitted was a beacon of hope, a sign of the ancient magic slowly being restored to Lysaria. As Syrala concentrated, she felt a surge of energy, a connection to the land and its people. Outside, the fortifications continued to rise. Wooden palisades were reinforced with stone, and traps were set at strategic points. Scouts returned with reports, their faces grim but resolute. The enemy was gathering, and Shadowspire needed to be ready. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the keep, a sense of purpose permeated every corner of Shadowspire. They were preparing for a battle that would determine the fate of their world, each person contributing to the collective effort, bound by a shared destiny. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across Shadowspire Keep. Positioned on a rocky outcrop, the ancient fortress overlooked the dense forest below, its natural vantage point offering a significant strategic advantage. The steep cliffs surrounding the keep on three sides formed an almost impenetrable barrier, with the only access being a narrow, winding path leading to the main gate. Thick, high stone walls, reinforced with ancient enchantments, rose imposingly, prepared to withstand both physical and magical assaults. Guard towers, spaced evenly along the perimeter, bristled with archer slits and mounted ballistae. From these elevated positions, defenders could rain arrows and bolts upon any approaching enemy, ensuring a deadly reception for intruders. Each tower was manned by vigilant sentinels who peered into the encroaching darkness, ever alert for signs of movement. The main gate itself was a masterpiece of fortification. Reinforced oak gates bound with iron stood guard, flanked by defensive towers. Within the gatehouse, a murder hole allowed defenders to pour boiling oil or hurl projectiles onto attackers. A portcullis, ready to be lowered at a moment's notice, added another layer of security. The iron latticework of the portcullis glowed faintly with runes, hinting at the enchantments woven into its very metal. In front of the gate lay a dry moat, filled with sharpened stakes, designed to slow and injure any attackers who managed to reach it. A retractable bridge spanned the moat, easily raised to cut off access during an assault. The inner courtyard was a maze of defensive walls and choke points, creating a series of killing zones that would force attackers to fight through multiple layers of defense. Each choke point was strategically placed to maximize the defenders, turning every corner into a potential trap. Inside the keep, around 300 soldiers stood ready. Among them were 150 heavy infantry, armored knights, and foot soldiers armed with swords, shields, spears, and halberds. These warriors were stationed along the walls and within the courtyard, prepared to repel any breach. Supporting them were 100 archers, skilled longbowmen and crossbowmen, equipped to unleash volleys of arrows and bolts from the safety of the walls and towers. Their quivers were filled, and their bows and crossbows were strung tight, ready to rain death upon any who dared approach. 50 specialists, including engineers, sappers, and blacksmiths, worked tirelessly to maintain the fortifications, repair weapons, and deploy defensive traps. Their expertise was crucial in ensuring that Shadowspire Keep remained a formidable bastion against any assault. Each specialist knew their role well, and their efforts ensured that every defense mechanism was in perfect working order. The Keep's artillery, consisting of ballistae and mangonels, added to its defensive might. Mounted on the walls and towers, the ballistae were capable of firing large bolts to break enemy formations or destroy siege equipment. The mangonels, positioned on the inner wall, could hurl stones or incendiary devices at attackers from a distance, adding another layer of deadly defense. The artillery crews were well drilled, their movements precise as they prepared their formidable machines for action. As night fell, the defenders of Shadowspire Keep continued their preparations. Training drills and fortification enhancements were conducted regularly to maintain readiness and morale. The soldiers, mages, and dwarves who called the Keep home knew the importance of their stronghold in the fight against King Eric's oppressive rule, and their spirits were bolstered by the knowledge that they were the last line of defense against tyranny. Shadowspire Keep, with its strategic location, formidable defenses, and determined garrison, stood as a beacon of hope in a land shrouded in darkness. Its ancient walls whispered tales of past glories and hinted at the promise of future victories. The Keep's spirit was palpable, a fortress of stone and will, ever ready to stand against the encroaching night. Thorian, his weathered face set in a mask of concentration, stood at the heart of the war room. Around him, maps and scrolls lay scattered across the stone table, illuminated by flickering torchlight. Raylan and Marilyn flanked him, their expressions mirroring his intensity. Syrala, her face pale but determined, listened intently as Thorian outlined their next steps. "We must bolster the defenses at the northern wall," Thorian said, his voice steady. "The Shadow King's forces will likely attack there first, trying to breach our weakest point." Raylan nodded. "I'll lead a team of mages to reinforce the enchantments. We can use the ancient runes we discovered in the library." Syrala's pendant glowed softly, casting a warm light that seemed to pulse in rhythm with her heartbeat. She glanced at Marin, who stood beside her, eyes wide with a mixture of fear and determination. "I'll help with the enchantments. The pendant's power can amplify the magic." Thorian's sightless eyes turned towards her, a faint smile touching his lips. "Your courage is admirable, Syrala. We will need every bit of your strength." Sir Alden, his armor glinting in the torchlight, stepped forward. "My knights and I will hold the main gate. If the Shadow King's forces manage to breach the walls, we'll be ready to push them back." Torin, standing beside Alden, stroked his beard thoughtfully. "The dwarves will handle the siege weapons. We've set traps and prepared defenses that should slow them down. We'll give them a fight they won't forget." The room buzzed with the urgency of their preparations. Knights and dwarves moved in and out, delivering reports and receiving orders. Outside, the storm raged on, the howling wind and driving rain adding to the tension. Marilyn placed a reassuring hand on Syrala's shoulder. "We'll get through this, together. Your power is our hope." Syrala nodded, her resolve hardening. She knew the burden she carried, the weight of Lysaria's future resting on her shoulders. But with her friends and allies beside her, she felt a flicker of hope. As the meeting concluded, the group dispersed to their respective tasks. Thorian lingered for a moment, his mind already turning to the next challenge. The fate of Shadowspire Keep, and indeed all of Lysaria, depended on their unity and determination. And with the storm outside as fierce as the one within their hearts, they prepared to face whatever came next. The village of Eldergrove lay nestled in a valley, a peaceful haven surrounded by lush greenery and vibrant fields. The sun hung low in the sky, casting a warm glow over the homes, but that serenity shattered as King Eric's battle group thundered down the main road, a storm of iron and malice. The sound of galloping hooves and clanking armor sent a wave of dread through the villagers. They emerged from their homes, faces pale, hearts racing as they beheld the grim sight of soldiers, their dark banners fluttering ominously. "Get the children inside," a villager shouted, her voice tinged with panic. But it was too late. The soldiers surged forward, shouting orders and brandishing weapons. They rode through the village like a scourge, smashing windows and doors, their laughter mingling with the cries of terror. Flames erupted from the thatched roofs, licking the sky as fire consumed Eldergrove. The acrid scent of smoke filled the air, choking those who dared to resist. A group of villagers rallied, grabbing whatever makeshift weapons they could find. They rushed towards the invaders, desperation fueling their courage. "Protect our home," one man yelled, wielding a pitchfork as if it were a sword. But the soldiers met them with brutal efficiency. Eric's guards, trained and ruthless, cut down the villagers with ease. The clash of metal rang out, a cacophony of despair as the villagers fell one by one. Children screamed as they were snatched from their mother's arms, pulled away to join the ranks of King Eric's prisoners. "Please, no," a mother cried, reaching out as a soldier yanked her child away, the boy's terrified face fading into the distance. The flames spread rapidly, consuming crops and homes alike. Eldergrove, once filled with laughter and life, turned into a nightmarish scene of destruction. The villagers fought valiantly, but the odds were insurmountable. With every passing moment, hope slipped further away. The last of the defenders, battered and bloodied, realized the futility of their struggle. They staggered back, eyes wide with horror, as the fires raged, illuminating the night sky with a hellish glow. The battle group moved through the ashes, leaving nothing but ruin in their wake, a testament to King Eric's relentless tyranny. The screams of the captured children echoed through the night, haunting the air as the soldiers regrouped, their cruel laughter mingling with the crackling flames. News of Eldergrove's devastation reached Shadowspire Keep by dawn. The message was carried by a breathless scout, his face pale and eyes wide with horror. As the scout recounted the nightmarish events, Sir Alden listened in silence, his expression hardening with every word. When the scout finished, Alden turned away, staring out a narrow window overlooking the keep's courtyard. Below, knights and villagers moved with purpose, oblivious to the tragedy that had just unfolded miles away. "They're trying to draw us out," Alden murmured, his voice a mix of sorrow and anger, "to divide our forces." Thorian, who had been standing silently by the fire, suddenly erupted in rage. His normally composed demeanor shattered. "So what? Are you going to let them destroy the villages?" His voice was a harsh accusation, echoing off the stone walls of the chamber. Alden closed his eyes, his shoulders slumping under the weight of the decision he knew he had to make. The room fell silent, the only sound the crackling of the fire and the distant clamor of preparations outside. Torin, who had been sharpening his axe, looked up. "We can't just sit here, Alden. Those people need our help." Raylan stepped forward, her eyes filled with determination. "We have to protect them. If we let fear paralyze us, Eric wins without a fight." Alden turned to face them, his expression weary but resolute. "And if we spread ourselves too thin, we risk everything we've built here. Shadowspire is our stronghold, our last bastion against Eric's forces. We can't afford to lose it." Thorian stepped closer, his rage giving way to a cold, calculated intensity. "Then we need a plan that allows us to protect the villages without compromising our defenses here." Marin, who had been standing by Syrala's side, spoke up. "We could send a smaller, more mobile force to aid the villages. They wouldn't expect us to strike back so quickly." Alden nodded slowly, considering the suggestion. "A strike team, swift and precise. It might just work." Thorian's eyes gleamed with a renewed sense of purpose. "I'll lead them. We'll hit Eric's forces where they least expect it." Alden met Thorian's gaze, a silent understanding passing between them. "Then we move quickly. Every moment we delay, more lives are lost." With a sense of urgency, the group began to formulate their strategy, knowing that the fate of Lysaria depended on their next move. Far away, nestled between rolling hills and a sparkling river, lay the city of Shiladras, a gleaming jewel of commerce in Lysaria. The city's architecture was a blend of ancient grandeur and modern vitality, with white stone buildings topped with red-tiled roofs, sprawling marketplaces bustling with activity, and elegant bridges arching gracefully over the river. Merchant ships docked along the quay, their sails fluttering in the breeze as they unloaded exotic goods from distant lands, filling the air with the scents of spices and the chatter of diverse languages. The streets of Shiladras were paved with cobblestones, lined with vibrant stalls selling everything from silks and spices to finely crafted jewelry and rare artifacts. Fountains adorned with intricate sculptures gushed crystal-clear water, while lush gardens and tree-lined boulevards provided a serene escape from the bustling trade. The city's heart was dominated by the Grand Bazaar, a sprawling marketplace where merchants haggled and traders from across Lysaria converged, their voices creating a symphony of commerce and camaraderie. The city's fortifications were formidable, with towering stone walls encircling the perimeter, punctuated by watchtowers and heavily fortified gates. The walls were manned by vigilant guards, their eyes scanning the horizon for any signs of trouble. Within the walls, the citizens of Chiladrus lived in relative peace and prosperity, confident in the strength of their defenses and the stability of their thriving city. That confidence shattered with the arrival of King Eric's main battle force. The once bustling gates of Chiladrus slammed shut as the alarm bells rang out, echoing through the streets. Eric's army, a sea of dark armor and crimson banners, surrounded the city, cutting off all routes of escape. The siege had begun, casting a shadow over the once vibrant city. The attackers wasted no time in isolating the city. They established a complete encirclement, blocking all roads and pathways leading to and from Chiladrus. A naval blockade was set up along the river, preventing any merchant ships from entering or leaving the port. Scouts and foraging parties spread out into the countryside, gathering resources and ensuring that no reinforcements could come to the city's aid. The once bustling trade routes fell silent, and the lifeblood of commerce was cut off. Siege engines were rolled into position, their menacing silhouettes casting long shadows over the besieged city. Trebuchets and catapults hurled massive stones and fiery projectiles at the walls, each impact sending tremors through the ground. Ballistae and Scorpios targeted the battlements, aiming to weaken the defenders' positions and create openings for a direct assault. The relentless bombardment shook the very foundations of Chiladrus as the defenders braced themselves for the onslaught. Inside Chiladrus, the mood turned grim. The vibrant markets fell silent, and the once bustling streets were now filled with anxious citizens and soldiers preparing for the worst. The city's leaders convened in the council hall, their faces etched with worry as they discussed strategies to hold off the siege. Food and water were rationed, and every able-bodied man and woman was called to aid in the defense. The spirit of the city, once buoyant with prosperity, now hung heavy with the weight of impending doom. Outside the city, Eric's forces continued their relentless bombardment. Miners worked tirelessly to dig tunnels beneath the walls, seeking to undermine the city's defenses. The sounds of picks and shovels echoed in the dark as the attackers aimed to weaken the foundations and bring down sections of the wall. The siege was not just a battle of strength, but a war of patience and attrition. As the days turned into weeks, the defenders of Chiladrus fought bravely, repelling wave after wave of assaults. But with each passing day, their resources dwindled, and the walls bore the scars of relentless attacks. The once proud fortifications now looked battered and worn, a testament to the ferocity of the siege. Inside and outside the city, the struggle for Chiladrus became a desperate battle of endurance, with the fate of its people hanging in the balance. The city's spirit, though battered, remained unbroken, a flicker of hope in the face of overwhelming darkness. In the darkest hours of the night, when the bombardment paused, the defenders could hear the distant howls of wolves and the crackling of fires outside their walls. The nights were long and filled with dread as the constant threat of a breach loomed over them. Children clung to their parents, seeking comfort in whispered lullabies, while the elderly prayed for a miracle. The city's once celebrated artisans and musicians now found solace in crafting makeshift weapons and fortifying barricades, and with their hands turning to tasks of survival rather than art. The council hall, which had once been a place of governance and celebration, became a war room where maps and plans were strewn across tables. The question was no longer if they could repel the invaders, but how long they could hold out. Every day, messengers brought news of dwindling supplies and rising casualties, yet the resolve of the defenders did not waver. The siege of Chiladrus was a testament to the resilience of its people. Thorian raged with fury. his voice echoing through the stone halls of Shadowspire Keep. What? Now they attack the city of Chiladros? This madness cannot continue. Alden, who had been seated by the fire, rose to his feet, his face set in grim determination. You're right, mage. We can't stand and do nothing. Thorian's eyes blazed with a fierce resolve. I will handle this, he declared, his tone brooking no argument. Alden stepped forward, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. You will do nothing for now. This requires careful planning and strategy. Thorian met Alden's gaze, the tension between them palpable. Give me 2 guards, Thorian demanded, his voice cold and precise, and have Raylan stand at my door. No one is to enter until I call for him. Alden nodded, recognizing the urgency in Thorian's voice. He motioned to a nearby squire, who hurried off to summon the guards and Raylan. Thorian turned on his heel, his robes swirling around him as he made his way back to his quarters. The fury that had fueled his outburst was now channeled into a determined focus. The attack on Chiladros was a clear escalation, and it demanded a swift and decisive response. As he entered his quarters, Thorian's mind raced with possibilities. The dark forces aligned with King Eric were growing bolder, their reach extending further than he had anticipated. He needed to delve into his extensive knowledge of ancient magic and strategies to find a way to counter this new threat. The 2 guards arrived, their armor clinking softly as they took their positions outside Thorian's door. Raylan followed shortly after, his expression one of concern and curiosity. He took his place beside the door, ready to respond the moment Thorian called for him. Inside, Thorian began to gather the tools and texts he would need. Ancient tomes filled with arcane knowledge, enchanted artifacts that held untapped power, and scrolls containing forgotten spells were spread out before him. He would need every bit of his considerable skill and wisdom to formulate a plan that could save Chiladros and turn the tide against King Eric's dark forces. As the minutes ticked by, the weight of responsibility pressed heavily on Thorian's shoulders. But he welcomed it, knowing that the fate of Lysaria depended on their next moves. Thorian sat cross-legged in the dimly lit room, his eyes closed and his breathing steady. Outside, the siege of Chiladros continued, the distant sounds of battle and the cries of the wounded, a constant reminder of the stakes. The village, too, suffered under King Eric's wrath. Flames licked at thatched roofs, and the wails of its people filled the night air as their homes and lives were consumed by fire. Inside the room, a profound silence enveloped Thorian. He focused inward, tapping into the vast reservoir of his magical abilities. The air around him shimmered with energy as he reached deeper, seeking a connection beyond the physical realm. He envisioned the Sentinel Shrine, a place of ancient power and forgotten wisdom. The shrine stood as a beacon of hope and strength in Lysaria's darkest times. Thorian's mind extended, bridging the gap between the present and the mystical past. The connection formed, subtle at first, then growing stronger. Thorian felt the presence of the entity that resided within the shrine, a guardian spirit of immense power. They communicated not with words, but through an ancient telepathic bond. Thoughts and emotions flowed between them, a dialogue of pure essence. The entity's consciousness enveloped Thorian, a force both comforting and overwhelming. In this shared mental space, they spoke in the old magical tongues, their meanings clear despite the lack of spoken language. Thorian conveyed the dire situation, the desperation of Chiladros, and the suffering of the village's people. The guardian spirit, sensing Thorian's urgency and the righteousness of his cause, responded with a powerful surge of understanding. It roared, a sound that resonated through the very fabric of reality. You will have what you seek, Thorian, great mage. The words, though unspoken, echoed with a promise of aid and strength. Thorian felt the entity's power flowing into him, bolstering his resolve and filling him with a renewed sense of purpose. With the connection still humming in his mind, Thorian opened his eyes, the room around him glowing with the faint light of his magic. He knew that the entity's support would be crucial in the battles to come, and he felt a deep gratitude for the ancient guardian's trust. He rose from his meditation, ready to rejoin the others and share the hope that now burned brightly within him. Raylan approached Sir Alden, his expression as steady as a mountain, his eyes reflecting the wisdom of countless years. Torrin stood beside him, his stout figure radiating determination. Alden's brow furrowed as he absorbed the information. "You trust him with this?" Raylan nodded. "With my magic and his expertise, the city stands a better chance. But the village of Eldergrove needs your immediate help. Ride out, Alden. The villagers are defenseless against Eric's forces." Alden hesitated, glancing between Raylan and Torrin. The weight of their decision pressed heavily upon him. His loyalty to both the city and the village warred within him, but the conviction in Raylan's voice was undeniable. "Very well," Alden said, his voice firming with resolve. "I'll lead my riders to Eldergrove. We'll save as many as we can." Raylan placed a hand on Alden's shoulder. "Go swiftly, my friend. Time is of the essence." Alden turned, his cape swirling behind him as he strode to his waiting horse. He mounted with practiced ease and signaled his riders to gather. The knights, their faces set with grim determination, fell into formation behind him. "To Eldergrove," Alden commanded, raising his sword high, "for Lysaria and its people." The horses surged forward, their hooves pounding against the earth in a rhythmic cadence. Dust rose in their wake as they sped toward the village, a cloud of urgency and hope. Alden led the charge, his mind focused on the task ahead. The thought of the villagers, their homes burning and their lives in peril, spurred him onward. The riders, a mix of seasoned knights and eager squires, followed without hesitation. Their loyalty to Alden and the cause was unwavering. As they galloped through the forest, the sound of their passage echoed through the trees, a promise of aid to those who needed it most. Raylan watched them disappear into the distance, his heart heavy yet hopeful. He turned to Torrin, who was already barking orders to his dwarves, organizing their defenses for the siege. "We'll hold the line here," Raylan said, more to himself than anyone else. "Alden will save the village, and together, we'll turn the tide against Eric." With a final nod to Torrin, Raylan moved to his position, ready to unleash his magic upon the enemy forces besieging Shaladras. The battle for Lysaria continued, each step bringing them closer to the dawn of a new era. As Raylan prepared to unleash his magic, Torrin focused on the ancient runes etched into the walls of Shadowspire Keep. His fingers traced the intricate patterns, his mind reaching out to the entity that had promised aid. His voice, low and resonant, carried through the chamber. "Great Sentinel of the Veil," Torrin intoned, his words imbued with urgency and reverence. "We call upon your strength to aid us in this dire hour. Our enemies press upon us and our people suffer. Send forth your warriors to break the siege and restore hope to Lysaria." The air around him thickened, charged with an otherworldly energy. The runes glowed brighter, casting an eerie light across the stone walls. A chill swept through the room, and the ground trembled beneath Torrin's feet. A deep, echoing voice filled the chamber, reverberating through the very bones of the keep. From the shadows, spectral figures began to materialize. Clad in ancient armor, their eyes burned with an ethereal light. These were the undead warriors of the Veil, bound by duty to protect Lysaria even in death. Their presence exuded a sense of solemn power and unwavering resolve. Torrin stepped back, his heart pounding with a mix of awe and anticipation. He had read the legends, but seeing the warriors in the flesh, or what remained of it, was a different experience entirely. These were the guardians of old, the sentinels who had once defended the realm with unmatched valor. The lead warrior, a towering figure with a crown of silver flames, stepped forward. His voice, though ghostly, carried authority. "We stand ready to serve. Lead us to the enemy, and we shall break their siege." Raylan joined Torrin, his eyes wide with astonishment. "The legends were true," he whispered, barely able to contain his excitement. "With their help, we can turn the tide." Torrin nodded, his resolve steeled by the presence of these ancient warriors. "Prepare the defenses," he ordered. "We'll strike as one, with the strength of the Veil at our side." The undead warriors moved with silent efficiency, their spectral forms gliding through the keep as they readied for battle. Torrin and Raylan exchanged a glance, a silent agreement passing between them. The siege of Chiladras would soon face an unexpected and formidable force. With the undead army at their command, they marched toward the city gates, the spectral warriors leading the charge. The clash of steel and the roar of battle awaited, but with the sentinels of the Veil by their side, hope surged anew in the hearts of those who fought for Lysaria's future. The spectral army of the Veil surged forward, a wave of ethereal might that seemed to bend the very fabric of reality. As they advanced toward the besieging forces of King Eric, their forms shimmered in the dim light, a ghostly reminder of the ancient power they wielded. Torin and Raylan marched alongside the spectral warriors, their hearts pounding with determination. The air crackled with the energy of the undead sentinels, their presence sending chills down the spines of all who beheld them. The siege of Shiladras was about to meet an unexpected and formidable force. The besieging forces of Eric, caught off guard by the sudden appearance of the spectral army, scrambled to form a defense. Panic rippled through their ranks as the ghostly warriors closed the distance with unnerving speed. A spectral knight, crowned with silver flames, led the charge. His blade, a weapon of pure energy, cut through the air with a sound like a distant thunderclap. He swung it with precision, cleaving through the front lines of Eric's soldiers. The men fell, their weapons clattering uselessly to the ground as they faced the unstoppable force of the undead. Torin, wielding his hammer with a strength born of desperation and hope, fought beside the spectral knight. His blows were precise, each strike aimed to disable and disarm. The dwarven warrior's eyes blazed with determination as he brought down foe after foe, carving a path through the chaos. Raylan, channeling his magic, sent bolts of lightning arcing through the air. The energy crackled and sizzled, striking down Eric's soldiers with unerring accuracy. His face was a mask of concentration, every ounce of his power focused on the battle at hand. The ground trembled beneath his feet as he unleashed the full might of his arcane abilities. The spectral army pressed forward, their relentless assault breaking the morale of Eric's forces. The soldiers, unable to withstand the combined might of the undead warriors and the defenders of Lysaria, began to falter. Fear took hold, and their lines broke, scattering in disarray. Within moments, the battlefield was transformed. The besieging forces of Eric, once confident in their strength, were now in full retreat. The spectral warriors, unyielding and relentless, pursued them, ensuring that none escaped unscathed. Torin and Raylan stood amidst the aftermath, their breaths heavy but their spirits unbroken. The siege of Shiladras had been broken, and the forces of Lysaria had emerged victorious. The spectral army, their duty fulfilled, began to fade, their forms dissolving into the air like mist in the morning sun. Victory belonged to Lysaria, and the defenders of Shadowspire Keep had proven their resolve. The battle was won, but the war was far from over. King Eric paced the length of his dimly lit throne room, his mind a storm of frustration and rage. The dark stone walls, adorned with ominous tapestries depicting his rise to power, seemed to close in around him. Shadows danced in the flickering torchlight, casting eerie shapes that matched the turmoil in his heart. Suddenly, a chill swept through the room. The torches flickered violently, and the air grew dense with a palpable malevolence. Eric halted mid-stride, turning toward the source of the disturbance. Emerging from the darkness was a figure draped in flowing black robes, his face obscured by a hood. The Shadow King had arrived. "You summoned me," Eric said, his voice tinged with a mix of defiance and fear. The Shadow King stepped forward, his presence filling the room with an oppressive weight. "Your failure is intolerable," he hissed, his voice echoing as though it came from the depths of a cavern. Eric's fists clenched at his sides. "I underestimated their resolve. They conjured more magic than we anticipated." The Shadow King's eyes glowed with an inner fire beneath his hood. "More magic? You were meant to crush their spirit, not fuel it. How could you allow such a resurgence?" Eric took a step back, struggling to maintain his composure under the Shadow King's withering gaze. "The pendant, the girl, she wields power I did not foresee, and Alden, he's proven more resourceful than I gave him credit for." A dark laugh escaped the Shadow King's lips, sending shivers down Eric's spine. "Excuses, Eric? I entrusted you with my power and you squander it against mere mortals and fledgling mages?" Eric swallowed hard, anger boiling beneath his fear. "They had allies I did not account for, dwarves, spectral warriors, The Shadow King's eyes narrowed into slits of pure hatred. Then you must adapt. We cannot afford another setback. Eric straightened, determination hardening his features. I will not fail again. Give me more of your power. Grant me what I need to obliterate them. The Shadow King's gaze bore into him for a long moment before he spoke again, each word dripping with menace. You tread on thin ice, Eric, but very well. You shall have your chance. Eric nodded stiffly as he felt a surge of dark energy begin to coil around him like serpents, binding him tighter to the malevolent force that had sustained his reign. Remember, the Shadow King whispered, there are no more second chances. The Shadow King loomed over Eric, his presence casting a dark pall over the room. The oppressive silence was broken only by the crackle of torches sputtering in their sconces. Eric's breath quickened, but he stood firm, waiting for the plan that would ensure his dominion over Lysaria. You will draw them out, the Shadow King began, his voice a sinister whisper that seemed to reverberate through the stone walls. Lure them from their stronghold at Shadowspire Keep. Eric nodded, hanging on every word. How do you propose we accomplish this? The Shadow King's eyes glinted with a malevolent light. You will spread rumors of a vulnerable village, one they cannot ignore. They believe themselves protectors. Use their nobility against them. Eric's mind raced, piecing together the strategy. And when they leave the keep? Strike hard and fast, the Shadow King continued. Send your most loyal and vicious soldiers to raise the village. Ensure news reaches their ears. Their hearts will lead them into the trap. Eric's lips curled into a grim smile. Once they are out in the open, we can crush them with our full might. Precisely, the Shadow King said, his tone dripping with dark satisfaction. But you must ensure they believe they are rescuing innocents. The element of surprise is crucial. Eric bowed his head slightly in acknowledgement. I will ensure they take the bait. The Shadow King stepped closer, his form towering over Eric's now submissive posture. While they are occupied with saving what they think are helpless villagers, you will lead an assault on Shadowspire Keep itself. Capture or kill Syrala, the girl with the pendant, is your primary target. Eric's eyes gleamed with renewed fervor. And once we have her? The Shadow King's voice lowered to a menacing growl. Bring her to me. Her power must be harnessed or extinguished. Eric nodded again, feeling the weight of his mission settle upon him like a mantle of darkness. It shall be done. The Shadow King stepped back into the shadows, his form beginning to dissipate into the air like smoke. Remember, Eric, he warned as he faded from sight, failure is not an option. As the last traces of the Shadow King's presence vanished from the room, Eric straightened and took a deep breath, already planning how to execute this sinister scheme that would finally put an end to his enemies and secure his unchallenged rule over Lysaria. He turned on his heel and strode out of the throne room with renewed purpose, ready to set his Dark Lord's plan into motion. King Eric emerged from the throne room, his face a mask of determination. He strode through the dimly lit corridors of his castle, passing guards who straightened at his approach. His mind raced with the Shadow King's instructions. Take the castle and bring me the heir. You can kill the rest. He found Captain Draven in the war room, hunched over a map of Lysaria. The captain looked up as Eric entered, eyes sharp with attention. Captain, Eric barked, we move at dawn. Prepare your men. Draven nodded, his expression hardening. What's the target, Your Majesty? Shadowspire Keep, Eric replied, pointing to its location on the map. We will lure their forces out with a feigned attack on a nearby village. Once they take the bait and leave their stronghold, we strike. Draven's eyes flickered with understanding. And our orders for the keep? Eric's gaze darkened as he repeated the Shadow King's directive. Take the castle and bring me the heir. You can kill the rest. Draven's mouth set into a grim line. Understood, Your Majesty. I'll mobilize our best units for this mission. Eric's hand clenched into a fist over the map. Ensure there are no mistakes, Captain. Syrala must be captured alive and brought to me immediately. The captain bowed slightly before turning to issue commands to his subordinates. Eric watched as Draven relayed orders with military precision, each soldier snapping to attention and moving swiftly to prepare for the impending assault. As dawn approached, the castle buzzed with activity. armored soldiers lined up in formation in the courtyard, their faces set with resolve. War horses snorted and stamped their hooves, sensing the tension in the air. Eric mounted his black stallion, his eyes scanning his assembled forces. The plan was set in motion. Soon, Shadowspire Keep would fall, and Syrala would be in his grasp. Captain Draven rode up beside him, his helmet under one arm. "The men are ready, Your Majesty." Eric nodded curtly. "Then let us begin." With a swift kick to his horse's sides, Eric led his army out of the castle gates and onto the path that would lead them to Shadowspire Keep and to Syrala. The soldiers moved like a well-oiled machine, banners flying high as they marched under the first light of dawn. The forest loomed ahead, dark and foreboding, but Eric felt no fear, only a cold determination to see this through. "Remember," he called back to his men as they plunged into the trees, "take the castle and bring me the heir. Kill anyone who stands in your way." Eric's army thundered through the forest, hooves pounding against the earth as they made their way towards the unsuspecting villages. Captain Draven rode at the head of the formation, his eyes scanning the horizon for any sign of resistance. Behind him, soldiers remained vigilant, ready to spring into action at a moment's notice. Meanwhile, back at Shadowspire Keep, Sir Alden stood in the courtyard, surrounded by his trusted knights and advisors. The air buzzed with urgency as they prepared to dispatch their forces to protect the villages from Eric's oncoming assault. "We'll split our forces. Sir Robert, you take half of our knights and head to Eldergrove. Torin, you lead your dwarves to Chiladris. Protect the villagers at all costs." Sir Robert and Torin both gave sharp nods before turning to rally their respective troops. The courtyard filled with the sounds of armor clinking and horses snorting as the strike forces prepared to ride out. Alden turned to Raylan and Thorian, who stood nearby with grim expressions. "We must fortify Shadowspire Keep as best we can with the forces we have left," Alden said. "Eric won't hesitate to attack us once he realizes we're vulnerable." Raylan nodded in agreement. "We'll focus on reinforcing the northern wall and setting up defensive positions around the main gate," Thorian added, "and we'll need to keep Syrala protected at all costs. Her power is crucial in this fight." Alden's jaw tightened as he thought of Syrala resting inside the keep, still recovering from her injuries, but determined to fight for Lysaria's future. "I'll ensure she's guarded around the clock," he said firmly. With that, Sir Robert and Torin led their strike forces out of Shadowspire Keep, riding with urgency towards Eldergrove and Chiladris. As they disappeared into the forest, Alden felt a pang of worry for his men and for the villagers they were rushing to protect. Back inside Shadowspire Keep, Alden directed his remaining knights to bolster their defenses. He knew they were now operating at reduced strength, but he couldn't afford to let fear or doubt take hold. "Stay vigilant," he commanded his men as they moved to fortify the walls and set up barricades around the gates. "Eric's forces will come for us eventually. We must be ready." As his knights worked tirelessly to strengthen their defenses, Alden took a moment to glance up at the darkening sky. He could feel the weight of responsibility pressing down on him, but he knew that every decision he made was crucial in this battle for Lysaria's survival. Inside the keep, Raylan and Thorian coordinated efforts with Marin and Syrala, ensuring that every possible measure was taken to prepare for what lay ahead. Despite their reduced numbers, there was a sense of unity and determination among those who remained at Shadowspire Keep, a shared resolve to stand firm against King Eric's dark forces and protect their land at all costs. As Shadowspire Keep buzzed with the preparations for defense, the sentries stationed at the lookout towers suddenly spotted movement in the distance. A figure appeared, darting through the trees with an agility that was unmistakable. One of the sentries, a keen-eyed archer, quickly recognized the distinctive green cloaks and flowing movements. "The Wood Elves," he called down to those below. "The Wood Elves have arrived." Sir Alden, who had been overseeing the fortifications, immediately looked up, relief mixed with anticipation in his eyes. He knew that the arrival of the Wood Elves could turn the tide in their favor. Within moments, a contingent of Wood Elf warriors emerged from the forest, led by Eldrin and Leora. They moved with an otherworldly grace, their steps almost silent despite their swift pace. The archers among them held their bows at the ready, while others carried finely crafted blades that shimmered with enchantments. Eldrin approached Alden, offering a respectful nod. "We came as soon as we received word," he said, his voice calm but urgent. "How can we assist?" Alden gestured towards the northern wall. "Our defenses are stretched thin," he explained. "We need every able fighter to help reinforce our positions and prepare for Eric's assault." Leora stepped forward, her eyes scanning the bustling courtyard. "Our healers will assist with tending to your wounded," she offered, "and our archers will take up positions along your walls." "Thank you," Alden replied sincerely. "Your aid is invaluable." As Eldrin began directing his warriors to various defensive points around Shadowspire Keep, Leora moved towards the makeshift infirmary where Raylan and Marin were coordinating medical efforts. "We're here to help," Leora said softly to Marin, who was bandaging a knight's wound. Marin looked up, gratitude evident on her face. "Thank you, Leora," she replied. "We could use all the help we can get." The wood elf healers quickly integrated into the efforts, their knowledge of herbs and natural remedies proving to be a great asset. Meanwhile, Eldrin's archers took their places on the walls, blending seamlessly into their surroundings as they prepared to rain down arrows upon any approaching enemy. Alden watched as the combined forces of humans and wood elves worked together in harmony. The presence of these allies bolstered his confidence and filled him with renewed hope. Shadowspire Keep was now fortified not just by stone and steel, but by a unity of purpose and strength drawn from diverse corners of Lysaria, a testament to their shared resolve against King Eric's tyranny. In the village of Eldergrove, the clash of steel against steel rang out as Torin led his dwarves in fierce combat against King Eric's soldiers. The dwarves, stout and formidable, moved with surprising speed and precision. Torin's warhammer smashed through enemy lines, each blow leaving a trail of broken armor and shattered bones. "Hold the line," Torin bellowed, rallying his warriors, "for the Iron Fist clan." The dwarves responded with a roar, their axes and hammers swinging in unison. They fought with the ferocity of their ancestors, driven by a deep-seated desire to reclaim their homeland and honor. Around them, villagers armed with pitchforks and makeshift weapons joined the fray, inspired by the dwarves' bravery. Nearby, a young dwarf named Brack took down an enemy soldier with a swift axe strike to the leg before delivering a finishing blow to the helmet. He glanced around to see Torin fighting off 3 soldiers at once, each strike of his hammer resonating like thunder. "Torin!" Brack shouted over the din of battle. "More soldiers are coming from the east." Torin grunted in acknowledgement, his eyes narrowing as he scanned the battlefield. "Form up," he ordered, signaling his warriors to regroup and prepare for the next wave. Meanwhile, in the village of Shiladras, Sir Alden led his knights into battle against another contingent of Eric's forces. The knights moved with disciplined precision, their swords cutting through enemy ranks. Alden himself fought at the forefront, his newly enchanted blade gleaming with every swing. "Press forward," Alden commanded, urging his men to advance. The knights pushed ahead, their shields interlocking to form an impenetrable wall. They cut down soldiers left and right, their movements fluid and deadly. Among them was Sir Robert, who fought valiantly beside Alden, his strikes precise and lethal. Alden caught sight of a group of villagers cornered by Eric's men. With a determined shout, he broke formation and charged towards them, his blade slicing through the air. "Protect the villagers," he called out to his knights. Sir Robert and a few others followed suit, engaging the enemy soldiers with renewed vigor. Alden reached the cornered villagers and quickly dispatched their attackers, offering them reassurance as they retreated to safety. The battlefield was chaotic, but Alden's leadership shone through. He coordinated his men with clear commands and swift decisions, ensuring they maintained control despite the overwhelming odds. Back in Eldergrove, Torin's dwarves held their ground against the relentless assault. Brack fought fiercely beside his comrades, each swing of his axe driven by determination. The tide of battle seemed ever-changing, but one thing remained constant: the resolve of those fighting against King Eric's tyranny. Torin's dwarves were beginning to show signs of fatigue. their movements slowing as the relentless assault from Eric's soldiers continued. Sweat dripped down their brows, mingling with the blood and grime of battle. The clash of steel and the cries of the wounded filled the air, a cacophony of chaos and desperation. "Hold strong," Torrin shouted, his voice a beacon of determination amidst the turmoil. He swung his hammer with renewed vigor, taking down another enemy soldier who dared to approach. Brack, fighting beside him, gritted his teeth as he parried an incoming blow with his axe. "We can't keep this up forever," he muttered, casting a worried glance at Torrin. "We don't have to," Torrin replied, his eyes glinting with resolve. "We just need to hold out until Alden arrives." In Chiladras, Sir Alden and his knights were making steady progress. The enemy lines were beginning to falter under their relentless assault. Alden's enchanted blade cut through armor and flesh with ease. "Forward," he commanded, urging his knights onward. They moved as one, a wall of steel and determination pushing back against Eric's forces. Sir Robert fought fiercely at Alden's side, his strikes precise and deadly. He glanced at Alden, admiration in his eyes. "We're turning the tide," he shouted over the din of battle. Alden nodded, but his expression remained focused. "Stay vigilant," he warned. "The battle is far from over." Back in Eldergrove, the villagers were fighting valiantly alongside the dwarves. Their makeshift weapons were no match for the enemy's steel. A young woman named Alara swung a broken piece of wood at an approaching soldier, her face set in grim determination. She was knocked back by the force of his blow, but before he could strike again, Brack intervened, cutting him down with a swift strike of his axe. "Thank you," Alara gasped, struggling to catch her breath. Brack offered her a grim smile. "We're all in this together," he said before turning back to the fray. The battle raged on, each side giving their all in a desperate bid for victory. The outcome hung in the balance, but amid the chaos and bloodshed, one thing was clear. The people of Lysaria would not go down without a fight. The sounds of battle echoed through both villages as Torrin's dwarves and Sir Alden's knights fought valiantly against King Eric's forces. Despite their exhaustion and overwhelming odds, the fate of Lysaria hung in the balance, but hope flickered amidst the chaos as they fought for their freedom. The battle in Eldergrove showed no signs of abating. Torrin's hammer clashed against the enemy's sword, sending sparks flying. He could feel his muscles protesting from the continuous exertion, but he pushed the pain aside, focusing on the fight at hand. Around him, his fellow dwarves fought with a ferocity that matched his own, their war cries echoing through the beleaguered village. Alara, standing her ground despite her earlier injury, had taken up a fallen soldier's sword. She swung it with newfound determination, every swing an act of defiance against King Eric's tyranny. "For Eldergrove," she cried out, rallying the villagers around her. On the other side of the battlefield, Sir Alden's knights advanced steadily. The enemy's formation began to break under their relentless assault. Alden's eyes scanned the battlefield, looking for any sign of weakness to exploit. "Push forward," Alden bellowed, leading by example as he cut down another foe with his enchanted blade. His knights followed suit, their resolve unshaken despite the chaos surrounding them. Sir Robert stayed close to Alden's side, his shield raised to deflect an incoming arrow. "We're making progress," he called out. Alden nodded curtly. "We need to break through their lines and reach Torrin and his dwarves," he said. In Chiladras, Raylan and Torrin continued their coordinated efforts against Eric's forces. Raylan's magic surged through the battlefield, creating barriers and launching energy bolts that scattered the enemy ranks. Torrin's hammer was a blur of motion as he led his dwarves in a fierce charge. "Raylan," Torrin called out over the din of battle. "We need to hold this position until Alden arrives." Raylan nodded, her face set in concentration as she summoned another spell. "We will," she replied confidently. "They'll be here soon." Back in Eldergrove, the tide of battle began to turn in favor of Alden's forces. The villagers and dwarves fought with renewed vigor, inspired by Alden's leadership and Alara's rallying cry. The enemy soldiers began to falter under their combined assault. Alden could see the opening they needed just ahead. "Now," he shouted, leading his knights in a final push to break through the enemy lines. With a roar of determination, Alden's knights surged forward, cutting down any who stood in their way. The path to Torin and his dwarves was finally clear. "We've got them!" Sir Robert exclaimed as they reached Torin's position. Torin grinned despite the exhaustion evident on his face. "About time you showed up," he said with a chuckle. Alden clasped Torin's arm firmly. "Let's finish this," he said. Together they turned to face what remained of King Eric's forces, ready to bring an end to this brutal confrontation once and for all. King Eric stood at the head of his remaining army, his cold, calculating eyes scanning the soldiers before him. They were battered, but not broken, still loyal to his command. The dark energy that had become a part of him crackled ominously, lending him an air of dread and foreboding. He raised his sword high, its blade glinting in the pale light. "To Shadowspire," he commanded, his voice echoing through the ranks. The soldiers, a mix of hardened veterans and fresh recruits, straightened their postures, gripping their weapons tighter. They knew the significance of this mission. Failure was not an option. The journey to Shadowspire was grueling. The terrain was unforgiving, and the soldiers marched in grim silence, their faces set with determination. As they neared the ancient fortress, Eric could feel the resistance's presence, an energy that opposed his dark magic. Upon reaching the outskirts of Shadowspire Keep, Eric wasted no time. He ordered his forces to spread out and surround the fortress. The siege began in earnest with a barrage of flaming arrows and heavy stones launched from catapults. Inside Shadowspire Keep, Sir Alden and Torin quickly organized their defenses. Archers lined the battlements, returning fire with precision. Dwarves manned the fortifications, their sturdy frames making them ideal for repelling assaults on the walls. "Hold your ground," Alden shouted as he deflected an incoming arrow with his shield. "We cannot let them breach these walls." Raylan and Thorian stood together at a vantage point within the keep, their combined magic creating protective barriers and launching counterattacks against Eric's forces. Syrala's pendant glowed brightly as she channeled her magic into supporting their efforts. The battle raged on fiercely. Eric's soldiers pushed forward relentlessly, using ladders and siege towers to scale the walls. Alden's knights met them with swords and shields, cutting down enemies as they attempted to gain a foothold. Torin led a group of dwarves in a charge to reinforce a weakened section of the wall. Their hammers and axes swung with deadly precision, sending attackers tumbling back down to the ground below. "Push them back," Torin roared, his voice booming over the clamor of battle. Despite their best efforts, Eric's army continued to press on. The siege weapons hammered away at Shadowspire's defenses, creating breaches that were quickly filled by defenders rushing to plug the gaps. As night fell over the battlefield, both sides showed no signs of relenting. The fight for Shadowspire had only just begun. In the thick of the battle, Shadowspire Keep's defenders fought valiantly against King Eric's relentless assault. Flames flickered along the battlements, casting eerie shadows on the stone walls. Syrala stood amidst the chaos, her pendant radiating a fierce light that pulsed with each heartbeat. She focused her energy, conjuring a shield to protect a group of archers who were under heavy fire. "Hold the line," she yelled, her voice strong despite the strain in her features. Marin, close by, watched with concern as Syrala's strength seemed to wane. He tightened his grip on his sword and stepped forward, determined to keep the enemy at bay. "We need more support on the east wall," Sir Alden shouted as he parried an incoming blow and countered with a swift strike that sent an attacker sprawling. Torin, his face set in grim determination, rallied a squad of dwarves. "With me, we can't let them through." He led them to where the wall had been breached, their weapons clashing with those of Eric's soldiers in a brutal melee. Thorian and Raylan combined their magical prowess to create barriers and launch counterattacks. Thorian's hands moved in intricate patterns as he summoned gusts of wind to knock enemies off balance. Raylan focused his energy into bolts of lightning that crackled through the air, striking down attackers with pinpoint accuracy. A particularly fierce wave of Eric's soldiers surged forward, attempting to overrun the defenders at a critical breach. Alden noticed their intent and barked orders to his knights. "Form up, shield wall," he commanded. The knights moved swiftly, locking their shields together and presenting an impenetrable front. Syrala's pendant glowed even brighter as she drew deeper on its power. She extended her hand toward the enemy soldiers and unleashed a wave of energy that knocked them back, buying precious moments for Alden's forces to regroup. In the midst of this turmoil, King Eric observed from a distance. His eyes narrowed as he saw the resistance put up by Shadowspire's defenders. He raised his hand, and dark tendrils of energy began to coalesce around him. "Enough games," he muttered to himself before sending forth a powerful blast of dark magic aimed directly at Syrala and her companions. The blast struck with devastating force, shattering barriers and sending defenders sprawling. Alden shielded Syrala with his body as debris rained down around them. "We need to regroup inside," Torrin shouted over the din, helping those who were still standing retreat into the keep's inner defenses. As they fell back into more fortified positions within Shadowspire Keep, Alden took stock of their situation. The battle was far from over, but they had managed to hold their ground for now. The defenders gathered their strength for what was sure to be another grueling confrontation with King Eric's forces. In this brief respite, Raylan turned to Syrala. Eric's entire army, a sea of darkened armor and wicked steel, converged on Shadowspire Keep. The ground trembled beneath the weight of marching soldiers, siege engines rolled into place, and archers nocked arrows, ready to rain death upon the defenders. King Eric stood at the forefront, his eyes gleaming with malevolent intent as he surveyed the battlefield. Alden's forces, bolstered by knights, dwarves, and mages, braced themselves for the onslaught. The walls of Shadowspire were lined with archers and crossbowmen, their faces set in grim determination. In the courtyard below, Torrin led his dwarves in a fervent chant, their war cries echoing off the stone walls. "Stand firm," Alden shouted from atop the battlements. His voice carried strength and resolve, rallying his men as the enemy drew closer. The battle erupted with a deafening roar as Eric's soldiers surged forward. The first wave clashed against Alden's defenses like a storm crashing upon rocky shores. Swords rang against shields, and screams of pain filled the air. The archers loosed their arrows in synchronized volleys, creating deadly arcs that cut down advancing foes. Syrala stood beside Merrin and Raylan at a strategic point along the wall. Her pendant blazed with an ethereal light as she summoned protective barriers to shield her comrades from incoming projectiles. Raylan unleashed torrents of lightning that arced through enemy ranks, leaving charred bodies in their wake. Torrin led a countercharge from a breach in the wall, his warhammer swinging with brutal efficiency. His dwarves followed suit, their axes cleaving through armor and bone alike. The ground became slick with blood as they pushed back against Eric's relentless forces. Alden descended from the battlements to join the fray on the ground level. His presence inspired those around him to fight harder, refusing to yield even an inch to their oppressors. King Eric advanced through the chaos, dark magic swirling around him like a malevolent aura. He cast devastating spells that tore through Alden's ranks, creating gaping holes in their defenses. Thorian met Eric's gaze from across the battlefield and began weaving powerful counterspells to mitigate the damage. As the battle raged on without respite, it became clear that both sides were committed to fighting to their last breath. Shadowspire Keep's defenders held fast against overwhelming odds, drawing strength from each other and their shared cause. The clash of armies filled every corner of Shadowspire Keep, a brutal symphony of war that showed no sign of abating anytime soon. Amid the cacophony of battle, a powerful roar echoed through the courtyard, causing heads to turn. Emerging from the thick of combat, King Eric wielded dark energy like a whip, slicing through friend and foe alike. His eyes locked onto Syrala, recognizing her as the pivotal force behind the resistance. Syrala's pendant flared with intense light as she focused her energy, preparing to counter Eric's attack. The air crackled with tension as the two forces of magic clashed, sending shockwaves that rippled through the battlefield. Merrin stood beside her, eyes wide with determination, ready to defend her at all costs. "Stay close," Syrala shouted to Merrin, her voice barely audible over the din of battle. Merrin nodded, his grip tightening on his sword as he faced the oncoming threat. Raylan joined them, his staff glowing with accumulated power. He muttered incantations under his breath, casting protective wards around their small group. Across the courtyard, Alden and Torin fought valiantly against Eric's soldiers. Alden's sword moved like a blur, deflecting blows and striking with lethal precision. Torin's warhammer swung in devastating arcs, each strike accompanied by a grunt of exertion and a spray of blood. "We need to hold this line," Alden yelled to his men, rallying them for another push. Torin glanced over at Alden and gave a resolute nod before bellowing commands to his dwarves. The dwarves formed an impenetrable shield wall, bracing against the relentless assault of Eric's forces. Back on the battlements, Thorian and Marilyn combined their magical prowess to create a barrier that absorbed incoming projectiles. Thorian's brow furrowed in concentration as he maintained the protective shield, while Marilyn conjured fireballs that exploded among enemy ranks. "Focus your attacks on their siege engines," Thorian commanded, his voice strained from the effort. Marilyn complied, sending fiery projectiles toward the massive wooden constructs that threatened to breach Shadowspire's walls. The engines burst into flames under her assault, causing chaos among Eric's troops. As the battle reached a fever pitch, Syrala took a deep breath and stepped forward. Her pendant shone brighter than ever before, its light enveloping her in a protective aura. She raised her hands and channeled her magic into a single powerful blast aimed directly at King Eric. Eric countered with dark energy of his own, but Syrala's attack overwhelmed him. He staggered back, momentarily dazed by the sheer force of her power. "Now!" Raylan shouted, seizing the opportunity to press their advantage. The defenders of Shadowspire rallied around Syrala's display of strength, pushing back against Eric's forces with renewed vigor. Amidst the chaos and clashing steel, hope began to flicker within the hearts of those fighting for Lysaria's freedom. Eric, still reeling from Syrala's powerful attack, stumbled back, clutching his chest where the light had struck him. His face twisted in fury as he summoned more dark energy, his eyes locking onto Syrala with malevolent intent. But before he could unleash another wave of destruction, Alden and Torin broke through the enemy lines and charged at him. "Keep pushing," Alden shouted to his knights as they cut a path toward Eric. Torin's warhammer smashed into the ground, sending a shockwave that knocked several of Eric's soldiers off their feet. The dwarves surged forward, taking advantage of the disruption to reinforce their position. Syrala felt the strain of her magic, but remained steadfast. She glanced at Marin and Raylan, who were fending off enemies attempting to flank them. Raylan's staff crackled with energy as he cast spell after spell, each one expertly aimed to neutralize threats. "We're holding them off," Marin called out, parrying a blow and countering with a swift strike. Alden and Torin closed in on Eric, their weapons gleaming under the flickering light of battle. Eric snarled and released a torrent of dark energy toward them, but Alden's shield absorbed most of the impact. He pushed forward with determination, his eyes never leaving Eric's. "You won't win this," Alden declared, his voice steady despite the chaos around him. Eric's eyes flashed with anger as he swung his sword in a vicious arc. Alden parried the blow, sparks flying from their clashing blades. Torin circled around, looking for an opening to strike. Syrala took a deep breath and gathered her remaining strength. She raised her hands again, ready to unleash another burst of magic. The pendant's glow intensified, casting long shadows across the battlefield. "Now or never," she whispered to herself, feeling the weight of her responsibility. Raylan sensed her intent and channeled his energy to bolster her magic. The combined power created a brilliant beam of light that shot toward Eric. The Dark King barely had time to react before the light enveloped him, forcing him to his knees. Eric screamed in rage and pain as the light seared through him. His soldiers faltered at the sight of their leader brought low by such power. Seizing the moment, Alden and Torin lunged forward, their weapons aimed for a decisive strike. But even as they closed in, Eric's resolve hardened. He summoned a final surge of dark energy, creating a shockwave that sent everyone around him sprawling. Alden hit the ground hard, but quickly regained his footing, eyes narrowing at the relentless king. "We need to end this," Raylan said urgently to Syrala, who nodded in agreement. The battle raged on around them, each side fighting with everything they had for the fate of Lysaria. The heavy gates of Shadowspire Keep finally collapsed with a deafening crash, the ancient wood splintering and iron hinges snapping under the relentless assault. Dust and debris filled the air, momentarily obscuring the brutal scene within the courtyard. Amidst the chaos, only a few warriors on both sides remained standing, their breath ragged and their movements slow from exhaustion. Alden, bloodied but unbowed, stood defiantly at the forefront, his sword still raised despite the toll the battle had taken on him. Beside him, Torin leaned heavily on his warhammer, his face grim yet resolute. On the opposite side, Eric's dark soldiers were equally worn, their armor dented and their weapons slick with blood. The ground between them was littered with fallen comrades and the detritus of battle, a testament. Syrala staggered forward, her pendant's glow dimming as she struggled to maintain her focus. Merrin moved to support her, his own injuries evident in the way he winced with every step. Raylan, sweat trickling down his face, stood ready with his staff, eyes scanning for any lingering threats. A moment of tense silence hung in the air as both sides took stock of their situation. The collapse of the gates had shifted the momentum of the battle, but victory was still uncertain. "Hold your ground," Alden's voice rang out, commanding attention from his remaining knights and allies. They rallied around him, forming a protective line as they faced what remained of Eric's forces. Eric himself emerged from the dust cloud near the shattered gates, his expression twisted with rage and desperation. He brandished his dark sword, its edge gleaming malevolently even in the dim light. His eyes locked onto Syrala, recognizing her as the source of his suffering. With a guttural roar, Eric charged forward, determined to end it all in one final confrontation. Alden met him head-on, their blades clashing once more in a shower of sparks. The remaining warriors on both sides watched with bated breath as their leaders fought for supremacy. Torin joined Alden in engaging Eric's elite guards who moved to protect their king. His warhammer swung with deadly precision, each blow driving back those who dared approach. Meanwhile, Syrala and Raylan concentrated on bolstering their defenses with what little magic they had left. Syrala's hands trembled from exhaustion as she conjured protective barriers to shield her allies from incoming attacks. The courtyard had become a microcosm of the larger struggle for Lysaria, a clash not just of swords and spells, but of wills and destinies intertwined by fate. Steel clashed with steel as King Eric and Sir Alden circled each other, the remnants of the battle around them echoing in their ears. Eric's eyes blazed with cold fury, each strike of his sword calculated to bring Alden down. The knight, bruised and battered, fought back with a determination that burned brighter than ever. Each move he made was driven by the memories of those who had fallen, by the hope of Lysaria's freedom. "Yield!" Eric snarled, his voice laced with venom. "Never," Alden growled through gritted teeth, parrying a vicious blow that sent sparks flying. The duel had raged for what felt like hours, the courtyard of Shadowspire Keep now littered with bodies and the signs of their fierce struggle. Alden's armor was dented, his breath coming in ragged gasps, yet he stood tall, refusing to give in. Eric's own regal garments were torn and blood-stained, his face a mask of grim determination. Alden swung his sword in a wide arc, aiming for Eric's exposed side. The king deflected it just in time, countering with a brutal slash that cut into Alden's arm. Pain flared, but Alden pressed on, driven by an indomitable will. "You fight for a lost cause," Eric taunted as they locked blades once more. "I fight for justice," Alden replied, shoving Eric back with a surge of strength. The fight neared its end, both men knew it. Eric lunged forward with renewed aggression, his strikes growing desperate. Alden managed to deflect each one, his movements slowing but precise. A final clash sent them both staggering back, breathing heavily. Just then, an eerie chill filled the air. Shadows lengthened unnaturally across the ground as an oppressive presence descended upon the battlefield. Slowly, from the depths of darkness at the edge of the courtyard, figures began to materialize. The Shadow King emerged first, his form cloaked in swirling shadows that seemed to consume light itself. His eyes glowed with malevolent intelligence as he surveyed the scene. Behind him, undead knights clad in ancient armor appeared one by one, their their eyes hollow and lifeless, yet burning with an unnatural fire. Alden's heart sank at the sight, while Eric's expression twisted into a mixture of triumph and terror. The dark entity's presence cast a pall over the battlefield, as if hope itself had been smothered. "We are not finished," Eric hissed through clenched teeth. Alden raised his sword once more. Defiance etched on his face, even as dread gnawed at him from within. The arrival of the Shadow King and his undead knights marked a new chapter in their struggle, a chapter fraught with darkness and peril beyond anything they had faced before. The warriors, battered and weary, stood in a ragged line. Each breath they took was labored, every muscle in their bodies screamed for respite. Blood and sweat mingled on their armor, and the ground beneath them was slick with the remnants of battle. Yet, despite their exhaustion, they held their ground, eyes fixed on the approaching figure of the Shadow King. The dark entity moved with a grace that belied his malevolent nature. Each step he took seemed to draw the very light from the world around him, casting everything in a shadowy gloom. The undead knights flanked him, their hollow eyes locked onto the living warriors with an unholy hunger. Alden's grip tightened around his sword hilt, knuckles white from the effort. He could feel the weight of his injuries pulling at him, but he refused to falter. His gaze flicked to King Eric, who had also paused to watch the Shadow King's approach. There was no alliance here, only mutual desperation. From the periphery of the battlefield came a new presence. Merrin, Syrala, and the mages emerged from the shadows of the keep, their faces set with determination. Thorian led them, his blind eyes seemingly unseeing, yet filled with a deep sense of purpose. Raylan followed closely behind, his staff crackling with latent energy. Syrala's pendant glowed fiercely against her chest, casting an ethereal light that pushed back against the encroaching darkness. Merrin stayed close to her side, his expression one of fierce protectiveness. The young mage's hands were already crackling with energy as he prepared for whatever might come next. "We must form a barrier," Thorian instructed sharply as they closed in on Alden and the others. Raylan nodded and began chanting under his breath, weaving intricate patterns in the air with his staff. The air shimmered around them as ancient runes formed a protective barrier between the living and the undead. Syrala stepped forward, raising her hands as she joined her magic with Raylan's. Her pendant pulsed in time with her heartbeats, amplifying her power and lending strength to the barrier. Merrin placed himself between Syrala and any potential threat, ready to defend her with everything he had. Alden glanced over his shoulder at their approach and felt a spark of hope ignite within him. The reinforcements brought not just physical strength, but also a surge of morale that was desperately needed. The Shadow King halted just beyond the reach of their combined magic. His eyes glinted with amusement and disdain as he observed their efforts. "You think you can defy me?" His voice was a chilling whisper that seemed to seep into their very bones. Thorian stepped forward beside Alden, raising his chin defiantly despite his blindness. "We will not yield to darkness," he declared firmly. The two sides stood poised on the brink of another clash, each moment heavy with tension as they awaited the inevitable confrontation that would determine Lysaria's fate. With a gesture of his hand, the Shadow King sent his minions rushing forward. The ground trembled beneath the weight of their advance, an army of undead knights driven by dark magic and malevolent intent. Their hollow eyes gleamed with unholy light as they surged toward the living defenders. Thorian and Raylan stood firm, their combined magic forming an impenetrable barrier. Runes glowed brightly in the air, shimmering with ancient power. The first wave of undead knights slammed into the barrier with a force that reverberated through the air, but the mages held their ground. Syrala's pendant blazed, feeding more energy into the protective shield. "Hold fast," Thorian commanded, his voice steady despite the chaos. The undead knights clawed and hacked at the barrier, their weapons bouncing off harmlessly. The living warriors behind the mages watched with tense anticipation, knowing that their lives depended on the mages' strength and endurance. Then, more undead knights appeared on the horizon. Their numbers seemed endless, a tide of darkness threatening to overwhelm them all. The mages gritted their teeth and redoubled their efforts, but it was clear that they were being pushed to their limits. Just as despair began to creep into their hearts, a new light appeared on the battlefield. From seemingly nowhere, spectral warriors materialized among them. These were the warriors of the Veil, long-dead guardians summoned by Tauren's invocation. Their ghostly forms glowed with an ethereal light that contrasted sharply with the darkness of their enemies. The spectral warriors joined the fight without hesitation. They moved with fluid grace, wielding weapons forged from pure energy. Their strikes were swift and precise, cutting down undead knights with ease. The presence of these ancient guardians reinvigorated the defenders, filling them with renewed hope and determination. Alden rallied his men with a fierce cry. "For Lysaria!" he shouted, charging forward to meet the enemy head-on. The living warriors surged behind him, their spirits bolstered by the arrival of their spectral allies. Steel clashed against steel as they fought side by side with the warriors of the Veil, turning what had seemed like an inevitable defeat into a hard-fought battle for survival. The battlefield became a maelstrom of magic and combat as living and spectral forces united against the undead horde. The tide began to shift in their favor as each fallen knight was met with unwavering resolve and unbreakable unity. A spectral knight with a crown of silver flames, the leader of the warriors of the Veil, advanced through the battlefield with commanding presence. His blade cut through the undead like a scythe through wheat. The light from his crown flickered, casting eerie shadows that danced around him, amplifying his ghostly visage. "Focus on the weak points," Alden barked, slashing at an undead knight's exposed joints. His men responded with disciplined precision. The knights and dwarves fought fiercely. Syrala stood behind the front lines, her eyes closed in concentration. The pendant around her neck pulsed with a steady rhythm, syncing with her heartbeat. She whispered incantations under her breath, weaving spells that bolstered the defenders and disrupted the enemy ranks. Raylan moved beside Thorian, their combined magic forming a powerful arcane barrier that repelled attacks. They exchanged a brief glance, a silent understanding passing between them. They knew that maintaining this shield was critical to their survival. Tauren's voice boomed over the clamor of battle as he rallied his fellow dwarves. "For Shadowspire! For Lysaria!" His warhammer swung in wide arcs, smashing through undead armor and bone alike. Alden spotted an opening in the enemy lines and seized the moment. "Charge!" he roared, leading his knights in a decisive push. They crashed into the undead ranks with unstoppable force, breaking their formation and sending them reeling. Syrala's eyes snapped open as she sensed a shift in the battle's momentum. She raised her hands high, drawing on the pendant's power to summon a torrent of magical energy. The ground beneath the undead knights erupted in a cascade of earth and stone, toppling them and creating chaos in their ranks. "Now!" Thorian shouted, capitalizing on Syrala's spell. He and Raylan channeled their magic into a concentrated blast that shattered what remained of the enemy's defenses. The spectral warriors pressed their advantage, cutting down any undead who dared to stand against them. The tide of battle had turned decisively in favor of Lysaria's defenders. Amidst the fighting, Alden caught sight of King Eric's dark advisor standing atop a nearby hill, observing the battle with cold detachment. Alden's eyes narrowed with resolve as he pointed his sword towards the figure. "Push forward," he urged his men. The defenders surged ahead with renewed vigor, their spirits lifted by their growing success on the battlefield. With each step they took, they moved closer to securing victory for Lysaria and restoring hope to their beleaguered land. The battlefield lay strewn with the remnants of spectral warriors and shattered undead knights, each side having taken a heavy toll. The once fierce clashing of weapons and the roar of battle had given way to an eerie silence, punctuated only by the occasional groan of a fallen soldier or the hiss of dissipating magic. Most of the mages, their energy spent, had collapsed where they stood. Their once vibrant spells now flickered weakly, the magical barrier barely holding together. Thorian and Raylan leaned on each other for support, their breaths ragged and labored. In the midst of this devastation, only a few figures remained standing. The Shadow King loomed ominously at the center of the chaos, his presence exuding a palpable aura of malevolence. His dark cloak billowed in an unseen wind, and his eyes glowed with an unnatural light. He seemed almost untouched by the carnage around him, an island of darkness in a sea of fallen warriors. Facing him was the leader of the spectral knights, his crown of silver flames still flickering defiantly. Despite the toll the battle had taken on his ghostly form, he stood tall and resolute, his spectral sword gleaming with ethereal light. The air between them crackled with tension, a silent challenge hanging in the balance. Nearby, Syrala and Marin stood side by side. Syrala's face was pale but determined, her hands still clutching her pendant as it glowed with residual magic. Marin's expression mirrored hers, resolute yet tinged with exhaustion. He gripped his sword tightly, ready to defend Syrala at any cost. The ground trembled slightly as the Shadow King took a step forward, his gaze locking onto Syrala. "So, you are the one who dares to defy me," he intoned, his voice a chilling whisper that seemed to echo from the depths of darkness itself. Syrala raised her chin defiantly. "I am Syrala, heir to Lysaria," she declared, her voice steady despite her weariness, "and I will see this land freed from your tyranny." The Shadow King's lips curled into a cruel smile. "Bold words for one so young," he sneered, "but words alone will not save you." The leader of the spectral knights stepped between them, his sword raised in silent challenge. The two figures faced off, ancient magic and dark power clashing in an unseen battle of wills. Marin tightened his grip on his sword and glanced at Syrala. "Ready?" he asked quietly. Syrala nodded, determination hardening her features. "Ready." And so they stood together on that haunted battlefield, four figures amidst a landscape of ruin, each prepared to give everything for their cause. Thorian, drawing upon the last reserves of his strength, shouted out to Syrala, his voice echoing through the battlefield. "Now, Syrala, hold nothing back." The air crackled with energy as both sides unleashed their full power. Syrala's pendant blazed with a brilliant light, her magic intertwining with the ancient forces within the artifact. She raised her hands, and a surge of elemental energy burst forth, cascading toward the Shadow King in waves of fire, water, and lightning. Raylan, summoning every ounce of his remaining strength, channeled a tempest of wind and ice to bolster Syrala's assault. The ground around them erupted in a maelstrom of magical fury. Thorian joined in, his hands weaving intricate patterns as he cast spell after spell, each one adding to the growing onslaught against their dark foe. Neither side held anything back. The spectral knight's sword clashed with the Shadow King's dark blade, sending shockwaves through the air. Every strike from the spectral warrior was met with an equally powerful counter from the Shadow King. The sheer force of their confrontation caused the very ground beneath them to tremble and crack. Syrala's eyes glowed with determination as she poured her heart and soul into her magic. Her spells seemed to dance in perfect harmony with Thorian and Raylan's efforts. Yet, despite their combined might and relentless assault, the Shadow King appeared invulnerable. Dark energy swirled around him like a living armor, absorbing and deflecting their attacks. His laughter rang out over the din of battle, a cold and mocking sound that sent chills down their spines. "Is this all you have?" he taunted, raising his hand to summon a wave of darkness that surged forward to meet Syrala's magic head-on. The clash of energies created an explosion that lit up the battlefield like a second sun. But Syrala did not falter. She pushed harder, drawing even more power from her pendant. Thorian glanced at Raylan. Both mages shared a look of determination. They knew what was at stake and understood that they could not afford to hold anything back. Together, they redoubled their efforts. Spells of light and darkness collided in midair, creating a spectacular display of magical prowess. Each clash seemed to resonate with the very soul of Lysaria itself. Yet through it all, the Shadow King stood tall and unyielding, a dark titan amidst their storm of magic, his sinister smile never wavering. The battlefield roared with the clash of immense powers. Syrala's eyes blazed with fierce determination, the pendant around her neck pulsing in rhythm with her heart. She stepped forward, the ground beneath her feet cracking from the sheer force of her magic. Elemental energies swirled around her like a living tempest, fire and lightning merging into a chaotic symphony of destruction. Thorian and Raylan stood on either side of her, their own spells merging seamlessly with hers. Raylan's hands moved in complex patterns, conjuring gusts of wind and shards of ice that joined Syrala's elemental barrage. Thorian's voice echoed ancient incantations, weaving spells that fortified their combined assault. Despite their relentless efforts, the Shadow King remained a towering figure of malevolent power. His dark energy shielded him from their attacks, absorbing each blow and converting it into a mockery of their strength. With a wave of his hand, he sent tendrils of darkness slithering toward them, each one snapping with deadly intent. "Hold fast," Thorian commanded, his voice steady despite the chaos around them. Syrala gritted her teeth, pushing harder against the overwhelming darkness. Her pendant glowed brighter, its light fighting to pierce through the encroaching shadows. "We cannot let him win," she whispered fiercely to herself. The spectral knight continued to clash with the Shadow King, each strike shaking the very air around them. The knight's sword shimmered with an ethereal light, cutting through the darkness with every swing. Yet for every strike that landed, the Shadow King seemed to grow stronger, feeding off their despair and fear. Merrin, standing just behind Syrala, watched in awe and terror as the battle unfolded. He could see the strain on Syrala's face and knew she was giving everything she had. He reached out to place a reassuring hand on her shoulder. "You can do this," he said softly. With renewed determination, Syrala summoned another wave of energy from her pendant. It surged forward like a tidal wave, crashing against the Shadow King's defenses with unparalleled force. The air crackled with raw power as fire met darkness in a violent explosion. Raylan channeled his magic into a focused beam of icy wind that struck at the core of the Shadow King's shield. Thorian's incantations grew louder and more desperate as he poured his remaining strength into breaking through their enemy's defenses. For a brief moment, it seemed as though they might succeed. The dark energy around the Shadow King flickered and wavered under their combined assault. But then he laughed, a cold, chilling sound that echoed through the battlefield like nails on a chalkboard. "Fools," he sneered, his eyes glowing with unholy light. "Your efforts are futile." Syrala's heart sank as she saw the darkness beginning to regroup and push back against their magic. She felt exhaustion creeping in, but refused to give up. "We need more power," Thorian shouted over the din. Syrala closed her eyes briefly, searching deep within herself for any remaining reserves of strength. She could feel Merrin's supportive presence beside her and knew she wasn't alone in this fight. Drawing upon every ounce of courage and willpower she possessed, Syrala opened her eyes once more, determined not to let Lysaria fall into darkness without giving everything she had to save it. The spectral knight staggered, clutching a wound that pulsed with a ghostly light. He approached Thorian, his voice strained and barely audible. "Thorian," he rasped, "have you not seen it yet?" Thorian's eyes narrowed in confusion. "Seen what?" The knight's ethereal form flickered as he leaned closer. Merrin is the brother of Syrala." Thorian's breath caught in his throat. "What are you saying?" "Only together," the knight continued, his voice growing weaker. "Only together can they unlock the full power of the pendant." Thorian's mind raced as he glanced towards Syrala and Merrin. The pieces began to fall into place, the bond they shared, the way their strengths complemented each other. It had been there all along, hidden in plain sight. He turned back to the spectral knight, whose form was now fading rapidly. "Are you certain?" The knight nodded slowly. "It is their destiny. Lysaria's hope lies with them." With that, the spectral warrior dissolved into a wisp of light, leaving Thorian standing amidst the chaos. Thorian's gaze shifted to Merrin. The revelation hit him like a thunderbolt. They needed to act on this knowledge immediately if they were to stand any chance against the Shadow King. With newfound urgency, Thorian rushed towards Syrala and Merrin. "Merrin!" he called out over the din of battle. Merrin turned, confusion etched on his face. "What is it?" "There's no time to explain everything," Thorian said hurriedly. "But you and Syrala, your siblings." Syrala looked up in shock, her exhaustion momentarily forgotten. "What?" "The pendant's true power can only be unlocked by both of you together," Thorian explained, his eyes pleading for them to understand. Merrin glanced at Syrala, disbelief and hope mingling in his expression. He took her hand firmly in his own. "We'll do it together." Syrala nodded, determination burning in her eyes once more. Thorian stepped back as Syrala and Maren joined hands, focusing their combined energies on the pendant. The air around them began to vibrate with a new intensity as their powers merged. The pendant glowed brighter than ever before, its light piercing through the darkness with renewed strength. And for the first time since the battle began, hope surged within Thorian's heart. Thorian stepped back, his eyes never leaving Syrala and Maren. As their hands clasped, the pendant's light intensified, spreading warmth and hope through the air. The combined power of the siblings began to ripple outward, a beacon in the encroaching darkness. Maren tightened his grip on Syrala's hand, feeling an electric surge course through him. "We're doing this," he whispered, his voice resolute. Syrala nodded, her face set with determination. Together. The pendant pulsed in rhythm with their hearts, its glow now a brilliant blaze that illuminated the entire battlefield. The knights and dwarves paused in their combat, awestruck by the radiant display of power. Sir Alden, battling a shadowy figure nearby, stole a glance at the siblings. "By the gods," he muttered under his breath, redoubling his efforts against the dark foe. His renewed vigor was mirrored by those around him. The light seemed to instill fresh courage in every warrior present. Raylan stood with Torin at the keep's entrance, both watching the scene unfold with guarded hope. "This might be it," Raylan said quietly. Torin grunted in agreement, his grip tightening on his axe. "If they can harness it fully?" The ground beneath Syrala and Maren began to tremble slightly as they channeled their energy into the pendant. The light from the pendant flared even brighter, creating a protective dome around them that repelled any dark forces attempting to breach it. Suddenly, an intense surge of energy erupted from the pendant, blasting outward in all directions. The wave of power washed over friend and foe alike. Those aligned with darkness recoiled in pain, while allies felt a rejuvenating strength. Thorian shielded his eyes against the brilliance, but couldn't suppress a triumphant smile. This was the turning point they desperately needed. The dark creatures summoned by King Eric faltered under the onslaught of light. Shadows hissed and evaporated into nothingness as if scorched by a divine flame. Even the remaining horsemen hesitated, their malevolent presence wavering against this newfound force. Syrala's eyes locked onto Maren's as they continued to focus their combined energies into sustaining and amplifying the pendant's power. There was no fear now, only purpose. "Keep going," Thorian shouted over the cacophony. "Don't let up." Syrala and Maren poured everything they had into the pendant, feeling its energy resonate deeply within them, a bond forged not just by blood, but by destiny. And for that brief moment amid chaos and conflict, hope blazed like a star above Shadowspire Keep. Syrala and Maren clasped the pendant together, their fingers intertwined around the ancient artifact. As they channeled their combined strength into the pendant, a blinding flash of energy erupted from its core. The light was so intense that it seemed to pierce through the very fabric of reality, casting stark shadows across the battlefield. Every eye turned toward them, friend and foe alike, drawn by the overwhelming power emanating from the pendant. The siblings stood at the heart of this radiant storm, their expressions set with fierce determination. With a unified resolve, Syrala and Maren directed their focus toward the Shadow King. The air around them crackled with raw magic as they aimed the pendant's formidable energy at their adversary. The light coalesced into a concentrated beam, surging forward with unstoppable force. The Shadow King, cloaked in dark malevolence, felt the full brunt of their combined attack. His eyes widened in shock as the beam struck him, tearing through his defenses with merciless precision. He staggered back, momentarily overwhelmed by the sheer magnitude of their power. The battlefield fell silent for a heartbeat as everyone watched in stunned amazement. The dark creatures that had been relentlessly advancing now hesitated, sensing their master's distress. Syrala and Maren pressed on, refusing to relent. They poured every ounce of their strength into the pendant, maintaining the relentless assault on the Shadow King. The light around them intensified further, its brilliance almost blinding. King Eric, witnessing this display of power from his distant vantage point, felt a chill run down his spine. For the first time in his reign of terror, he understood what true fear felt like. The Shadow King struggled to regain his footing under the onslaught, but found himself unable to withstand the relentless barrage. The light seemed to sear away at his very essence, unraveling the dark energies that had sustained him for so long. The power wielded by Syrala and Marin was undeniable. The battlefield was a desolate expanse of ruin and devastation, littered with the fallen. Amidst the wreckage, only 3 figures remained upright: Marin, Syrala, and the Shadow King. The siblings stood firm, their expressions hardened with resolve as they faced the embodiment of darkness. Marin and Syrala exchanged a brief glance, a silent understanding passing between them. They summoned the last reserves of their strength, their hands gripping the pendant tighter. With a unified cry, they unleashed waves of energy that crackled through the air like a storm. The waves of energy surged toward the Shadow King, striking him with unrelenting force. His knights, once formidable and menacing, seemed to disintegrate into dust under the siblings' onslaught. Their dark forms crumbled and scattered in the wind, leaving only their master to face the wrath of Syrala and Marin. This battle of wills was terrible to behold. The air hummed with raw power. The ground trembled beneath their feet. The very sky seemed to darken in response to the clashing energies. The Shadow King struggled against the torrent of light, his form flickering as if caught between realms. For a moment, it appeared as though he might succumb. He fell to the ground, his body collapsing under the weight of the siblings' relentless attack. A hush fell over the battlefield as hope flickered in the hearts of those who watched from afar. But then, with an agonizing slowness that spoke of sheer willpower and malevolent determination, the Shadow King began to rise. His movements were deliberate and measured, each step forward fueled by an ancient and dark resolve. As he stood upright once more, he reached for his blade. The weapon gleamed with a sinister light as he drew it from its sheath. The blade seemed to absorb the surrounding darkness, its edge sharp enough to cut through reality itself. The Shadow King's eyes burned with an unholy fire as he faced Syrala and Marin once more. The siblings did not waver. They prepared for what would come next, their hearts pounding, but their spirits unbroken. The final confrontation loomed before them, a clash that would determine the fate of Lysaria. They tightened their grip on the pendant once more, ready to face whatever horrors lay ahead in this terrible battle of wills. The air crackled with tension as Syrala and Marin struggled to keep the Shadow King at bay. Their combined magic formed a radiant barrier, pushing against the dark energy that threatened to consume them. Sweat dripped from their brows, their faces etched with determination and exhaustion. A few paces away, Sir Alden lay on the ground, his breath coming in ragged gasps. Pain coursed through his body, but a spark of resolve ignited within him. With a groan, he forced himself to move, his muscles protesting with every effort. His enchanted sword lay just out of reach, its blade glinting with a faint, otherworldly light. Alden's fingers brushed against the hilt, and he grasped it with a renewed sense of purpose. Gritting his teeth, he staggered to his feet, drawing strength from a reservoir he hadn't known existed. His vision blurred for a moment before sharpening with singular focus on the Shadow King. The siblings continued their desperate assault, unaware of Alden's struggle behind them. The Shadow King's attention remained fixed on Syrala and Marin, his malevolent gaze locked onto the source of the light that challenged his darkness. With a silent prayer to the ancient guardians of Lysaria, Alden tightened his grip on the sword. Each step he took was heavy with determination and resolve. He moved with the stealth and precision of a knight trained for such moments. As he drew closer, the air around him seemed to shimmer with anticipation. The enchanted sword pulsed in his hand, resonating with the latent power that coursed through it. Alden's eyes never left his target. He could see the faint outlines of runes glowing along the blade's edge. The Shadow King raised his own weapon, preparing to strike down Syrala and Marin in one final blow. In that instant, Alden surged forward with a burst of speed and strength born of desperation and valor. With all his might, he swung the enchanted sword in a wide arc. The blade met its mark with unerring precision. A sickening sound filled the air as metal sliced through flesh and bone. The Shadow King's head separated cleanly from his shoulders, tumbling to the ground in a grotesque dance of dark energy. His body stood for a moment longer before crumpling lifelessly beside it. Syrala and Merrin turned in shock, their eyes widening as they took in the scene before them. Alden stood over the fallen foe, chest heaving with exertion, but eyes blazing with triumph. The battlefield fell into an eerie silence as realization dawned upon them all. The Shadow King had been vanquished by Sir Alden's final act of bravery. The battlefield, once a cacophony of chaos, fell into an almost surreal stillness. Alden's chest heaved as he fought to steady his breath, his eyes locked on the lifeless form of the Shadow King. The enchanted sword, now dripping with dark ichor, seemed to hum in approval, its glow dimming as the immediate threat dissipated. Syrala and Merrin exchanged a glance of both relief and disbelief. Merrin moved first, rushing to Alden's side, his eyes wide with a mixture of awe and concern. "Sir Alden," Merrin's voice wavered slightly. "Are you all right?" Alden nodded weakly, allowing Merrin to support him as he stumbled back a few steps. "I'm fine," he managed between breaths. "We did it." Syrala approached more slowly, her pendant still glowing softly. The residual energy from their combined efforts lingered in the air, creating a sense of fragile peace. She reached out a hand, her fingers brushing against the pendant that had been their beacon through so many trials. "Thank you," she whispered, her voice barely audible. Her eyes met Alden's with gratitude that words could not fully express. Before they could fully absorb the moment, Raylan and Thorian emerged from the shadows of the forest, their expressions a blend of exhaustion and triumph. They had held off other threats while Syrala and Merrin confronted the Shadow King directly. Thorian's keen eyes surveyed the scene quickly. "The Shadow King is defeated," he stated more than asked, his voice filled with a sense of finality. Raylan approached Alden and placed a hand on his shoulder. "Your bravery has saved us all," he said solemnly. Alden shook his head. "It wasn't just me," he replied, glancing at Syrala and Merrin. "We did this together." Torin appeared next, leading a group of weary but victorious dwarves. They had fought valiantly alongside Alden's forces to ensure no other dark creatures could interfere with Syrala's destiny.